Well, it's time to do a Citlali story. And as well as maybe do some more things with C. Well, okay. I'll try to... Okay, no. I really want to talk about C1 Citlali right now. Because, yes, I do have some more findings. No, they're not, like, very significant. But I'll probably talk about and maybe show some things more later. You'll see a little bit of it. Hopefully I don't get too distracted. We're going to do dailies quick. You know, let people join in. And then we will get straight into doing the story. I do have to finish, I think, the second tribal story. I do not remember what the first one was. I didn't even... when I went to check this before I streamed, I thought I had not even done, like, the first one. And I don't remember why I did this one. Or what it was. Oh, wait, this was the one that unlocked the door, right? Yeah. Right, it unlocked this. Okay. No, never mind. I think I remember. Right. Yeah. Because I was like, there's a chest in here. So, yeah. Anyways, okay. I remember. Cool. So I have no idea what happens to the second one. Normally these the build-up quests have been small or like short relative to the main actual quest. Not that. Right. So, anyways, I really hate how they like do this. By the way, like I need these before I do the quest, but not like after. I don't know. Maybe it's not a problem to most people because maybe most players like do the story quest before they pull the character, I guess. But I basically never think that's going to be the case for me, so it annoys me that they do this. But anyways, like, this is only useful. Like Moika's drops, at least for her quest drops, were useful for Lanyon, so it saved me like 80 resin for Lanyon. But Citlali is like, it's very likely that I just will never have a use for these extra materials. So anyways, yeah, let's go. Well, do we need to? Actually, you know, I am going to do a little bit of farming real quick. Again, my goal for any VOD watchers is just to let some live viewers come in at the start of the stream, generally speaking. I need a couple of these actually because I have 8 black. Okay, that is 3 white approximately, just 1 gold. I need 3 golds, 3 gold teeth to level Thrilling Tales of Dragon's Lairs to level 90, which doesn't matter that much, but it's like an extra 50 base attack to Thrilling Tales, which will be relevant for Lanyon's shield durability slightly. Not that important, but it's also cheap enough to level. Like I've never had that much of a need to level Thrilling Tales before past 80 because like why? like there was no unit in the game that really cared that much about the attack stat if you're putting Thrilling Tales on them. And Lanyon still is like, it's not going to be like horrifyingly bad to use a level 80 Thrilling Tales or whatever, but anyways. Perfect, I'm glad I have Nilu here.
Bring it. Show no mercy. You two. Time to end them.
What's next? More slimes, alright. Perfect. Ah, good, things we can attack. I can't. Look, I want to talk about this Nilu team now. I do want to talk about this Nilu team now, but not right now. Not right now. We can't get distracted. I'm sorry. What about Skyward Atlas and Lanyon? No, use Thrilling Tales. Like, I'm sorry. The problem is like Lanyon is not a character without Thrilling Tales or maybe this weapon. Quite frankly, maybe arguably this weapon. Like if you're not talking this weapon. But this weapon is like only an R5 thing and also like still probably worse than Thrilling Tales or this weapon. If you're not talking this weapon or Thrilling Tales, Lanyon is just not anywhere near as good. Like she still has value for being a defensive animo unit, but the answer is no, basically. Like I guess maybe sack frags arguably for like burst and damage utility, but again, anything past like the buffing weapons gets you into the territory, or like sack frags I guess for healer because Freena exists, yada yada. But like anything past the buffing weapons in one form or another for Lanyon is a damage weapon for her. So this would be a damage / grouping build focus on her. This would be the same thing, but kind of a mix and match of both, which is why you might actually see this as maybe her ideal weapon to some people. for the balance of some buffing and damage on Lanyon. But, and then there's Widzith and whatever if you want to do like Animo DPS builds with Fars on C6 or whatever. So, anyways, when are we getting a PMC testing video? Look, like I can't get over the fact of how much it annoys me what they did with Pyro Traveler. With like I don't think Pyro Traveler with some aspects like the team-wide heal would have been the most meta significant thing on their C4 in that boss fight. But like, you know what I just want? Disregard the C4, disregard the insane damage buffs. Just give them those cool ranged pyro attacks. Like just Pyro Traveler with those cool ranged pyro attacks. And I'd be like stoked about playing Pyro Traveler. So I don't know. Again, like I probably would be leveling and playing around with Pyro Traveler more already if I weren't preparing. Like I have enough resources right now, basically for Lanyon. Like I have barely enough Mora, from what I checked, and I have enough of these. Like I'll probably level Pyro Traveler to. I'm gonna level Traveler to 90 finally because I want to do some like Dendro reaction stuff with them. So, anyways, yeah. We'll see what I have left after Lanyon and Shenhe is my point. But like, Mihoyo is releasing 4 characters I wanted to level this patch at a baseline, and then Pyro Traveler I'm interested in. But like, that's 5 characters. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to have my priorities somewhere, and Mihoyo decided to make me annoyed on a like just on a baseline level. So, yeah.
Get to work. Citlali, eat Papa. Get him.
I didn't line up properly. Anyways. They balanced it by giving you a dead patch next, exactly. Which is wonderful. Can you... Okay, is that enough? This might be enough. I didn't actually... I should have actually checked if the previous run was enough, but I don't think the previous run was enough. Is this DPS Nilou? My thinking was to kind of do both, actually. Because I basically never play Nilou anymore, so yes, it is DPS Nilou. But it's DPS Nilou that could be used in a normal Nilou way, if I so desire it, just by sacrificing a bit of HP for some crit. So, anyway, we're not going to get... I'll talk about it more later. Also, I'm actually not settled on 2-piece emblem. It's just because I had, like, emblem artifacts and whatever. Anyways, the goal was, like, Nilou's basically impossible to burst every rotation in a mono Hydro team, where she's the only Hydro unit. So, she just does not have enough particle generation to support her 70 cost burst. So, the point being, 2-piece emblem, like, actually, with 140 ER, seemed to be enough to consistently ult every other rotation on this build. But anyways, yeah, 2-piece emblem, 2-piece Warrior Cautious, 56k HP on key, with a good, healthy amount of crit. I'll talk about it more later. But I will say, don't like get too hyped about it, because it is... I think my... to be clear, I was testing this because of Citlali C1 specifically, so it was a high investment thing I wanted to do. Without Key of Kajutsu, without Citlali C1, and also there's Shalon and C2 mucking in the mix. Like, this is a very high investment team. Like, what you saw earlier with 110,000 on Nilou's normal attack is unrealistic. So, anyways, no Nilou skin? I hate the Nilou skin, I'm sorry. It's one of the worst skins in the game I made, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Did it get overhyped? It got overhyped to me. To explain, yeah. Wait, what am I doing? So yeah, before we get into the story here, to explain the hype of the Citlali story, why it has been built up a little bit more expectation-wise in my mind. One is because I would like it to be better, because I like Citlali more as a character. That is a factor. 2, my brother specifically called it the best. That's why I changed the title a little bit. But if you saw the title originally, I said this was like the best. I've been told this is the best story quest in Genshin. I initially had that as the title for the stream, but I decided to change it. my brother specifically said it was the best one, and I'm just like, I think you're experiencing a little bit of recency bias, is what I told him. But I don't know. Maybe I'll feel the same way after doing it. I don't know. I haven't done it yet. What am I doing? This. This wasn't enough, was it? I had to spend more than 80. Mona, please. Please. Wait. No. I'll hate them. Mona has betrayed me too many times. What we need... I'll finish my yap about the story in a second. What I need, please, I'll hate them. Please. I'll make a video with you and Muika together. Because I like that team. If you give me 2 of these. I know it's not likely, sir. But please, give me 2. I do not want to go spend more resin to level out Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. Please. You, I'll hate them. This is why. No, it's not. I'll hate them. Burgeon. No. What are you talking about? It's I'll hate them. Quick burn. Well. Let me check my video idea list. I don't even remember if I put that on. I have. Oh, it is my video idea list. You know what's getting removed from my video idea list? I'll hate them. Look, it was one thing that he didn't like give me 2. Like if he gave me 1, I would have been like, all right, you know what, fine, right? But he didn't. Actually, wait, I forgot he has a chance to redeem himself. I didn't craft the gold yet. All right, you have a chance, sir. All right, fine. Let me add it back to the idea list. Give me a second. But yeah, it's Quick Burn Alhaitham for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about. It's Emily Alhaitham, Muika, Kuki. Alright, thank you, sir. Anyways. not the comeback I expected, but it works. Alright. Thrilling Tales. Get that done for the day. Or for the day, forever, hopefully. Blam. And level 90. That's so many more resources than I expected, I'll be honest. I would really not like... Okay, whatever. Like, I would like to save some of these resources to, I don't know, level up. Where's, like... Is it equipped to someone? Why is it equipped to someone? There's the Skyward Spine. I've had that for a while. I got it from Standard Banner a while ago. And I've been feeling like I kind of want to level that up, but... Anyway, I guess I still do have these. How much is this? Is that 1/4 of... Get away. No, it's 1/5. Ew. Okay. Yeah, I still probably have enough resources if I want to level up Skyward Spine. I can, but anyways, probably a next patch thing. Also, it's still more than I expected for... Yeah. See, that's why I didn't... Like, wasted resources, honestly, for before Lanyan existed to care about that. I had never had a single circumstance where I cared about the base attack of this weapon before Lanyan, but now I will slightly... And yes, by the way, I do like this weapon on Citlali C1. In the stream I tested... No. We'll talk about it more later. I maintain my original perspective where I thought that her weapon would truly only be valuable with C1, and that was correct. But there's still the asterisk of I feel like it's only really, truly valuable, even with C1, if you have a really high investment build. So, that lets you get to, like, EM totals like this. Anyways. When I tested this weapon in my C1 Citlali live stream, I was trying to keep things a little bit more realistic as far as build investment goes, and I wasn't trying to min-max things because we were, again, trying to see... I was mostly just trying to directly compare, changing nothing other than C0 versus C1. But this weapon is what I will likely use most of the time if I care about the C1 buff. Sometimes I won't care about the C1 buff. Why am I talking to you? Anyways. I tried Muika with Sethos. I actually did I did Muika with Sethos and C1 Citlali, and it... I don't know, I still can't find a team that I like with... Yeah, these are long materials. I still can't find a team that I like with Sethos and Pyro together for whatever reason. But I don't know. Maybe it just hasn't. I haven't tried Moika, Sethos, and Malik together again yet. So maybe I should try that. Yeah, Moika can be used as a virgin trigger. Anyways, once we finish this domain, we'll go into. Also, I might try the. Yeah, we're gonna finish this domain. We'll go do the story quest, and then we might do whatever other things. I've heard this is the rare, like, well, okay. I saw people complaining about it. Usually that means there's a really high difficulty option that is not very feasible to clear. Now, can you stop? But oftentimes it actually results in something that is a bit more fun for playing around with difficult teams. Like, it's probably, I bet that event, well, I don't know what the enemy is. There's probably the Tulpa. I hate minimum drops in talent domains. The Tulpa obviously prevents you from testing certain kinds of teams, but in general, I like when there's hard events, because they've always structured them right where, like, you don't have to, like, complete the highest, you don't have to platinum medal it, right? So I've always felt like their balance was fine, where the rewards were not that hard to get, but you know, you could have options for a really difficult challenge and see how far you go. Even if you can't get platinum, like I usually, in those hard combat events, I don't try to get the platinum reward. I just try to take the teams and use them as like a way to play around with something fun that's temporarily available. But anyway, so I appreciate when they show up. But also it doesn't fix the fundamental issue of, like, could you make real endgame content, please? I sure can run from debt. Anyways, gold isn't really that bad. Well, I don't know. I haven't done it yet. I like Sethos, Xiangling, Chevy Dia. I mean, Sethos doesn't have crazy raw multipliers. Like, to be clear, he works surprisingly decently in Chever's teams. It's definitely not my preference to play him in Chever's teams. There we go. Nilu's kind of weird when you DPS her, because you really want to try to line up properly. Like, it's satisfying when you get to line up properly, of course, but having to do that lineup does make it a little bit awkward sometimes. It's fun. And this team, no, don't get lost. I so want to talk about this team, but I feel like if I start talking about this team, I'm gonna like start talking about it for like way too long. Well, neither did nothing there, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. But anyways, I think this team mitigates a lot of the downsides of like the weirdness of playing Nilu, DPS Nilu, but it's also definitely much worse at lower investment. I'm very confident of that. So I don't know. Anyways, story quest for Sethos was 20 out of 10. Oh, you mean like the wait, what? You mean story quest for Sethos? Why did I even press that? Does he have a hangout? No. Is it, you mean like Sino's second quest or something? I'd have to do Sino's first quest. Yeah, yeah, in case it's not obvious, yeah, I haven't done a lot of character story quests. As a side effect of most of them feeling like they were just advertisements for the characters, rather than a story quest. And like advertisements with the characters, or go on a date with the character. Like Moika's story quest was go on a date with Moika, and then have an actually interesting Pyro Archon show up. It's just funny how much of an immediate, much more interesting impression Shibalanka makes than Moika. Anyways, whatever. But the Primos, well, benefit of being a Welkener boy. is that I basically haven't felt the need to get the 60 Prima Gems from the story quest. Generally speaking, like, ooh, if I do all those story quests, let's see, 1 wish, 2 wishes, 3 wishes, 4 wishes, oh my god, 5 wishes, holy shit, guys, 5 wishes. To be clear, the most valuable thing is the more. I might be able to, if I do all those story quests, it's only like 1 day of my life I lose. 1 day of my life, and it'd probably give me like 500,000 more. That's 1 talent level upgrade. Let's go. And I do plan to triple crown Citlali. I like her enough. She's gonna be like, but for a reference, I have 2 characters that are triple crown in this game. One I ended up regretting, but that's not really her fault. I wouldn't really have regretted it if it weren't for, you know, things. But these are the 2 characters that triple crowned. I am very much not a crowner, a triple crowner. Triple crowning is something I do for characters that I really, really like. But maybe her story quest will insult me in some way, and I'll change my mind. But anyways, that's probably the next patch thing. That's a thing to do in the dead patch. Take a break from pulling and leveling up characters so I can focus down and invest in a couple other characters. Next patch is going to be invest in Citlali and other cryo DPSs, quite frankly, because of Shenhe releasing. So gotta put resources into cryo units because that's what makes sense. DPS Charlotte, DPS Citlali, DPS everybody. Anyways, quest. What am I doing? Clarins was great. You also get XP. Yeah, I really need the XP. Thanks. DPS Chi-Chi. Does Chi-Chi... Does Chi-Chi do any cryo? Do you actually apply cryo? I don't... Dia has a quite great story quest? Yeah, I've heard. Why do you... Oh, yeah. You were being used as a placeholder. This does damage. The Herald of Frost, right? And the thing that heals your on-field character. How long does it deal damage? How many hits? That is. You got me seriously considering it. I hate the lowly characters, to be clear. I really hate these characters. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is it variable? 6, 7, 8, 9. What's her uptime? Because her skill cooldown is... What? Bro, why is her skill cooldown 30 seconds? Look, with the flat damage buffs going on, right? There's potential for it. I'm not gonna lie, there is potential for it. I could, you know what's even funny? I could do true mono cryo. I could do Citlali C1, Shenhe, Chi-Chi, Chungus. Like, true mono cryo. None of those characters would have any energy needs. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of it. It sounds funny. But at the same time, why 30-second cooldown? I don't know. Anyways. She needs Saxor to work consistently. Yeah, that's probably what oh, man, Saxor, if you're doing true mono cryo, would be so lame. It'd be so lame. Anyways, whatever. Was there a more interesting character to do true mono cryo with? Let's be real, Charlotte would be more... Look, I don't know if I can really stomach putting resources into Chi-Chi when I, like, you gotta realize, I'm a hobbyist photographer. No, I haven't taken. Well, okay, I'm saying that, but I haven't like gone on a photo shoot for like a year because it's your guys' fault as well. Yeah, or Fremine, like cryo build Fremine. I'd so much rather put more resources into Charlotte, Fremine, who I do have as C6 now, by the way. Like, and like the Shatter buff with Fremine. Like, I just, yeah, Layla too. Like literally, like the only cryo unit that would be less interesting in true mono cryo than Gigi is Mika, right? So I don't know. I'm gonna put that down as on my idea list for an eventual thing. True mono cryo, right? Maybe the video can be like, can you beat Abyss with only cryo units? And hopefully people will be people are gonna be like, you didn't use all cryo units on the other side. And I'm just gonna have to be like, there's not enough cryo units in the game to make that feasible. Well, I don't know, isn't it? Wait, okay. Can I do full cryo team on both sides? I don't think that's feasible. I don't know. In the 5.4 Abyss though, like the 5.4 Abyss might be very doable. Probably not though. Probably not. Anyways, maybe if I got C6 Mika, it would be. Because you could do Mika, like Mika Eula in an easy Abyss cycle. Rosaria. Eula wouldn't have ER needs. Mika Eula, Rosaria. And then, I don't know, maybe Fremine on one side. And then you do Chungus, Citlali C1, Shenhe, with DPS Charlotte on the other side. It actually might work. Anyways. Who distracted me with this? How dare you? How dare you distract me with weird ideas? Anyways.
Anything I can help you with?
If you tested Mawika with Barbara, it's funny. What's funny about it? Anyways. Start the quest. It's back over this way. Right. Share the Nilu build? I showed it very briefly earlier. I'll talk about it more after we finish the quest.
I take it you're the ones appointed by Elder Talapo?
Yep.
Call me Toltec.
Okay.
The chief asked me to be your guide for the day.
Wonderful. Hopefully this doesn't last long, because we want to get into the real quest. DPS Diona, she ascends with cryo damage. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. That's what I mean. Like every single cryo character in the game, other than Mika, is more interesting to DPS than Chi-Chi. And I don't know. My hate of the lowly characters makes me not interested. I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe someday. Like it might save it for a rainy day of. I'm desperate. I can finally level up Chi-Chi, but she's one of the lowest priorities on the account. Is this underground? Yeah, it's underground.
So the guy is somewhere in this cave, huh?
This is as far as I can take you.
Okay.
Only
What are we doing?
kind of a long story. Apparently,
It
there's a
grows
certain
here. Okay.
fruit that grew many years ago. Our ancestors set out to make a series of however,
They want us to gather fruit, or is there monsters?
Their work before it was completed.
Oh.
And so to bypass the seal, you have to have mastered the art of color perception.
The art of color
something
perception.
like that.
Is perceiving color an art? Like the act of perception of color is an art? I think it's like a there's like you can construe many things to be art, because art is, you know, what is art, right? The question for the ages. Hello, Pyrocrystal Fly. But like, if there's anything that might not be art, it is the perception of things. Like describing things as, well, no, not that it's not like the perception of things is not no, like, look, the perception of things you might say is related to an art, because like, you know, is it art to give a critique on a story? You could argue yes, right? Easily argue yes. But I'd say the art there is not the perceiving of the story. It is the very act of trying to critique it. Right? So what does mastering the art of color perception mean is my point. Like, I'm sorry for getting hung up on a minor detail. Also, there's a little frog. A frog. But like, no, right? Anyways.
Oh, right. Haven't we been in here before?
Yeah, Paimon just ignores him. I agree, Paimon. For once. I agree with Paimon. Ignore this dude. Who's like, the art of color perception. Not
The strange thing is,
perception?
our ancestors never removed the seal, even after they finished the graffiti art.
Okay.
Since it was sealed off, the only person who's been in... According to her, the artwork tells the story... But I digress. Sorry, I'm a big fan of...
So
Okay.
you're sure you don't want to come with
You're
us?
a big fan of perceiving the art.
I'll pass. I tried to get in once, but the seal blocked my way. I guess it's supposed to
Good
be
luck,
a
Vivek.
test left there by our ancestors. If you don't... Don't worry about me, though. I wouldn't be joining you,
Okay.
unlike our chief.
Fair enough.
Already. Is this the right way? Yeah. Yoink. I'm a big fan of perceiving color too. I mean, yeah, I do like perceiving color. I just don't know if, like, it's like one of those things, like the very act of perception seems hard to define as an art itself.
Paimon didn't notice it last time. Now the only question is, which ones do we pick? Well, go ahead.
Was Van Gogh colorblind? I mean, is that what the dude's saying? You have to master the art of color perception by not being colorblind. Wait,
You saw something, right?
obtain
Whatever it was,
die.
grab it.
Oh. Yoink. Where's the other one? Oh, right over there. You know, we should. I'll try to talk about this later. I should talk about the results of the poll that I did for about the Natlan Archon
Remember
quest
the last time
specifically.
we came here? We found all of the artwork throughout the cave. These guys'
Perception of
ancestors
color
created
is
a
our
real
eyes painting for our brains. Yeah, I guess it's fair, but is that art? Is an automatic thing that happens in your like brain's processing art?
They probably use the same stuff for their paint
Like,
as
is
they
your
use it for the
biology
dye,
doing
right?
art? It doesn't feel like
Maybe
you
they'll create
doing
a
art.
masterpiece of
It
our
feels like your
own.
biology is doing art for you to. I know you're joking. I'm just like trying to like roll with that line of reasoning. Like, I'm trying to find some way to like actually go along with what that dude said, right? I'm trying to find some way to justify the idea of
Yep, let's head
the
back to
act of
Nuvelette.
perception being art. But anyways, wonder how this quest changes if you do the puzzle here. I mean, I think Paimon just referenced, oh, we didn't notice whatever when we were here before. Was there a piece of meat on the ground by the door? Hello, frog. Yoink. Add to the frog collection. We have to go backwards. I see. My bad. I thought we would go forwards.
Get to work.
Apparently not.
Burn it
Clap.
down.
Yay. AFK impact. No two people see the same? Yeah. Like, again, but like the act of perception is not art there. Like, if two people are trying to like share their perceptions and interpret something, the color of something, right, in order to get meaning from the idea of like, all right, what color is this thing, right? What color is this thing, right? If two people are looking at it together and they're sharing their perceptions together, the act of sharing and discussing that could be described and interpreted as an art. I don't think it's the actual perception itself, right? That's my disconnect here. I feel like with this dude. I feel like this dude, he thinks that just, you know, he thinks that talking about perception of things is perception, but it's not. Anyways, stop trying to justify it and do the quest.
Sounds like
Does
you
it?
made it through the seal then.
I'm pretty sure it
It's
won't.
getting late. Follow.
And I'm not going to stop. Sorry. If something pops in my head, I'm going to talk about it. Is this underground or not? I can't tell. Probably is. What about the poll? I mean, I'll do it later. Remind me later to talk about and look at. Like, I did like read through a couple times some of the responses or some of the comments on the poll, but I didn't directly respond to anyone.
Well done. I appreciate your efforts.
So, anyways, I'll talk about it. We'll go look through it later. I think it's an interesting thing to look through as far as reflecting on the Natlan story on a holistic community response level, regardless of any specific individual's enjoyment of the story. Basically,
see.
Why is the man so huge?
Yes.
Why
This
isn't
is
he huge?
certainly a
Are
very
you saying he
different
should be
substance from
small?
typical dyes. Okay, now let's try our hand at making some samples.
I feel like there's no other way
The
for this
fabric
man to
is ready
be
for
other
testing.
than beak.
Got it.
Please come with me.
I forgot I didn't have autoplay on. I will die on the hill that Raiden should have stayed a villain character. Yep. I agree. I don't think she necessarily had to stay a villain. Like, they could have made her motives more justifiable as a villain, or they could have gone with the plotline they had, right? Where the Fatui were manipulating her puppet to do things, right? But I don't know, they just like genericized her actual character by doing that plotline instead of like making
Take a
her
look at
actual
this.
character interesting
It's a
on
woven
top
scroll
of that nuance,
made
right?
by one of our ancestors. Ah, this is the
It's
kind
very
of
pretty.
thing we're trying to make.
And glowing. Wow.
Ooh.
Phlogiston infused
The
fabric.
person depicted is the legendary shaman Huizi.
See, making this
She lived
is an art.
200 years ago and was once appointed by the Iktomi Sor Elder.
and being able to see
like
colors
yourselves.
might be helpful for making it. But I don't think seeing colors is the art.
She was
Anyway, I'm
especially
sorry.
skilled in the art of color manipulation. And of
See,
course
color
completed her
manipulation
task
can be an
with
art.
Flying colors.
But that's not color perception.
This scroll is a record of her
Toltec,
deeds,
whatever that dude's name
and
was
most
just
likely the
off his
work of
rocker.
her own hand. The quality
But if he's
is
happy,
simply
you know what? I'm
breathtaking,
happy for him.
even compared to other scrolls of this variety. Sadly, since she passed away,
Wrong thinking
all
Muiko
of
should
our
get on the
Iktomi Sor
Himiko
Elder's
treatment.
subsequent
You mean like
appointees
dying?
have had to rely on
Uh,
the gift from the spirits to complete their work.
yeah. To be clear, I don't think her character would have been that much more compelling if she died. But considering how obvious it was that she wasn't going to die, it would have been actually an interesting, unexpected twist for her to actually die.
That's a good way of putting it. My only quibble with your phrasing would be, it's not just me, but us.
Okay. I don't necessarily have that high of opinion of Citlali in lore. I think lore is a different thing from me liking her characterization. I have liked her characterization thus far. I don't know what lore details we're going to get from this quest, or if it's just going to be more character focused. I'd prefer more just character focused than getting lore drops. A lore drop should happen in conjunction with like character development. Is my overall feeling.
Now
But,
Paimon's getting
anyways.
excited.
Bring out the samples.
Okay. God, he's so intimidating. Can you imagine being like this dude being like the leader of your group? He comes up to you, bring out the samples. Like, it's time to hell dive. And make sure you get those common samples. I need that ship upgrade. She just like I cannot, like, she's just so intimidated, can't speak to this dude.
Now, as I mentioned, the dyeing process is
God.
a little
Yep,
complicated,
the size comparison
but
is
I
great.
am confident you will manage. Just make sure to follow my instructions carefully. The
Yep, will do.
pattern has already been sketched out on the sample, so you just need to dye each block with the correct color. But you'll need to
Okay.
wait for the dye to fully soak in between each step to make sure the colors don't run.
Okay. Are we gonna actually do something, or is it just gonna happen? Oh, it just
Good.
happened. Okay.
The
They
dye
didn't even
is
show a
taken to
meaningful
the
visual of it
fabric,
happening. Just
and the
the
pattern is
okay.
crisp and clear. Next, apply all the remaining dye, and we should see that elusive signature color emerge.
Okay, final step.
Wow. I thought they were gonna have like an interactive puzzle thing or something that would
Did it work?
make this make
doesn't
sense or
see
whatever. Like they did the whole work with like the interface with the stupid signature thing, right? They couldn't make a minor interface for this. I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, that color isn't showing up. Oh, the dyeing has failed.
Yeah, we failed the
No,
art of perceiving
your
color.
technique was flawless. You did everything exactly as instructed. It would have made
Okay.
no difference if I'd done it myself.
All right.
Then what went wrong?
It could be the weaving technique, or maybe the dye has to be applied in a different way.
Sorry, Paimon wishes we could do.
I am the one who should be apologizing. I made you do. I will, of course, honor my commitment to compensate you for your trouble,
What?
but
I don't remember what
I
the
do hope
commitment
you won't
was.
give up on this task. I plan to keep investigating, and will be sure to keep you updated with any progress.
Don't worry,
I
we're
mean,
not
that's true.
worried.
Can he see behind that mask? Does it even have eye holes?
Paimon does have a question though. This whole process of recording history on woven scrolls seems so complicated. Why
I mean-
don't you just write it down instead?
It's a fair question, but also, I suspect the scrolls might last longer. Like, if this is the answer from him, I'll be satisfied. But I suspect that the scrolls have the ability to last longer than paper. Like, you'd have to put more work into, you know, writing it down and then copying that writing later on in time again. Like that's like to make sure that the paper and the books don't just die over time, because they'll just degrade, or like maintaining paper seems probably more annoying than maintaining cloth. Not that like cloth won't degrade either, but probably less so if you're intentional about it. My suspicion is he's going to answer with some symbolic thing related to their tribe, which is fine as an answer, obviously, because that's the truth of it. It's just like a cultural thing, but you could have a cultural reason in conjunction with an actual like physical reason too, is my point. So I'd be satisfied with that answer, but it's probably just going to be a cultural reason.
You said yourself you're all about change and reform. Well, this seems like a pretty good place to start, don't you think?
Thank you, Paimon, for saying the same thing you just said.
I think you've perhaps misunderstood my philosophy.
Hey, there's no eye
That's
holes. What-
okay.
How does he
I
see?
can answer your question, but there's somewhere I need to show you first.
Languages die, art never does. Okay, he didn't give an actual answer.
Sure.
Instead, it's plot. Like, okay, that's fair, I guess. Get out of my face. Not you. Is that up? Oh, man, it is up there. Okay. Sometimes I feel like writing a Genshin fanfiction where I rewrite some of the main story quests because Hoyo keeps missing the mark. Honestly, you probably could. Yeah, it would probably take a lot of work, to be clear. But like, you could just. I don't know if there's anyone that has like there might be some record of the entire like
Look at
text of
this
like
view.
lines
What do you think?
for the main quest, and you could probably rewrite it.
It's gorgeous.
Now, try looking a little further.
You can even probably start a YouTube channel about it. Like, I rewrote Genshin Impact's story. If you want, you know what? All off. If someone wants to do that, I don't want to make that video myself because I don't know. It's not that I don't have faith in my abilities as a writer. I just don't want to put the time into it. I don't care that much. But maybe I could do it eventually, when I'm really reaching for content or something. But like, You know what? If you want me to be a narrator for your video, if you want to write the story and you want me to be a narrator, for your rewritten Genshin, just start small, right? And start with the Mondstadt story, right? You can make that the first video and see if it works to motivate you to finish doing more in the future, and I'll narrate it for you. There you go. Mr. Feet did an edit where he just edited out Eon Song of all Natlan story quests and hardly anyone notices. Nice. I like it.
In all the years since the founding of our tribe, those colors have been with us every step of the way.
Okay.
It is true that I seek to bring new life to this ancient tribe through change and reform. But I also understand the foremost of these is the way we record.
Oh, that makes sense.
Sure.
Since the very beginnings,
I feel like he
our tribe
did
has
not
always
answer your
sought
question,
to bring
Paimon.
color
but
to history. And I
It's
have
a
deep
perfectly
sense
fine
that
answer.
this
No,
is
I
one
understand
part
what
of our
he's saying, I
heritage
guess. But I don't know if I
we
would say
should
it
not
makes
give
sense
up.
as the response to that.
So, whatever it takes, I must find a way for us to continue
Personally.
producing
But
our
Paimon could be a
traditional
different character,
woven
it's fine.
scrolls.
I don't really care that much.
You're completely right.
I would have
Sorry,
preferred
what
the
you said
answer of,
earlier, it was out
I
of
mean,
line.
it's just the tribe's tradition, and, you know, the telling our histories through color has a lot of
It's
symbolic
quite
meaning
all
for
right.
us. That's what
I'm
I would
just
have preferred as the
grateful you're
answer
able to
for it.
understand where I'm coming
Oh
from.
yeah, that makes sense. But instead he just, you know, let me show you, colors exist. That was it? Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be short because that's what those interim quests are. But like, anyway. So that quest was going to grab some dyes. And then talking to Biram for a while, failing to make a scroll thingy. And he's like, colors are important to our tribe for telling our histories. Which is fair.
I'm tired
mean-
already.
Citlali's tired already, guys. I'm sorry. We can't do Citlali's story quest. That would require bothering Citlali. Oops. Alright, anyways. Yeah, let's do the actual quest. I had to wake her up. I'm sorry. I don't know which one's faster. It doesn't matter.
Take me up. Let's run.
You heard Hoyo's gonna drop a video about the Fatui tomorrow?
Here.
Who told you that?
That's a little concerning.
You also hear the Nintendo Switch 2 is gonna be announced tomorrow?
Also, how did they get this close to a tribal settlement? Huh. All the Fatui left in Natlan are probably the captain's subordinates. That basically makes still. What's a
It is
Fatus?
an interesting start to this quest to have the
Something
Fatus
seems
here.
all-seeing
I forget the
believer.
plural of
Let's check
Fatui
it
is
out.
Fatus sometimes. By sometimes I mean all the time. The truth of the Battle of Seven Colors. Okay. Switch 2 supposedly isn't being announced until the 17th. Oh, do we have a real date now?
Following orders.
From who?
If you have a problem, take it up with our
Is Arlecchino here?
Hey, what's with the attitude? Can the Fatui even...
This is Grudok. I hired him to be my
Grudok.
bodyguard in Natlan. As you can see, he's not the sociable type. I'm sorry for any offense. My original plan was to hire someone from the local tribes.
Fatus
but the
is
priest
singular?
recommended
Oh,
Grudok
okay.
and his squad. I was told they were capable fighters and had the time to spare, so they fit the bill. It seems like the Fatui's reputation in Natlan is quite positive.
Will the Swiss 2 have Genshin this time? Probably. Well, okay, I shouldn't say probably. It, being that Mihoyo has been radio silent on it, I think their inevitable conclusion was that when they tried to get Genshin to run on the Switch, they were struggling, and then it got to a point where they're like, okay, well, we know Nintendo, and they probably like are working with Nintendo to some degree, if they're still actually making it. They probably knew the Switch 2 was coming out, and they're just like, well, we could either release an extremely subpar version of Genshin Impact for the Switch, or we could release an actually functioning game on the Switch 2. Because the Switch 1 is potato hardware. So anyways, I would be very not surprised to see Genshin as one of like the initial titles available on the Switch 2.
So that's what happened. Then you must be from Fontaine?
Precisely. Montluçon at your service.
The real question
I
is how
work
much
in the
storage does the
publication
Switch 2 have?
And you two.
Is it,
You must
why
be
should be
Sarah
like
and her
64
fairy companion.
gigabytes? Oh god. Save us. Save us. Oh no.
Oh, you know us?
A golden-haired traveler with a floating companion. There's no mistake. Your exploits in Fontaine have all the makings of a best-selling series.
Wow, we're really famous at this point, Travel.
It's truly my lucky day. I know this is sudden, but I was actually...
So, you chased us all the
It
way
is
to
a little
Natlan?
creepy.
That's a little creepy.
You'll be generously rewarded, I promise you.
Well, at least he got straight to the point. Should we hear what he has to say? All right, we'll hear your request.
You know the great
Can we go talk to
shaman
Citlali? Oh,
Citlali,
okay, good.
right? I need her help with something.
You're friends with the lady who refuses to do anything for anyone.
Yeah, but the chances of her helping a random stranger just because we asked.
Traveler's mute? I mean, yes, but I didn't even notice that they were supposed to have a line because they're mute normally.
Yeah, Citlali really doesn't like dealing with strangers.
I heard about that from other members of her tribe.
That's why I'm
But
talking to
They
you.
told me if you manage it, I'll even double your pay.
What did you offer for pay? We didn't even talk about
Oh
that.
yeah, we should definitely get to the bottom of that first.
It's kind of a long
Imagine
story.
500 gig
and there's
SSD
tribal
on the
history
Switch 2, the
involved.
thing gonna be
So
hot in
you
the
should
service
hear
of
it
the
from an
sun? No, it
expert.
won't.
Alia, if you could.
Why? Do you think the SSD is the hottest component? What misinformation what tech company has tricked you, big dog, into thinking that storage size increases? Like, to be clear, like SSDs do like have temperature to them, and like really high speed SSDs run hotter, but that has nothing to do with capacity, and they don't have to. They will definitely not need to run at 8 gigabit per second SSD on the Switch that produces a bunch of heat in the first place. There is like basically no good correlation for the reason they can't have a 500 gig SSD on the Switch is because it's gonna run too hot. If Nintendo is feeling sane, I don't know what the Switch 2 is gonna cost. Sorry, I'm not gonna continue. I'm gonna finish this yap about the Switch 2 before we do the story, because I do want to pay attention to the story. And I'm assuming we're going to talk to Citlali here shortly. The Switch 2, right? I think it would be silly, one, if they charge more than $300 for it. The Switch should have not even be $300 today. It should have been like discounted to a $200 console 2 years ago at most, at minimum, whatever. So, you know, but anyways, if it's $300, like, let's have realistic expectations. $300 for, like, a mobile console is not that much money in the modern scope of, like, technology to, like, temper our expectations a bit. 128 gigs is the realistic minimum it should have for a $300 device. If it costs more than $300, it sure as hell better have 256 gigs at the start. If the thing costs $400 and has 100 gigs or, God forbid, 64 gigs of storage, save us, please. That's what I can say.
Of course. I don't often have an eager audience for this kind of thing. Nice to meet you.
I saw some
The name's
rumor that
Ollier.
it might support a
researcher
new
for the
SD
Fontaine
card
Research
format,
Institute.
which means these things are not going to be cheap at the start, but might be good long term. A new SD card format that has like SSD level speeds, which could be a good thing, but also could be a bad thing as far as like cheap accessible storage.
Unlike most researchers, I have a
And
keen
that would,
interest in
if they do
ancient
if they do
ruins.
the
That's why I
new
was
SD
invited to
card
join
version,
Monsieur Montluçon's team.
for the Switch 2, again, could be good long term, but if it's primarily, I think that's good long term, then on a cost level to not F over consumers on the launch of the device, Like it could kill the launch of the device if they launch with low amounts of storage and force like a new SD card format, which is not proprietary, but it'd be new enough that the things would be really fucking expensive. Sorry, really fucking expensive. So like, no one would buy the thing if they can't have storage to play their damn games on it, right? So if they do have the new SD card format as the expandable storage, which would be expensive for at least the first little while, and then, but then they have to have like a good amount of storage at a baseline to not because people cannot, if they feel forced to buy an expensive expandable storage, then functionally you're talking like a $300 console should have a reasonable amount of storage might turn into functionally a $500 console.
Have you heard of the legend of the great shaman Citlali? Yes, according to local records, she was a color mystic who lived over 200 years ago, and the most adept in her tribe out of all of her exploits, her most celebrated is the Battle of... According to legend, the battle was triggered by an abyss invasion.
If I click, it's... Unless I click right away by accident.
Even from
if
a
I click,
greater
because I finish reading.
Perspective.
And I don't care to listen to the character.
Natlan was able to turn the tide despite being at an extreme disadvantage. The key to victory, the color, was extraordinary. Illusory in appearance while also seeming to possess physical form. Legend has it that Citlali used and trap all the enemies inside.
Hopefully this means we're going to get a really nice, pretty cutscene at the end of the story quest.
And ultimately, secure victory.
Anyway, that's the gist of it. We don't want to take up too much of your time. That story is the reason I came to Natlan. I often publish books about the history of other nations. They always end up faring well on the market. When I heard this story for the first time,
easier for
I
profit.
wanted to include it in my next collect. Historical records about Natlan aren't very detailed. We haven't been able
so he wants to talk to Citlali because she was there.
Or find any definitive evidence that
why didn't you talk to Mawika? I feel like she has free time. She'd be willing. Maybe Mawika didn't see it, I guess, because she wasn't here in this tribe.
Even within the Masters of the Nightwind, people dispute the legitimacy of the story. Some believe it to be a myth. If that were the case, the story would not be fit for publication.
Are you sure? If some believe it to be a myth, that doesn't mean nobody. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to publish. I'm pretty sure most publishers wouldn't really care about that distinction. A story's a story. So, anyways.
But if you're just including it in a story collection...
Well, you see, the slogan for the collection is Restoring the Truth of History. Naturally, I need it to be factual.
I mean, look, I respect this dude's standards. His standards are far above most people writing factual information today, is what we'll say.
That's why I'm here.
Mawiko's hibernating 200 years ago? Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Sorry. I did forget about that. My bad. Yep, that makes sense.
But I was refused access to the Obsidian Altar. Application after application. And all I received were a few ordinary woven scrolls with nothing.
According to my research, their scrolls are considered sacred relics in addition, not to mention the scrolls.
Yeah, I understand.
We've been over this, Alier. There's no need to waste time.
Yeah, talk to the old lady.
Exactly. You're well aware, I'm sure, that Citlali has been alive for more than 200 years. If she agrees to be my consultant, then no other historical records are necessary.
Oh, that's what you want.
So, what do you say?
I'm sure Citlali really would be down with this. Okay. This is an interesting setup for the story. Like, it's already a baseline interesting setup to, like, force Citlali to recall things in the past and, like, talk to characters when, like, because you have to do some kind of setup that justifies, like, this character interacting when she's clearly a character that doesn't want to interact with people. She tries to keep herself detached. So.
Well, it's not that we don't want to help you. Oh, right. The duty, who knows? The Battle of Seven. All right,
yeah.
We'll help you convince you.
Of course.
This is a good setup for the story. And by the way, for people that like might not have like noticed, I guess. Oh, I got a new one unlocked. Oh boy. where is it? I think, oh yeah, it's this one. Like, there's some people that I don't think read between the lines and understood the reason why Citlali, is it this one? I think it is this one. Detaches from people.
You really have to ask? I pretend not to care about anything as a shield. In reality, all I do is worry about things.
There you go. That line is there for the people that chose to ignore or not read between the lines, which it's fine if you missed it. You didn't have to like understand that detail of her character. But like, there you go. It's spelled out point blank for you.
So the shaman masters in my tribe trick their students into forming a grudge against me. But do you want to know how? This is the most traditional method. Say you were cheated by a scammer, then send your students to graffiti the scammer's house. With a little righteous indignation on your side, you can get them to do anything. See how unfair that is? At least most people can recognize my house from a random scammer now. So I don't get that one as much.
Weird. Alright. So Lolly lives over here? Okay. Honestly, you know what? Like, look, if there's no internet, right? If there's no internet, I'd do the same. live like close enough that you can, you know, get resources from people when you need. You need to, you know, live close enough that you can go shopping if it's need be, because you rely on societal functions to some degree to survive, but also detached enough that you're not forced to interact with them very often.
So, this is where the great shaman lives? A bit far from civilization, isn't it? I hope the person appointed...
For someone like Citlali, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Is this graffiti her work too? I wonder if it's a cultural practice. If I could just copy it down,
We're here
Graffiti
for a
is a
reason,
cultural
Oliver.
practice.
As agreed,
Doesn't mean it was by her.
You two can do the talking, and we'll wait for you here.
You could have found her home before the version update. Her character teaser shows the door. I mean, look, yes, I could have went and Googled where does Citlali live and probably found it. It wasn't a thing that passed through my mind. I'm sorry. I don't actually care where she lives that much. It just like she lives over here, and I thought that was an interesting thing that did make sense. That's all. I didn't feel the need to go start stalking Citlali.
Okay, we'll go knock on the
Sorry.
door. Hopefully she's not hungover. Citlali? Are you there? We need your help with something.
That animation with Traveler knocking on the door was extremely stiff. I think they added this on purpose to like hide that a little bit. It still looked pretty bad. Like, I appreciate that they did it, but like versus just a knock knock. Actually, I don't know. I think a knock knock sound might have just been better than that animation. But anyways.
Oh, Granny Itzli? Are you home?
Hey, kid! If you're here to challenge me, book an appointment first. Traveler!
Hi. China's history of how they read academics. I guess it's the reason they're always the evil in Genshin. I know what you're referring to, but I don't know if there's actually that strong of a. I don't know. I have no. I don't think there's that necessarily that much basis unless like without seeing more actual proof of it for a sentiment, like a cultural sentiment of like disliking academics in China. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it's the opposite nowadays. I could be wrong, Jason. I don't know. You might still be right. Like on a historical level, when China has had some social revolutions, did they do some pretty terrible things and treat academics terribly? Yes. And might there be long-standing biases due to those things? Maybe. But I don't know if that necessarily stands till today, particularly as China has tried to technologically advance. I don't know. I could be wrong though. I have no idea. But I'm just saying, being that this story is written today, I don't know if that is necessarily a reflection of that. Academia in China is crazy good, to be honest. There's so much research being published. That's what I kind of thought. Yeah, I kind of thought that a shit ton of research comes from China and Korea, or just that area of the world in general, maybe more specifically. So yeah, I don't think China culturally has a bias against academics anymore. But anyways, door closes abruptly. I mean, fair. Genshin hates academics that live in trees.
Looks like we came at a bad time.
Are you still there? Just come in. We can talk inside.
Well, at least we didn't get turned
See,
away.
Citlali would really appreciate phones existing, because she'd be like, God damn it, why didn't you tell me you were coming? She'd be like, I do not open the door to someone who does not contact me beforehand. Right? So, anyways, like if my family showed up here today, I'd be like, F off. You did not tell me you were coming. Right? Do I have an account with Aether? Yeah.
So this is where Citlali lives.
I didn't have time to fully clean up the place.
I mean, it's not that dirty.
Complain if you
Also, it's
want.
humongous inside.
Menial housework means nothing to a great shaman like myself.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, in light novels, people who keep everything neat and tidy are always too boring to be the protagonists. Also, I'm not a hermit.
Yes, good justification.
I'm just above superficial rules of societal etiquette.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Me too. The end of this quest is much better with Aether. Why? You can tell me after the end. Don't tell me right now.
She sure does care a lot about what we think of her.
Oh, and that spell I used to transfer my senses to you, you're not still, experiencing the side effects, are you?
How long ago was that?
It's my duty as a great shaman to check that kind of thing.
Yeah, slightly different animations. Oh my.
Hear your thoughts? Nope. It's been so long. We don't have to worry about that anymore, right?
Then why do I hear the traveler's
It's more
thoughts
flirty.
in my
All right,
head?
so what? It's because we're not allowed to have gay animations in. I don't know.
What?
I can still hear you, you know. Don't bother. I'll find a way to fix it.
Emily's.
First,
You get to go
hear
to
my
Emily's
thoughts, now I'm
quest too,
hearing
or
your
Emily's
thoughts.
shop probably.
It was just a simple spell. I
Gay
used
anime.
it on you,
Yeah,
and
I
now
mean,
it's
I
on
was
the
making a
prince.
joke.
Forget it. Just tell me why you're here.
Well, someone asked us to ask you to be their consultant. They have questions about the history of...
So they asked the hero of Natland to put in a good word?
Yup.
Sounds like they know I don't usually
Also,
trouble
don't call us
myself
a
with
hero,
other people's
please.
Problems.
I feel like Citlali of all characters, I would appreciate it if she's just like, I would appreciate some level of like self-awareness to the absurdity of how that all was, right? Like, I wish there was a line, like, it would really, really solidify Citlali's character almost if instead of she saying, oh, they asked the hero of Natlan, she just had some random line of like, by the way, why does everyone think you're a hero? Like, anyways. She did say it a little sarcastically, yes.
The pay is really good.
I just want some self-awareness from the developers.
Doesn't matter. I'm busy.
Mm-hmm.
She sure doesn't look busy. I knew this wouldn't get us anywhere.
I like how she throws all her books on the ground, like but not on this giant desk that she has. But you know, I understand why she probably does it. She probably throws the books on the ground because organizationally, you might say like, I was not organized to throw things on the ground. Yeah, whatever. But like, to her, right? She's reading books. That's her primary thing she's doing. She keeps the books she wants to read on the desk. New books can go in boxes. Those are probably books that were shipped to her. Like the new books can stay in their boxes because those are like not the priority books to read, but like they're on the list. And then you have the books on the desk are like the books she is going to read imminently. And then where do you put the books that have already been read? Well, they can just go on the ground. The books on the ground are the books that have been read.
From you?
Yeah, she knows where the book is. It's organized.
Yeah, we were given a sacred duty to help your tribe weave a special scroll.
Huh? So, you're the appointed ones this time?
Can someone refresh me why we are the appointed ones? I think it was the first quest thing, but the first quest thing I did a while ago.
We were surprised too. After all, we have no idea how to weave a scroll like that. But
Yeah,
we
she can
should
summon her
figure it
pillow
out.
anywhere. I'm
We were
assuming
able to make
she
some
reads wherever
progress.
she dang well pleases. That is true.
We still haven't succeeded, but we learned that the key to weaving the scroll is a special kind of color. The historical event those
Because
men
we
were
are the
asked
MC.
about
I
also
I was
involves
hoping for
color.
more of an
If
explanation
you
than
help
that,
them,
but
you
yeah.
might end up helping us too.
The Yai pick on the book in the Citlali house. I think that's a book you can buy from Yai, whatever the publishing house. Oh, the bird chose you. Oh yeah. Okay.
She's giving us that face again.
I can't decide whether this twist is completely out of the blue or if it was foreshadowed all along.
Does that mean
I need to think about it.
3 weeks later, she'll tell us that yeah, she's down to help. Which, to be fair, right? One, this is just the kind of like it's the kind of thing I would do. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, you mentioned you guys wanted to do this," and they'd be like, "Yeah, 2 weeks ago." I was like, "Oh, my bad." But also she's like immortal, so I imagine even more than like me, time goes by a little, differently on a perception level. It still passes 1 second per second, but like perceptually, when it comes to remembering things like that, it's not that she forgets, it's that the importance level of when specifically you need to remember specific things ceases to exist, right? Anyways, yeah, 15 business days. International shipping times. Wow, that was a very angry, just...
Stand down, Grudok.
Stand
As your
down.
employer, if I tell you to wait, then you wait.
Understood.
What did he do? Games.
You're the great shaman who's been alive for centuries? But you're so...
So what? What are you gonna say?
Apologies for the disturbance. Grudok,
You're lucky you didn't force Citlali's hand.
well, since you're here, how about a discussion?
He banged on the door and shouted. Oh. That was him. I thought that was, for some reason, one of the other dudes. But
Do you have any idea
why would that?
who I
Like,
am?
like no,
Do
like
you
for
think
actually, like
Ray
why?
and
Why would
Citlali
that dude?
fooled by your little performance?
How bad of bodyguards are the Fatus? If they, like for real, how bad of bodyguards are they? That they're gonna like, you're here to be a bodyguard for this dude in Natlan, and you just got impatient. Like what is wrong with you, actually? But anyways, like I feel like it would have made more sense for the other dude that's with this dude. They what's his name is did it instead. Anyways. Like, bodyguards would never do that. This dude, yeah, like, this dude, it would have made more sense that he did it. He's not, like, being... He doesn't have the same kind of relationship. Whatever.
I have no intention of speaking to
One-star
you.
review for those
Your
bodyguards,
recent
yeah.
hire interrupted me right as I was about to make an important decision. Pull a trick like that again, and I'll make your lives a living horror novel.
Oh,
except
no.
10 times worse. That's all.
Whoa.
Traveler, we have a discussion to finish.
You live up to your name, Granny Citlali. I apologize for the offense. I'm just surprised the Battle of Seven Colors didn't pique your interest.
Wait, did Paimon not mention that?
You're investigating the Battle of Seven Colors?
Ah, the Traveler didn't get to that part? Yes, I thought the Traveler could help me convince you. But, if I'm not mistaken, you have a personal interest in this matter, don't you? I heard that the great shaman Huitzilin was a friend of yours. You two must have been close.
Is that the child that we saw in her trailer or something, by the way?
If I can
That's
resolve
my
the
expectation.
controversy and prove the battle took place,
It's probably not going to be
I'll
confirmed
include
100%
it
or
in my
anything. Or
next
maybe it will be,
collection.
I don't know.
Then, all of Teyvat will learn the truth. With your support, your friend's heroic deeds will once again be known throughout the land. Inspiring, don't you think?
You see, I wish these choices mattered. Obviously, it doesn't matter. But this is one of those, like, choices on, like, if it's a Mass Effect system, right? Where I feel like one of these is probably the better one. Which I'm assuming is this one.
If this is
Because
really
once
about that duty,
Citlali
then-
lets you into her life, I think she
fine. I'll
tends to
help
probably
you.
be like, I will, yeah, she'll begrudgingly do it. She'll say she begrudgingly does it, but she, like, that would be better, I think, of a response. But the other one would have been like, you know, I don't know, less whatever points for system for Mass Effect conversation system. So, anyways, like Mass Effect does a much better job, is my point, of like the illusion of choice with minor systems like that. Whereas Genshin, you know, there's the illusion of choice, but it fails to actually seem like a choice ever. So, anyways,
I agreed
and
to
that was
help
one of the rare
Traveler,
instances where
not
it felt
you.
like there was an actual choice there that could have a minor effect, but because of Genshin's past systems for how it normally does dialogue, you know it doesn't matter, right? Anyways. You good to help? Not you. You'll just have to leave when you can. Okay.
Well,
That's
I'm just happy
predictable.
to help.
Willing to help us, and the other people can tag along and continue to annoy her.
Who are you calling heartless?
Not a problem. I always plan to work with the Traveler.
Love the choices in Pokemon games, though. Yes or absolutely. Yeah, see, that's better. If you're at least just poke fun at it, but...
So, did you directly experience any events of the battle? Do you have any idea where it took place? Can you think of any relics we could...
Talk at me, why don't you?
Immediately, just 4 questions. That's how I act in my YouTube comments sometimes. Which I do that, to be fair. Like, it's not me trying to be an asshole, usually. Most of the time, I'm just like typing out stream of consciousness thoughts in my YouTube comments. And like if I have a bunch of questions in my response to a comment, it's because those are all questions that popped in my head. So, anyways, this dude's a writer, or he's like going to write something. So I feel like in the flow of an actual conversation, he should know better than to just barrage someone with questions, especially when they just announced they're not going to directly help you. They're going to help the Traveler. So, anyways, yeah, the reason I do stream of consciousness commenting on YouTube, because I oftentimes won't remember to go and look back at those replies. So I waffle a bit and put like a lot of information in a comment that I feel like covers the bases of my perspective without me having to constantly come back and respond in the conversation chain, because I don't get like I'll get notifications potentially, but like the way that YouTube notifications work when you're a creator is like it's very, very, very easy for you to get a notification technically, but then that notification is replaced by another comment that happens. Or it's just lost in the dirge of other notifications, right?
Fine. No, no, and no.
So, hey, she answered.
I did live during the same era as her, but that doesn't mean we experienced the same events. I've lived a long time, but I'm not a walking encyclopedia. You decide the angle of your investigation, and I'll provide answers if I'm familiar with the subject.
All right. Even if you didn't
That's
witness
a
the battle
fairly
yourself,
respectful answer
you
to that,
still
yeah.
lived through that era. Your insights are very valuable. Alier, you had an idea about where to start, yes?
Oh, well.
I'd kind of like
my
it so like
plan
has
was to
some line
consult
at
the
later
members
where
of
she's
the
just
tribe
like,
in charge of recording
dude,
history.
sure I lived that era, but I was doing the same thing back then that I am now. I hid in my house most of the time. I mostly just read books in my house. I never saw the fireworks 200 years ago. Just go away.
Traveler, what do you say to officially working together? After all, it appears...
Don't even have a choice. Not even an illusion of one. Yeah. Alright. Well, yeah, this quest is immediately a fairly strong start. Again, it's like Citlali is an actual character. Crazy. Not like it's perfect. I mentioned some lines I would have kind of liked to see from them or whatever, but...
You don't seem super invested in this whole thing, Citlali.
The Battle of Seven Colors is something I've only ever heard about.
Yeah, you were
Not
in your
as much
house
as
reading.
anyone else in my tribe.
But how? Weren't you alive when it happened?
I wasn't there when it took place, and she never told me about it. That's how.
But
I see.
Mama Lusal said the two of you were close
Yeah,
friends.
and fair.
The battle was
There's no reason you had to be
Why
there.
wouldn't Huitzilim tell you about it?
Like, I feel like it's exactly the thing that would happen in the real world, right? If you're like an individual who lives much longer than others, like, right? If there was someone from, you know, the Civil War alive today, right? That's kind of the equivalent here. Be like, hey, you lived through the Civil War. Did you see the battle of this? And he'd be like, no. I know less about it than you do. I didn't live near the battle. I lived in the next state over. And or even like the same state. Even if it was like you lived in the same state that the battle happened. If it was 50 miles away, you might have heard some gunshots, maybe. But maybe not. I don't know. 50 miles is way too far for nice gunshots for Civil War era. I'm familiar with how gunshots sound in the modern day. So I'm used to like living in an area where people hunt. Like, if you lived 50 miles from like a major battle in the Civil War, and then you lived to be 200 years old to like current day, you'd have people like this who would come to you and be like, yo, what do you think of the Battle of Shubadoops, whatever? And like, regardless of book reading, alcohol drinking, locking yourself away from other people, you would not have directly observed that unless you were there, right? Like, you were just doing your own life things a few miles away, and it was a thing that happened that you weren't part of, that you heard about or like knew about. You knew the Civil War was happening, probably, but like you weren't there. You're not going to give specific on-hand details, and ultimately that means that like historians' records at the time, like someone who was like a historian recording details of the battle, that record is going to be more reliable than the record of someone that lived 50 miles away from the battle who didn't actually observe it, right? Like, that's what I'm saying here. Even though they're alive today, and yes, they might be able to help with some like societal, social context of like how people talked about it back then, and that would help you nail down whether or not it was an actually real thing, because that was a problem this dude had, right? He's trying to figure out if this was an actually real thing that happened in the first place. He didn't even ask that, I think. Did he ask that? Maybe that's one of the things she said no. No, she didn't say no to that, I think. But like, you get the point, right? Like it's a funny thing to think about. Is all it is. And like she's
Close
completely
friends.
justified in that.
More
Like
arch rivals. Something Montluçon would know if he actually
she
did
there's
his
no
research.
particular reason she had to have seen that thing, just because she was alive back then and in the general area.
Did you see the graffiti outside my house? That's not all students from Huitziling School of Shamanism must pass an extremely difficult trial before graduation.
Defeating you.
Defeating me in battle.
Will you pull for Risley since you're getting Shenhe? I want to break from pulling characters, I'm sorry. So I'm leaning towards very no.
Those graffiti drawings
I
are how
really
they
want to break
challenge
from
me.
pulling any characters for like a patch. And working on existing things in my account.
Of course, none of them ever succeeded.
I really want to break from pulling characters, I'm sorry.
So, after Wheatseline's death, her students had no choice but to modify the requirement. Instead of defeating me, all they have to do now is last long enough.
Yeah, none of them graduate, okay.
As my rival, Wheatseline only had one achievement that surpassed my own. And that was the Battle of 7 Colors. I can only assume she had some kind of
Take a
secret
6-month
technique
break
at
from
her
pulling
disposal.
characters. Yeah, I mean, I did that in the past. It's like part of why I was able to get Farina C2 without doing a bunch of top-ups. I just didn't pull for characters for a long while.
It makes perfect sense that she kept
How do you
it from
participate in
me.
the account
I'm
fixing
a fast
videos?
learner. Telling me about the technique is no different than handing it to me on a silver platter. As if she would give away her one advantage.
The account fixing, my plan, I'll just say my plan for the next account fixing video is to do a live stream, and I don't know exactly how it's going to happen, but my plan, so my next account fixing video is already just hopefully coming out this week. I've been saying that for like 3 weeks, I'm sorry. But after that, I'm going to go back to like doing an account fixing on someone else's account, and I think I'm going to select them in a live stream somehow. So I'm going to have some format for selecting you in a live stream. And I will probably have the live stream being like, all right, if you want me to fix your account, join this stream. And I'll probably set up I'm going to set up like maybe a custom form just for that live stream. So people that join that live stream can submit to that form and make their case for why I should try to fix their account, right? Rather than the problem of having to go through and sift through the old form with 1 billion entries. And then trying to contact 100 billion different people and hope that one of them responds, and then 3 of them respond at the same time, and like I don't contact a bunch of people at the same time. I contact someone, wait a couple of days, they don't respond, contact someone else, and then the first person will half the time and eventually respond like a week freaking later, and I'm just like, so anyways, that's my current plan for a new potential way to find people's accounts to fix. Is to maybe do a live stream format where people submit during a live stream. I review them. I review the submissions in the live stream. And like take a brief look at your account. So I can do like as a live stream content and maybe try to like work through some things and like see if like I can find an account and like discuss it. Like discuss based on what you tell me and then what I see based on like your Enka profile and go from there, right? That's the kind of idea I have. But anyways, so keep an eye out for a live stream, I guess. But it's not going to be directly this week or anything. That's soon DM.
That makes sense.
Anyway, all of that is secondary. Like I said, I'm only here to help you fulfill your duty.
Mm-hmm.
Don't misunderstand. This duty is
Oh,
important
okay.
for my tribe too. A great shaman.
I thought that was
should do her
in
part
Traveler's
to see it
Head.
done.
But it's another case of, yep, should have probably been voiced. Oh well, is what it is. This was in their head.
Excuse you?
Wait, that wasn't in their head?
Fail to see what house
That was in the
duty has to do with
parentheses.
My duty as a shaman.
No, or not parentheses, whatever. Is she reading our minds? Or is that...
Why is it that you're the one whose thoughts are exposed, but I'm still the one suffering? I need to get to the bottom of...
She can just read our minds? Okay, I see.
Excuse me, great shaman, but
So she's
we
just
have a
talking out loud.
situation over here. We could really use your help.
Okay.
Is this the second person that can now read Traveler's mind?
Of course the Battle of 7 Colors happened. The Woven Scroll proves it. Wheatseliane used a mysterious color to construct a maze and trap the enemies inside.
That's just your interpretation. There's more than one way to understand
Those
that
lines are why
scroll.
you like the Aether version
Besides,
better?
Constructing a maze
Okay.
out of color? is ridiculous.
Wheat Sealing was one of the most powerful shamans
I
of
feel
her
like you
time.
just
She
like you just
definitely
want to
could've pulled
ship
it off.
Aether and Citlali together. I don't know. Whenever I hear people say like, because this has been said for other things in the past, right? Where people are like, oh, it's so much better with Aether here, or it's so much better with Lumine here, and it feels like it just tends to be because like people, for whatever gender pairing preferences they have for shipping characters, they prefer that it matches their gender preference for shipping the characters together. So, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll feel the same. Maybe after I see the Lumine thing, I'll be like, oh yeah, if this was Aether, it would have been better. But I don't know. Anyways.
That's the biggest problem. She had students. Why not pass it down? A technique that powerful?
Her students are keeping it a secret, of course. If you knew a technique like that, you'd be a
You don't do shipping, just the end will make this have much more sense? Alright.
Oh, I didn't mean to cause an argument. I just wanted to ask.
If I don't notice,
is there anything we
don't
can
be
use
surprised.
to prove the battle took place?
Of course it took place. Why would you need to prove it?
You'll have to excuse him. Some people in our tribe insist on clinging to outdated views of history.
This would have worked better with like an
Only
older
gets more
dude
ridiculous
and a
from
younger
here.
dude a little bit, in my opinion. And without this line saying some people in our tribe insist on clinging to outdated views of history. Well, I don't know. It would have worked better if they were older. It works a little bit less well with someone of similar age, perceptually.
Please don't fight.
Please don't fight.
Wow, so the battle really is controversial.
You think we need MC skins? Yeah.
Am I the outdated one? Kids these days can't
I don't
find
mind shipping
anything
characters
better to
in their
argue
heads.
about?
People shipping characters in their heads. Try not to force those ships down your throat. Yeah. I don't think whoever it was, I forgot. King-Ons. I don't think they were trying to force it down our throat or anything. They said they weren't directly shipping, just that it makes sense to them. But I think they might be subconsciously shipping, maybe, which is fine.
These arguments are precisely
Maybe
why
I'll
I
do it too.
hesitate to include this
Maybe
story
I'll
in my
ship
collection.
Lumine and Citlali together by then. I don't know.
Neither side was able to offer anything useful.
It's been a long time
What
since
should
I
we do?
cared about shipping characters, and the vast majority of... to be clear, when I get really, really into a piece of media, I might start shipping characters. The problem is like shipping characters only happens in my mind passingly when the characters are very compelling. And that's never going to happen with Pyro Traveler. It's never going to happen with Traveler in general, because Traveler is not a compelling character, right? They have no framework of like being an actual character in my mind for my mind to ever care about thinking of like shipping the Traveler with a character, right? So, but I'm reading the Way of Kings, the Stormlight Archive right now, and when I've been reading parts of that book does have me like thinking thoughts of like, because Kaladin is a compelling character. You don't have to like him, but he's a pretty compelling character. And your brain, like my brain, starts going, Kaladin with this character might be a good pairing together. Like, or maybe Kaladin and Shallan, no, they would be bad for each other. Like, I had those kinds of thoughts very early on, and only in book 1. And book 5, Kaladin himself is like, yeah, sorry for, whatever, I won't say specifics. You get the point, right? Like, when the characters are compelling, I think your brain naturally does that to some level, potentially. I don't do that with characters in Genshin very often in general, because characters in Genshin tend to not be as compelling in general. Not that they're never compelling. I do think Citlali is a pretty compelling character. But Traveler is not a compelling character in particular. And therefore, it feels to me like shipping Traveler with any character in the game is just a self-projection of shipping yourself with characters. And that's not particularly a thing I've done since I've not been a middle schooler / early high schooler, whatever, since puberty. So I will admit to like having said thoughts in puberty, but not much in the last 10 years. So
Wheat Sealing was a passionate teacher. We were opposites in that sense. The technique she used in the battle must have been her masterpiece. There's every reason to pass it on. Still, if the technique is powerful enough to single-handedly stop an invasion, it also makes sense that her disciples would keep it a secret.
Yeah.
We should check with the students from her school. If we can confirm the technique
I feel like it's
exists,
after over
we can
hundreds
deduce
of
certain
years,
things
it's
about
kind
the
of
battle.
surprising that not a single student would like utilize their power for selfish means. So it's like, it's typical like problems a little bit with like some of the specifics of like Genshin's lore and plot, where some characters, just like how this dude was like overly dedicated to like the moral ideal of maintaining truth in the stories he's writing, is a bit unrealistic, right? As far as a motivation for someone who is monetarily motivated to write about stories, kind of thing, right? Like, even his very definition of what he would define as true as a writer would probably be modified due to his need to rely on it for monetary gain. Like, it's not even something like he would be doing out of like ill will towards people. It's just a bit unrealistic, I think, for people to this often have these idealistic standards, and especially when it comes to like groups of people. This school of people that has existed for hundreds of years, shamans that have this extremely powerful technique, not one of them strayed from the idealistic path of do no harm with your massive powers, right? Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where like when I start thinking about those details, it makes some of the specifics of Genshin's story start to fall apart a little bit to me. It's kind of all, as far as like the history of the world and lore things go.
High positions in the tribe. Not the type of people outsiders like us can speak to on a whim.
Right. The obsidian altar is off limits to you. But, if I go...
Yeah, idealized to the extreme. Yeah, exactly.
Is there a problem?
Most of Weaseling students are respected priests in the tribe. But that means they had to go through me. Or try, at least. I, of course, humiliated
I guess,
them from a young age.
To be fair, in the case of this, you could argue that Citlali is the balancer of things when it comes to these students. She's the check and balancer across time that keeps these people in line. She's the checks and balances. As soon as she ceases to be here, then maybe there's problems.
Those who hold the position now are the ones who lasted long enough before I wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, she beats them up.
If I show up without warning, they'll run for dear life. That's not gonna get us any answers.
I mean, yeah, it's true. Like, again, good characterization, like, where just with a couple simple scenes, they establish how, like, Citlali does not want to go out without actual need. So, you know, if she is going out, you're just like, oh, shit. Oh, shit, she came to see me, and we're not friends.
Yeah, Paimon can see it now.
Hey, don't jump to conclusions. That was just a metaphor.
Okay.
Only you.
So
have
Holy
the
Boss
guts
is
to
one of the
joke like that
shamans?
with
Oh,
me,
nice.
Traveler.
Didn't
Fine.
connect that, but that makes
I said
sense.
I'd help, so I'll help. But don't blame me if it goes
A little bit of a fail then that Citlali can't. Citlali should have been able to break the shields. Well, I guess she can freeze them. That's true. That is thematic.
We appreciate the help.
You're welcome. I'm gonna go back underground.
Oh, are you in the middle of a ceremony?
She's just really gonna interrupt him.
Granny Eatsley?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What is she doing here?
They're shitting their pants.
Did some coward not show up after challenging her to a fight?
Or is she here to officially take over the tribe?
Whoa. It's like they really do see her as some kind of tyrant.
No matter what, we'll defend our dignity as priests to the end.
You talk a big game for someone who lost to me the most out of the entire priesthood.
What?
All I want is to ask some questions.
So, you're here to interrogate us?
Torture. impending.
Someone didn't sit pretty for their beating? Is that it? You want their name, don't you?
We should just run.
Yeah, with the hero of Natlan here, Granny Citlali will be on her best behavior.
Sure, whatever you say.
Oh, it's the traveler and her companion. That does make me feel better. How can
What if
help
we
you?
say we're her friend? How would that make you feel?
We wanted to ask about the technique you inherited from Huitziling.
So you can eradicate our school once and for all?
Disciples of our school have challenged her year after year, just as our master instructed. Sounds like she's finally had enough.
Well, you're not wrong.
If we want to protect our legacy, one of us needs to run.
Not this again.
Literally.
Traumatize them, Citlali.
I mean, they probably deserved it. Also, it seems necessary based on how supposedly powerful they are.
Hey! You can't just say whatever you want just because it's in your head.
I feel like you're making yourself look a little bit weird here.
I'm Granny Citlali. A mere mention of my name and kids burst into tears. Love and respect? No one has the guts for that. You know what? Forget about your duty. We really need to fix this mind-reading situation.
She can't stand being appreciated.
Sorry to disappoint. But if
Like,
you're here to
like
question whether
it's a
we're
really good
qualified to
character
inherit
bit,
our master's
honestly,
legacy,
with the mind reading
we're
bit there,
not going down without a
because
fight.
Citlali is exactly the type of person who will overthink things, and she'll overthink, you know, what people think about her, and it's generally going to be negatively oriented assumptions as what people will think about her. So having someone she can read the mind of, who is just passingly praising her, it's just it's just like too much. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I'd be like, no, I need this link gone. I can't handle being praised.
What should we do, Traveler?
Anyways, whatever. I don't know what to do about it. I wouldn't know what to do about passive compliments from someone's brain. It would definitely fluster me.
Huh? Oh, it's you.
Elder Tlapo! Oh, we must have disturbed
Elder
your
Bird.
meditation. Our deepest
How old is the bird? Because like, this is an elder bird. Is Citlali older than the bird?
Did Elder Tlapo just issue a declaration?
Yeah.
From what I can tell,
Is Elder Tlapo
Whatever.
telling us to treat Granny Citlali as a friend?
Do you speak bird
That's not possible, is it?
or bat?
Oh, you forget yourselves, my friends. You are esteemed priests of our tribe. Where are your manners?
But Chief.
I didn't expect to see you here, great shaman. My sincere apologies for the lack of hospitality.
Well, I wasn't exactly planning to come to this crowded place. So you can save the pleasantries, Chief. I'd rather get this over with.
Understood. Now, however, Elder Tlapo's declarations have
Dude
always
is so
shown
big.
us the correct path. You would do well to respect
She saw
his
the bird
counsel.
when it was young. All right.
So, mind your manners and allow Granny Citlali to ask her questions.
Good thing Elder Tlapo and Chief
Thanks for the help, bird and big boy, bird and big bird, and bat. I know, but like, yeah.
Hi there, Elder Tlapo.
Hello.
Hey, he seemed...
He's the one who put you in charge of the scroll, right?
Yeah, Elder Tlapo appointed us to the town.
Elder Tlapo, huh? He's still Claw to me.
Adorable.
Hey, don't pull that cutesy stuff with me. You're an Iktomi-Sor elder now. You occupy an eminent and important position within the tribe.
So, you already know each other?
Claw was only this big when we first met. He was Huitzilin's Saurian companion back then. She kept dragging him to my place, so over time we got to know each other. But she only came to my place to fight me. But at the same time, she always claimed to be my friend.
Okay, so this was the person that was in the trailer,
the only one who dared
right?
to
Presumably.
try, at least.
Well, you've lived a long time. You've probably made a bunch of friends over the years, right?
The more time you have, the more friends you lose.
Oh,
Anyway,
Good job,
let's get
Paimon.
back to business.
Good job,
I hate
Paimon.
talking about the past.
Good job, Paimon. You just had to bring up something that forces old people to relive, you know, memories of their friends dying.
200 years and you still haven't given up? I still haven't made up my mind, so you should head back.
Talk to Biren.
Incoming!
hey there, Chief Biram.
Hello.
Oh, wait. We haven't reached out since the last time we...
I'm just grateful you haven't forgotten that.
Actually, we have good news. We found it.
I'm all ears.
It's the Battle of 7 Colors.
Huitzilin's claim to fame? That sounds promising.
You want to pat that big L? Yeah.
The battle
That would be a
took
good
place
plushie.
hundreds
Not
of
like
years
life
ago.
size. That would be a little, well,
An
to be clear,
investigation
life size
is bound
plushies
to
I
be
get
difficult.
it, but also they take up a lot of space. But that would be a good plushie though. The Saurians would be good plushies in particular, but I think the owl design in particular is maybe the most inclined towards a plushie. But you know, I'm sure it already exists. I'm sure those people on Etsy have them out the wazoo.
True, but Granny Eatsterly promised to help.
Is that so? Huh. I've tried seeking her help in the past, but I never managed to coax her out. You should cherish this opportunity.
Hey, don't complain. None of the previous chiefs succeeded either.
Forgive me. That wasn't my intention. It was a comment on my own failings.
And she was commenting on all of you have failed and you shouldn't feel bad.
Paimon said you've been trying to figure out how to weave the
Saying
special
blue plushies
scroll.
would sell? Yeah, that's true.
It is my duty, great shaman.
Why bother? The scrolls always end up completed on time. So what's the point of figuring it?
If I may, this task concerns the history of Natlan. Memory is sacred to our tribe. I'm sure a great shaman understands that better than a humble Jew. I know you don't concern yourself with the daily affairs of the tribe, Granny Eatsterly. Even so, as a priestess,
See, this is why.
I trust
Yeah,
you
exactly.
wouldn't leave something
This is
like
why I
that
didn't
to
think that
chance.
line would work. So hence choosing the "do it for me" line. Anyways.
I get your point. Of course, the one time I wish you could read my mind, it doesn't work. No, that's not it.
Huh?
It's not important. Rest assured, Baron.
Does Paimon know
with
that-
my help,
that
the Traveler
Citlali
and
is
Paimon
reading
will
Traveler's
definitely
mind?
be able to complete the task.
You have my thanks then.
You know, someone being able to read the Traveler's mind is a good way for Paimon not being able to summarize things. No, yes. Okay. Good. Good. We got confirmation. Hello. No, she doesn't? Okay.
So are you here to test whether we're qualified to an...
You've already been tested, haven't you? Well, frankly speaking, I don't think any of you are qualified. But that's not why I'm here. All you need to do is be good and answer my questions.
Fine. Ask away.
You've heard of the Battle of 7 Colors, right?
Of course. It's our master's claim to fame. An immortal legend inscribed in the very...
Then I'm sure you know there are those who question whether it actually occurred.
I did hear people arguing about that the other day.
It's disgraceful. How can they question something like that?
It doesn't surprise me. Natlan has had more tourism lately.
It's the tourists.
A lot of people have started getting strange ideas after interacting with Outlanders.
It's the Outlanders. They're the ones causing the young'uns to have these outlandish ideas, denying.
After all, Everyone who took part in the battle has returned to the ley
It's
lines.
definitely not that our history is
Without
passed down through
witnesses,
pictures.
It's hard to refute detractors.
Well, it just so happens the questions I want to ask are directly related to the legitimacy of this battle.
Listen, we know you were rivals, but do you really have to question her legacy?
You think she's like you? Someone who can't survive a little scrutiny?
No, of course not.
Then let me finish. During the battle, Wheatsealing most likely used a technique powerful enough to turn the tides of war. I'm sure she was very proud of it, proud enough to pass it on to her disciples. So, which one of you inherited that technique?
It should be her. They're just like looking at each other. No, no.
I don't think any of us have heard of it.
Listen, I'm not trying to take it for myself, so be honest. With or without it, I can wipe the floor with any of you.
Yeah, no objections there. But I'm telling the truth. None of us have ever heard of that technique.
Yes, I really like that. So I can read Traveler's Mind. Yeah, the lack of Paimon intermediate layer between the characters makes the characters' interactions meaningfully better.
What's wrong with her? Why would she let it go extinct?
And also, it's fine that the Traveler doesn't dock there.
Master's body of work is massive. No one student could hope to learn all her techniques.
Okay, so what I don't remember how to pronounce the name, but so the person probably chose to not send down her techniques because it could be bad to have people have that technique.
Split up what she knew into different portions.
Oh, I see. Okay. So they have to work together to like do it. All right.
So even though we see ourselves as representatives of Wheatsealing's school of shamanism, what we know isn't the sum
Or she
of her
purposely
legacy.
didn't pass it down. One of those two.
Actually, I know of a shaman family that inherited some of Master's techniques.
But if they inherited Wheatsealing's secret technique...
Well, it's the only thing I can...
All right, give me their address.
I'll mark it out on your map.
Address.
To be honest, I'm not optimistic about
I feel like addresses don't exist in this world, but like I understand why they use the word. But like it's one of those things I feel like it shouldn't be in the story. Like just all right, tell me where they live. Should be the line, not give me the address. Like
That's because the request came from you. You don't know the power of your own words, do
it's
you?
a nitpick. It doesn't really matter that much, but yeah. And what are the GPS coordinates? Please, great shaman.
Proving the legitimacy of this battle seems more hopeless by the...
Nothing we can do.
Well, even if our investigation ultimately proves the legend to be false, that's still a worthwhile result.
Yeah.
Although I'm here for business purposes, I have a personal interest in this as well. I'm drawn to matters of historical truth.
That's exactly why I chose to follow you, Monsieur Montluçon.
Listen, I'm just updating you on the situation, not
This
asking
dude
for your
makes me laugh
opinion.
'cause he's just like
I
a
don't really care whether you continue
little
your
like supporter
investigation.
puppy dude for this dude.
And Traveler, you came to me for help with your scroll weaving dude. You thought looking into the Battle of Seven Colors could give you answers. That's understandable. But based on our progress, I'd say this is a dead end.
They wouldn't have some form of addresses. How would the Scions of the Canopy make deliveries? I mean, look, I'm not saying they don't have an address system, but if they do have an address system, what does the address system look like?
Instead of wasting time, you might consider taking a different approach. I'll try to think of another way to help you.
Respected traveler, let's not
See?
forget about the compensation.
So all he goes out of her way to help you when she actually wants to.
Extra, if that's what it takes.
What makes you say that?
Yeah, based on what you've told us so far, it kind of seems like there's unresolved tension between you two.
Is it possible for unresolved tension to exist between two people when one of the people is dead? Because like you can resolve the tension on one end of the spectrum, but you can't resolve the tension from the dead person. Well, okay, I guess you can in this world. The person might come back with their ghosty form from the Night Kingdom. Okay. Never mind.
You think so?
She claimed to be your friend, but picked fights with you non-stop. And never told you about her biggest accomplishment. By figuring out the truth behind the battle, maybe we can finally help you get
closure. I'd say we're 200 years too late. But fine, if you want to keep investigating, be my guest.
Kave writes to his mom in Fontaine. Fontaine probably has an address system because like they have like a dense, huge city. That city has to have an address system. But like the tribes of Natlan, they're like tribal structures, right? Like if you go to like an African tribe, like tribal communities exist. Like a very diverse culture of tribal communities exists in Africa. Or not just Africa too. I'm just using them as an example. Like caught in my head. Like if you go to those individual tribes in Africa, be like, hey, where's their address? Like I don't think they're gonna those tribes in their like individual languages. They're not gonna have a word for address, right? Like you'd be like, where is this person? And be like, I live in that over there, right? Like so like deliveries to someone in this tribe would be like, hey, where does this person live? They live over there, right?
Ah, that's
like it's not a
news.
formal city structure. Anyways.
Alright, let's go visit the
I think resurrection won't work anymore. I wasn't implying resurrection, but are there ghosty forms? The ghosts don't exist? Give numbers to the teleporters? Yeah, well, yeah, you give numbers to the teleporters. That doesn't tell you, like, what's Lolly's address, right? 10 steps left and 50 steps down. From the teleportation point S7 to 82B. I don't know. There would be a nice little lore detail, to be clear, if, like, the teleporters, when you clicked on them, had, like, Tetsuka Takano range, S7 82B teleporter, or whatever. That would be actually an interesting lore note. Maybe all the teleporters were like set up by Conria or something, and Conria like made an address system for them. they're serialized.
Yep, that's me.
Anyways, we can stop talking about the stupid address point. It wasn't that important. Just the thing my brain latched onto.
Get up. In a crowded market like this, the only person who should be trying to hide is me.
My apologies. Ever since my grandfather's generation, the
He just gave up.
on passing your tribe.
Man, this is generational trauma at this point.
Whenever I misbehaved as a kid, Grandpa would tell me about the thrashing he received from Granny Citlali. I still get
It's one of his grandpa's core memories. The thing is, it wasn't that traumatizing. Let's be real, because like if it was if it was extremely traumatizing to Grandpa, he just wouldn't talk about it. But like, it was the perfect level of traumatizing, where like the Grandpa learned the lesson so well that he passed it down to his kids. Like it's perfect. It's the perfect level of trauma. Good job, Citlali.
Hey, don't get any funny ideas. This was your idea, remember?
What are the travel? I accidentally skipped that
Keep
travel
asking
line.
your questions. I'm going to find somewhere quiet to wait.
Okay, so your family studied under Wheat Ceiling, right?
Yes, although that pretty much ended with my grandfather's generation, unfortunately. The techniques my family learned from Wheat Ceiling didn't have much practical
grandfather
use in
alive?
terms of tribal affairs, so during my grandfather's time, we quit the priesthood. Turns out, shaman techniques aren't that useful outside the priesthood either.
What a surprise.
So over time, we abandoned them. Of course, it's possible that we were just too foolish to understand the true power of those teachings. After all, Wheat Ceiling was a genius. None of her students have been able to fully reproduce her talent.
I like the idea that Wheatslin tried to teach her like technique as being only usable if all of the different families came together. But now that this one family exited the priesthood and lost whatever their specific knowledge was for their specific family, they lost the component to make it work, and therefore the technique is permanently gone. Or semi-permanently, unless it gets rediscovered.
Do you know which techniques were passed on to your family?
I'm not sure.
But it's also on a simpler level. I think it might. The implication might be that this family was the one that got the super powerful technique, and the super powerful technique is gone because of that. But I would like it more if the intention was it was split between, personally. But.
Just think about it for a sec. Do you remember anything about a technique that can decide the outcome of a battle?
Wheatsleen is Wheatzeline? Wheatsleen? 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 Wheatley? Alright, Wheatley.
Decide the outcome of a battle? No, I don't remember anything like that. Besides, my family wasn't really known for our talent. If a technique like that exists, I doubt Wheatsleen would pass it on to us. You might have better luck asking one of the priests. They're descendants of Wheatsleens.
Well, looks like we're back where we started.
Still no definitive evidence the Battle of Seven Colors took place. Alier, do you think we have enough to draw a conclusion?
All we have are non-witness accounts. We could put together an interview, but that's not going to hold up an...
Then we have to keep going.
How is Citlali? Like Citlali, I've been saying Citlali a lot. Obviously, I think that's how a lot of people are saying it. But I think in game, it's been pronounced a little bit differently from different characters. It's supposed to be Citlali, right? Citlali, something like that.
Oh, you're investigating the Battle of Seven Colors?
Yeah, you know about...
Not a lot, but there's something special about my family. In addition to shaman techniques, Wheatslean's stories were passed down to us as well. Say what you want about my ancestors' dedication to shamanism, but they definitely paid attention to those. And of course, the Battle of Seven Colors is the most exciting story of them all.
We don't need another story. We need something concrete. Does no one in your tribe understand that?
Bro, you're trying to find a history of something that happened 200 years ago. There's no such thing as concrete. There's just gathering what evidence you can and proposing that evidence, and then you can like write as a writer. This dude is pissing me off, actually. It's like he's obsessed with truth without being someone who understands the nuance of how truth is wishy-washy, right? He actually annoys me. Like, he's a good character because of it, I guess, honestly. But he annoys me. I would be annoyed having to talk to this person in real life. Like, where he professes an ideal, but then has an inability to, like, realize the nuances of what truth even means. Yeah, he's just a merchant, but, like, then why is just a merchant so obsessed with like, it being true? And he's like, I am a casual historian. Well, a casual historian would understand that it's hard to get down to the truth of things. And, like all you can do is gather the information as it is and present it. And you can be like, yeah, this story is this. And there is discourse, there is some disagreement in some members of the tribe that it is even a real thing. But upon my investigation, you know, based on finding this from this family and this and this and this, it seems to be that it was an actual thing that happened from my point of view, but it is impossible to know. Like, that's the truth of the situation. Represent the truth as it is now, which is that it's impossible to solidly know. Yeah, I hate absolutists.
Thank
you,
Jason.
Jason.
This is helpful, but the story passed down in my family is a little different from the one told in the tribe.
Really?
Well, it's Wheatslean's personal account of the events, so it's a lot more detailed. For example, in the version I heard, the battle took place in a location known as
Chikomostak
Cave.
Chikomostak Cave. Well, Luson is a well-written character. He definitely makes you feel stronger. No, yeah, like I think he's actually like a decently written. Right, as far as like NPC characters, they did a good job.
That means you can tell us where to
like
find it.
The NPC focus on the Farina quest, I think almost made like Farina was a well-written character, and then I still maintain that the Farina story quest, if anything, hurt her character a bit, mostly just because of the association with this NPC BS. Like those NPCs were not that interesting as a thing to justify the quest line. These ones are interesting enough that like they do feel like real characters somewhat, even if they're like, this dude seems a bit too idealistic and whatever. He does seem like a real character, right?
Unfortunately not.
I studied maps of Natlan before we left, Monsieur Montluçon. I don't remember ever...
Could your...
It's unlikely. My family may have let the shamanism side of... In the words of my grandfather, Some things deserve to be passed down more than secret arts.
If Whitzelin's version of events differs so much from the general understanding, that...
Yeah, that's disappointing.
Oh, hold on. You mentioned the Chico Most cave?
You just sneak up behind him.
Oh, yes? Can I clear something up for you?
It's been more than 200 years. Huh. I never thought I'd hear that name again.
What do you mean?
Okay. Okay.
That location is now known as the Valley of Fog.
Okay.
The Chico Mostek Cave is what it was called 200
A
years
cave
ago.
turned into a valley?
Precisely when Wheat Ceiling was alive. That means Monsieur
Oh, the
Montesson,
battle turned into... Oh,
we
I
can
see.
confirm
Okay.
the original site of the battle. Once we get there, the evidence we...
Just when we thought all hope was lost.
Chicken no.
Battery won't get you anywhere with me.
Now the only good thing, that was a terrible show, by the way. Like, it had that song going for it and nothing else.
Wait, Mr. Montluçon works in publishing. You're a huge fan of light novels, right?
I tried to give it a serious shot. I gave it more than 3 episodes, I think. It was a terrible show, honestly.
Really?
Do not watch it. The song, though, was great. You know.
Out of print, huh? Sure.
Well, if we're talking collectibles, then the first edition of Shogun Almighty Reborn as Raiden with Unlimited Power is a must.
Yes.
It's the first major hit of the isekai genre.
Oh boy. Speaking of isekai,
First edition are exceedingly rare and valuable.
I do sometimes like partaking in isekai trash shows. But for some reason, none of the isekai trash shows in this current season of anime, there's a ton of them. I feel like there's more than normal, and there's always a ton of them. But like, there's a ton of them this season of anime, and they're all not interesting. Like, none of them even have an interesting gimmick enough to like compel me even to continue watching them. I usually, my process is to go look out, like not even before I even consider watching it. Look at the synopsis. All right, does it have an interesting gimmick? And then look at like what people's thoughts are on discussion threads, of like the first episode or whatever, and you can get a pretty good vibe of like if it strikes the right balance of like trashiness, or if it's just maybe good, because sometimes they're just actually good to watch them, right? And anyways, point is, thanks for bringing up Isekai, Citlali. There's like nothing good this season other than like this season of anime is all just like a bunch of like or new season stuff that's enjoyable. Basically, the one exception to this is I think I guess well the first episode, there's 2, sorry. There is is a freaking Otome game one with the dude, the dad gets reincarnated as the villainess. That one's great so far, the first episode. And then the other one that was enjoyable, at least, like much more enjoyable than I thought it was going to be, is Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf. That it doesn't feel like it's just like the Japanese tourism industry advertising Japan to me. Like, come visit Japan, it's a wonderful place. Yes, but they have like a couple specific things they did that I really like. Like, it seems like it's taking some of the story seriously from the first episode. It might just become tourism propaganda. It's a little bit too much like, oh wow, the food is amazing immediately, but like some nice details that were better written than isekais typically are. Even though this feels like it's mostly tourism propaganda, it was still better written than most of the other things. So, anyways, there you go. That's my 2 things. The Salaryman isekai is kind of good. No, you talking about the one with the headhunted to another world one? If you're talking about the headhunted to another world where the Demon King recruits the dude, I liked the first episode. The second episode went full on just generic, and like it's plot line, like I don't know. I didn't like how they're not actually focusing on it was a lot of tell not show, right? Things happening. And I don't know, like, Zenshu's pretty good. Oh yeah, Zenshu counts. I forgot about Zenshu. Okay, to see there's more good ones than I thought. Okay, Zenshu's a little undecided yet right now. It's interesting. I'm gonna continue watching Zenshu. So yeah, I forgot about Zenshu. I'm sorry. All right. You know what? Yeah. There's more good, decent-ish, enjoyable isekai in some way or another this season than I expected. But there's also so many really, really, really just like, because like either you want it like isekai that are like just funny, or you want isekai that are just like so bad that they're good, or you want like actually good ones. Almost all of them are just in that awful middle ground of like not interesting concept this season, not interesting concept, whatever, and they're just like a waste of time, right? Because they're not bad enough to be that funny, and they're not intended to be like funny, or if they are intended to be funny, they're not good at doing it. Is the feeling I got. So, anyways, Red Ranger Isekai. I actually haven't watched or looked at that one yet. I forgot about that one. Anyways, so yeah, the normal isekai situation in this current anime season, I guess, is the end conclusion. I thought there was only like 2 that were interesting, but no, there's actually, I guess, more than 2. But anyways, I just prefer straight up fantasy. No, I agree. I agree. Straight up fantasy tends to be better. That's a problem a lot of isekais have. Is that a lot of isekais are just like, you could just slightly change the plot of this, and it would be better if it was a fantasy. An example of this is like a good show that is not an isekai. The first episode was very good, at least, is I may be a guild receptionist, but I'll solo any boss. To be clear, I don't know if it's actually going to be that good. There's some work to potentially be done in that regard, because I don't know. But it's not an isekai, it's just a fantasy show. And the fantasy might actually be, like, a good part of it. But, like, if it was just, it could have been a trashy isekai. They could have just made the main character a fucking isekai reincarnated from another world. But they didn't, because the writer realized that's stupid if it wasn't going to be an actual important plot point. Way too many isekai shows just, like, have it as there just so they can be lumped in the isekai genre, I guess. I don't know.
I see.
Anyways. Why did I get on that point? Oh yeah, because Citlali mentioned isekai. Thanks. Good job, Citlali.
It was Yai Publishing House's attempt at gauging the new market trends.
Citlali brought up the equivalent of
It's opened the door to a new
what is the equivalent? The thing that started the isekai. I don't know. Isekai. The thing is, arguments of like the thing that started the isekai genre is a little bit weird. Because like what started like the explosion of like isekai anime is a different thing from like what started the explosion of isekai manga. And isekai as a concept is not a new concept. Like being transported to another world is like an old ass concept, right? But yeah, Sword Art Online is probably what triggered the explosion in an anime level. I don't think it was what triggered manga. Right? You can argue Dot Hack. Like you can definitely find like precursors to Sword Art Online for sure. But I think Sword Art Online was like explosively successful enough that it was probably the one that you could say is the trigger for the current trend in anime, at least. But as a concept, right, it's definitely not the origin of all isekai, obviously. So Narnia, there's way before Narnia, but yeah, that's an example. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is an isekai. But anyways.
Actually, Yai Publishing House released a limited edition.
Sword Art Online, it's a
not too
novel,
long
not a
ago,
manga. I know, I'm
but
sorry.
it's almost
Whatever.
impossible to get.
That was not my point. My point was
Anyway,
talking about Sword Art
I'll
Online
take
as
those two.
anime.
Sorry, I'm not sure I
Yeah, why are you talking about this, Citlali, actually?
The title is again reborn as
You're suggesting he go read some isekai to get some history lessons?
These two titles are among the most successful and well-known works in the entire industry.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz is the
Telling me,
isekai, that's
as
true.
someone who works in publishing, you've never heard of them?
I mean, this is true. He does deserve to be slandered if he hasn't heard of successful, like, light novels.
I'm a merchant from Fontaine.
They seem to be a
after all.
big thing in this world.
Regarding this particular genre from Inazuma, I'm afraid
Bro,
lack
what is
the
wrong
level
with
of
you?
expertise.
Amateur.
Yeah. How do you ignore the relevance of the isekai genre? The Bible's the oldest isekai. Is it? Is the Bible the oldest isekai? I don't know the Bible very well. Is the Bible an isekai story?
Of course.
Oh, she wants the
Sounds like
limited
a
editions as
perfect
compensation. Oh, I see.
Now there's no time to waste. We should head.
Once we get there, it'll
I
take a
missed
bit
that for
more
some
work
reason.
to determine the actual location. Right now, all
Well,
Alright, yeah,
I'm
let's go.
sure.
Have
There
you
is.
even looked at the time?
Well, what do you think, traveler? Okay, we'll find a place to rest for the night.
What happened in the
When
Bible
should
that
we be-
qualifies it as an isekai? Jesus dies and is reincarnated, but he's not reincarnated in another world. I don't know. Maybe you can. Okay, wait. Does it count as an isekai? Jesus dies and reincarnates, but Jesus's reincarnation is what makes the new world. Is that the argument? Is that the argument for the Bible being an isekai? I don't know. Anyways, whatever.
Do we have to wait that
Let's
long?
actually do the story. I know it's a good story when I get down this path, though. When I'm still engaged in the story and I get down the is the Bible an isekai path? That's just a good storyline. Not that idea, but like it's a good story that gives you those thoughts. Couldn't the traveler just go and get Yai to give us the novel? I feel like Yai probably be like, "Yo, that was printed like 20 years ago or something, or 10 years ago. It's the first edition. I don't have any more of the first edition. People bought them." Like that would be Yai's response, I'd assume.
That's only because I have important tasks to complete at night.
Like if you go ask, for first edition limited print runs from a publisher in the real world, they're gonna be like, "LOL, we printed that 10 years ago. It was the first edition print run. We're printing the not first edition even anymore. If you want to buy the first edition, you have to find someone who bought the first edition. It's not a limited collectible first edition if we're gonna reprint the first edition." So that dude's gonna have to utilize whatever other connections. He's gonna have to utilize whatever form of eBay exists in this world.
I just wanted to ask, is Granny Eats
other
satisfied
used
with my
product
answer?
selling community.
Yeah, of course. You really helped us out.
Oh, good.
You're really that scared of her?
I mean, really nice seems like a weird way to describe Citlali, because that's actively not how she tries to be. She is like a nice person, but she's actively trying not to be nice to people because she doesn't want people to get attached to her, and she doesn't want to get attached to people. So,
To be honest, Granny Eatsley almost never interacts with ordinary tribespeople like us. Everything we know about her comes from rumors. She's a powerful shaman who's lived for over 200 years. As a great hero, you're probably the only one who isn't intimidated by her.
I mean, we're older than her, so yeah. Like how the game refuses to acknowledge that, like, ever. So only, by the way, we're like 80,000 years old. We're older than Tevat. Yeah, oh, that was a...
That's quite
not a joke.
considerate of you. All right, let's grab a few drinks.
Wait, didn't you say you had important
Yeah, drinking.
What did you think I meant?
Drinking. Her plans was drinking anyways.
every night for the past 200 years? Now Paimon's worried.
She's a mortal Paimon.
No,
I don't think that's a problem.
socializing for one day.
Like, I must admit,
somewhere
I would partake in
buy some drinks
more
and head
alcohol
over.
if I was immortal. I don't, because I'm not. Like, if alcohol did not have an effect on my overall health long term, what would the reason be not to? I don't know. Well, cost, I guess. Like, it wouldn't. I don't think I would like engorge myself on alcohol, but
the mind reading issue, considering the necessary spell work.
I would recreationally partake in alcohol more, not unhealthily. I don't think, but more if it wasn't horrifyingly bad for you, because it kind of is horrifyingly bad for you. So I keep it completely relegated to social situations when I don't need to drive. Anyways. But if it was immortal and it didn't have health consequences, like, and then cost is the only thing stopping me at that point. And if it feels like, you know, hey, I just want to not be my stupid overthinking self sometimes. I mean, okay, to be clear, when I've been drunk before, I tend to overthink more sometimes. Like, I don't know. The first time I got drunk, I realized, oh, instead of being like some people where they'll just like talk non-stop or whatever, I just retreat, and I have a tendency to just retreat internally more, but I lack the ability to form as coherent of thoughts. So I just like loop thinking the same stupid thought over and over. So you won't remember your overthinking. I mean, I remember my overthinking thoughts. Well, not specifically, it was too long ago at this point, but anyways.
Sometimes I want the fresh air, but not the company. So I come here. Let's see if my stash
Makes sense.
is still here. Ah, great.
And now you've told us
The
you're here.
halberd crest birds didn't eat my snacks.
You're an alcoholic father. Okay.
Now for
If
the
you are
mind
Dark
reading
Knight,
issue. Give me your hand.
hopefully you can not destroy yourself.
I might take a
Everything in
little longer,
moderation.
actually.
Everything in
I just
moderation.
need to share my senses, make a clean break.
You're always afraid of getting drunk and spilling out your overthinking. I no longer am that worried about it. I've realized that I have...
And...
I've never gotten, like,
that should do it.
ridiculously drunk, to be clear.
Right?
But, like... I realize that I have quite a bit of control still over saying things. Like, I still know that I actively made the decision to say certain things when I was, you know, drinking with my family, for example. And having a conversation about things. And, like, did it cause me to talk about things that I probably wouldn't have talked about with them if I wasn't drinking? Potentially, yes. But I still did make the decision, and I don't feel like it was a bad thing, right? So,
You're not wrong. Hold on. Why do I still hear you in my head? Oh, did I not separate our senses completely? Maybe using my palm isn't enough? Close your eyes.
yeah, alcohol is not going to be a solution any more than a temporary
Be
solution.
able to handle this? Okay. What about now? Huh? And now? Huh.
Okay.
Whenever I try to remove the effect,
Flips
it just
directions.
flips direction and gets worse.
But I was just like, what is going on?
That was just to help with the spell. Oh, shoot. I still hear you.
Yeah,
For a
anyways.
human soul, to lose the boundaries of the mind is to drown in the sea of consciousness.
It's clear that, you know,
without
like, I absolutely understand why people partake in alcohol. But there's also individuals I've seen and interact with who partake in it to probably an unhealthy degree. It is not a solution to problems as anything other than a temporary one, and it is not the cause of problems itself, directly, generally speaking, but it can cause you more problems down the line if you over-rely on it because you think it is more of a solution than it actually is. So, yeah, anyways. Again, Citlali presumably doesn't have negative health effects from it, so it doesn't matter. I don't think it does.
Wait, that sounds bad.
I read that in a light novel.
Good characterization,
When it
indeed.
comes to
I
the
agree.
real world, I think it's pretty accurate.
Is Citlali drunk?
Yeah, really. She did. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to suspend my disbelief that she drank more than she actually did here. But then she doesn't immediately get drunk on, like, the smallest amount of alcohol. But, anyways. Because, like, you know, we wouldn't want, on a storytelling level, we wouldn't have wanted to wait 40 minutes for her to, you know, drink a bunch, but, yeah.
It's just... I'm not good at this. I'm not used to being close to people.
I put on a second shirt today, and because I thought, you know, it was gonna get cold in the room, and apparently it's not going to. I gotta take it off.
I'm not ready.
If you hear the fabric moving, because now I'm sweating too much. There we go. Salt.
I'm used to being Granny Eats.
No, only have t-shirt on.
Someone intimidating. Someone people are scared to approach. I don't have to deal with people that way.
Yeah, I'll probably use Lucy's Wenjin on Astra and Zenless. I already leveled up a second copy of it, specifically to do so. Mostly because I wanted to, like, have the mental block in my mind of, like, hey, you already spent the resources leveling up Lucy's weapon. Therefore, don't pull for her signature weapon.
Yeah, Paimon's been wondering, why do you insist on living so far away? You could easily become a leader of your tribe, someone everyone loves and
when you live as long as me, a person is like a flower.
Wouldn't your body just become more tolerant to alcohol? I mean, I think making assumptions on how an immortal person's body handles alcohol is, I don't know, like, there's no reason to make assumptions on how tolerance buildup works with an immortal person.
The color draws you in. You
I think the
water it
most...
to see it bloom. It rewards you with its fragrance.
I think the most, like, sensible thing to assume of someone who on the assumption of, like, alcohol does not have negative health effects to someone immortal, right? If alcohol doesn't have negative health effects, then also at the same time, it is likely, I imagine, that alcohol wouldn't make you drunk at all. So anyway, point is, like, but what like, is it worth arguing about the biological effects of alcohol on an immortal person and how it affects their ability to get drunk? Yeah, maybe she's faking it. Anyways, come on, emotional scene. I'm reading it.
But it doesn't last. With the passing
Wait,
of the
why do you think I
seasons,
can't talk about things in
everything
between
withers away.
lines? Well,
You can try to water it, but it will never bloom again. Even if the same plot of soil is covered in flowers the following year.
Also, this part has already
the
been,
one
like,
you remember won't be there.
characterized plenty with Citlali. I don't think we tenderly had to have this spelled out plainly to us, but it makes sense in the context of what's happening. So,
That's
anyways.
just how it is. Most of the people in my life will be gone one day, just like a flower. Getting close means losing friend after friend for hundreds of years, until the weight of their memories crushes my soul. If people don't care about me, then I don't have to care about them. It's better if the people in my memories are nothing more than fleeting strangers.
See, like, Mihoyo does some, like, really, like, it's like, I don't know. It's just interesting seeing how Mihoyo can characterize some of their, like, long-lived characters really well, like Farina or Citlali, and, like, similar vibes with them both, like, dealing with, like, being long-lived, and whatever, and, like there's correlations there, but they're different characters, and they dealt with those experiences differently. And they're both compelling characters, despite having that similar core gimmick of how they deal with being a long-lived individual. So, anyways, point is, yeah, it's just funny that they can, like, do this characterization this well with her and, like, Citlali, or her and Farina, and then there's, like, Muika, then there's Raiden. Right? It's like, what happened? I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if, like, one specific writer worked on both Citlali and Farina as the primary person that, like, created this character, and then other writers, like, not the writer that was the primary one responsible for making Citlali and Farina, didn't have anything to do with the other ones, right? Like, they might have had, like, influence to like the meetings, but they didn't actually like write that much of it or anything, right? So I think Raiden is a pretty good as a character. I think she could have been. I think the ideas are good, but I don't think it was executed well. I do think like as far as Raiden goes, by the way, part of me like actually wanted to pay attention to the story is why I'm talking about things between lines and not like letting it autoplay or whatever while I'm yapping. Like Raiden on her baseline of like being like I think one thing that people I think fail to give credit for with like Raiden's storytelling is that why like she's like her story thing was like that she was grieving from her sister dying, right? She went into her whatever her meditative realm is called. The puppet took over for hundreds and hundreds of years, right? And she just went into a meditative state to like withdraw from her grief. And like you might say that's just like silly. How could you grieve for 500 years? But like from the context of someone extremely long lived and how they also characterize later in like Raiden's second story, how Raiden's willing to do something like the same thing again. Where Raiden's just like, oh yeah, I'll fight you for hundreds of years. Well, she'll fight her clone version of herself for hundreds of years to help deal with that problem. Like they to be clear, that's something like her second story quest helped with that is my point, right? Yeah, it was all her friends too. Like my perception of it is that it was intended as a not just as oh she was literally grieving for 500 years, but more she just like had a function for literally turning off, like where she didn't die, she didn't kill herself, but she just turned herself off for hundreds of years, right? That was the overall vibe I got from it. Should she have stayed an antagonist? Yeah, they could have done more with that. Like their point with that was that Raiden wasn't an antagonist in the first place. It was, you know, her puppet was the antagonist. Like I understood that part of the story. I think that was interesting. They could have done better with her puppet being an antagonist and having maybe more control over things or whatever, yada yada. But yeah, I don't know. I actually don't think the baseline idea there of this of a very long-lived being having something terrible happen to them, like the main person that their twin sister dying, and everyone else in their life dying from one event, and then recoiling and retracting from that, like when she had the ability to, right? That's my perception of it. So, anyways, was it perfect? No, I don't think they did a good job presenting that to the player, right? But it is why like I do feel like the ideas with Raiden I think were good. Like I think it's an interesting twist in all that. But yeah, and I think maybe one of their biggest failings maybe is even in the first Raiden story quest, not illustrating that properly, because instead they're just like, right, because wasn't the first Raiden story quest mostly just the stupid like, let's go on a date with Raiden. Oh wow, Raiden like experiences that Inazuma has developed in the last 500 years, and she's like, oh, I guess change, well, I don't love it. Change has its own value. Like that was I think maybe one of the biggest failings in Raiden's story quest, where they could have justified it all with that story quest, and then yeah, they just made it a stupid hangout date quest. And like, not that there wasn't like important things that to be hit on in that quest, but like wrong approach, right? So anyways, Raiden was an interesting idea, bad execution. That's still my feeling. And the second story quest did help with that somewhat, I think. And to be clear, I didn't do the first Raiden quest, by the way. Part of the reason I think I have more of a positive impression of Raiden on a story level is because I didn't have to wait for any of the Inazuma story to come out. It was done when I first started. And then when I got Raiden and when I did her first story quest, was also like very close to when her second story quest came out. So like, it was all like fresh in my memory. I didn't have to wait 6 months to do story quest 1 to story quest 2 or whatever. So yeah. Anyways, let's actually finish this. So yeah, there's my bride and yap. Point is, it's funny that it seems that their writing for long-lived characters is so hit or miss.
You won't live as long as me. So you don't have to worry about
Oh, good.
that.
They are actually gonna mention it. Holy fuck, they're gonna mention that the traveler is a long-lived being.
Really? Then
They're not gonna
you should
hide it.
understand. Nearly everyone you know will be gone one day.
Nope, no voice line. Rip, rip. No voicing. Could have actually been That could have been an impactful moment with the contrast. The contrast of like travelers specifically not speaking because they were talking to Citlali in their head before, and then having an actual voice line would have been pretty good here. Like this would have actually had a meaningful impact. Imagine not having JP. I don't like playing games with not English. Like if I was trying to learn Japanese, I would play in Japanese. So anyways, most of the silent moments for the traveler have not mattered with the voice actor strike or whatever. This one actually, like, there was some impact loss there, but I still got the implication of what was happening there because I paid attention to the whether it was in parentheses or not.
Traveler?
Oh. I go Paimon still just. Wait. She? I have a friend who lives only in my memories now. In fact, you could say my memories are the sole proof that she existed in this world. Is this the Nahida Archon or Rugudavana? Whatever. Is that who it's referencing? I assume. Okay. This is also philosophy I have. Wow, the traveler is becoming an actual character for once. Holy shit! Like, okay, you know what? I actually think this might be my favorite story quest in the game. I'm not kidding. Like, it's actually characterizing traveler a little bit. Like, again, I at the very start, I admitted to like having some bias. They're already liking Citlali's characterization, but like, I actually think I might agree with that feeling right now. Because they actually are like having traveler have meaning as a character here. And like this is a philosophy I have too. Like I've talked about this with various people in my life. How like I used to think a lot about what death meant. I don't want to get like too into what death means that much to like in my history of how I like thought about death at different points in my life. But I very much adopted a philosophy of, you know, death is just the end of life, and that is that. But there is more than one form of death, and the only true death that exists in the world is when any memory of you fades and ceases to exist, right? So there's living death and then true death. And true death, in my opinion, is when the effect you had in the world ceases to exist, right? And that's, I think, is why some people have an obsession with like leaving a mark on history kind of thing, right? It's because of that even if they don't outright say that's their philosophy or have internalized it for themselves, I think it's the same feeling, right? That desire to be remembered more, right? Anyways. Literally One Piece death concept. I don't think it's unique to One Piece. I didn't get it from One Piece. It's just something I thought myself from a relatively long time ago. Probably influenced by whatever various forms of media, but it's a realization that I think many people can come to as they think about the meanings of things. But,
is something wrong?
And you know, work through their thoughts on the end of things, I guess.
Stupid mind-reading side effect won't go away. It's not like I want to hear you complain about me all the time.
Okay, she's definitely drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Citlali, maybe take it easy? At this rate, you might sleep past noon tomorrow.
I think she does anyway.
I'm not drunk. I remember everything the traveler said. Just gotta...
I will be annoyed if they actually pull a, she forgot
I'll
this.
think of something.
Uh-oh, not this again.
Coco? Yeah. Yeah. Coco's a great movie.
I'm fine.
I think that's the last movie
Can
that
get home
actually made me cry, by the way.
myself.
Like, what a good movie.
Is she talking in her sleep or talking to us? She seems kind of out of it.
Bye. Gonna walk back alone.
I don't know if that's walking, and I don't know if that's safe, but it's an amusing little visual. That's an amusing use of her idol, I will say. To repurpose her idol animation in that's really amusing. Oh god, okay. I feel like the Traveler should not have let her do that, because like she's quite high in the sky, but you know, whatever. She's immortal. Maybe she'll just heal. I don't know how her immortality works. Who knows? The contrast of this story quest compared to everything else in that line is just incredible to me. Like, gosh. Okay. What time? 11 to 13. Okay. Yep. The rare moment of me appreciating the time forward to a specific time system. Gotta wait until 11 a.m. specifically. Also, let's be respectful to Citlali, and let's wait until 12:30. Yeah, this is what I would want. I would be like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'll wake up at 11 a.m. Or it's fine. It's fine. I would say, like, you can show up at 11. I'll be able to be awake. But in reality, if you show up at 11 a.m., I'll have gotten out of bed, like, shortly before 11 a.m. Whereas, like, if you show up at noon, at least you're giving me time to be somewhat put together. Anyways, only 12:30 and not 14. I mean, it said we had to show up by 13, so 1 p.m. Anyways.
Who knows if Citlali will show up on time? She drank so much last night, she might not
I
even
don't
be
think
up
she
yet.
drank that much, but we can suspend disbelief, and she actually drank a lot, whatever. Hello.
Citlali!
No need to sound so surprised. Drinking is just a way to pass the time.
Yeah, see? Everything in moderation.
Moderation long ago. Last night doesn't count. It was a minor slip-up, that's all. Anyway, I gave everything a lot of thought, and I think you're right about something. The Battle of Seven Colors holds the key to a lot of the answers I've been searching for.
So that's why you're here, so...
Hello.
Traveler, great shaman. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we head out?
Why,
Just follow me.
why do you have more? Why do you have more and bigger bodyguards?
Of course.
There's got to be some sus with this boy. Yeah, obviously. That was relatively, you know, okay. You have Fatui guards from the very start. Was somewhat suspicious, but you know, there's just extra confirmation. Anyways. I don't think Citlali is literally me, but yeah, Citlali might be the closest to some aspects of myself that exists in this game. Thankfully, I'm not. Thankfully, not the alcohol part. Like I also am not. I think I have a healthier relationship with. I don't push people away like she does. But I can't say that I would not behave like she does if I was immortal. After, like, I wouldn't push away my current family, but like if I lived as long as her, I would probably go out of my way to not be attached to new people, right? But yeah. So I'm immoral? No, I don't think. Well, okay. Look, morality is a matter of perspective. Maybe I'm immoral to you, but I don't think I'm immoral. I am definitely not immortal. I think. I haven't tested it, to be fair.
Don't lose focus. Once we get to the actual site of the battle,
I'm not
all
tsundere.
the evidence
Oh yeah,
needed
I mean,
for publication will be at our fingertips.
Everyone ready?
let's go. Am I tsundere? I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Like I don't think I am. But also, I do tend to hide my feelings somewhat from people. So, but I don't. I definitely I'm not like generic anime trope tsundere. That's for sure.
Cave like this?
When the Abyss first
see yourself
began
in
to corrode
Fremine?
the
Do you go
ley
diving?
lines, they took every opening they could get.
All the items here should be useful for our research.
You're not to touch a single one without my...
I don't support invasive excavation techniques either.
Ah, of course. I'll defer to the experts on this matter. Well,
Is this dude is the puppy dog gonna save the day after this dude like betrays us in some form? What do you mean by I mean? What? I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to communicate other than like I can see why some people would construe some of my actions across my life as tsundere type actions. But I don't think most people would actually say I am a tsundere. That's why. Right? If that makes sense. Because I don't know, I have various reasons for like my particular actions and whatever. Anyways.
Sounds like we're getting
I'm not an
to what the
anime
legend
tsundere
describes.
girl, I'm sorry. Or boy. I am neither. I do not label myself as tsundere. I can't even say the word properly. It's fine.
But all we can really say is that a battle took place here. There's still no evidence of any colors or some elaborate mate.
Wow, you're really invested in the Battle of Seven Colors.
Why?
Well, it's the reason I came to
Your
Natlan in the
weebish
first
friends have
place.
never called you one. You're probably not. I don't really have weebish friends actually. I don't have people that are that into watching anime as I am. Funnily enough, it is the main pieces of media in my life that I'd say I got into relatively independent of individual friends. It just like I have some friends that watch some anime, but definitely not like I do, right?
Grudok, send some of your men to search the area.
Allier
We
means
might miss
allies,
something
friend
all
in
grouped
French.
together
Alright,
like
interesting.
this. I'd like to cover all our bases.
All the bases.
Okay. Presumably this dude then
jump to
knocked on the door
conclusions.
because he was told
Of
to
course
knock on the
this
door.
isn't the site of the app.
But, which explains why I should have clued into that. I didn't catch that initially. The idea that because it didn't make sense that a bodyguard would do that, right? But it would make sense a bodyguard would do it if he was told to do it, because what's his bucket? You replaced Citlali with a trial, Citlali.
Traveler, try removing that
Uh,
spear.
Mahoyo, your Citlali build is worse than mine. I'm just saying, it is worse than mine. Although, okay, actually, this is one of the most as far as like Mahoyo trial builds go, an R3 Stormcaller's Watch with the C3 with this build, 183 ER with the C3 Citlali with this much crit. Sorry, 186 ER. This is one of the most unrelatable builds they have ever put on a character. Like, it actually is better than my build. Like, I cannot get this amount of EM, ER, and crit. Right? If I want to get near this amount of crit with a signature weapon with this amount of ER, I have like 10% crit rate. Right? And this is an insanely good trial build. No, normally the trial builds aren't that good. Normally the trial builds are like, yes, they're uplifted by having signature weapon in C3. But this is, but they tend to have like a build still. Yeah, I know it's an ER. No, it's definitely an ER Sans. It's definitely an ER Sans. But still, ER Sans. Actually, oh wait, I forgot C2 gives 125 EM. So this is actually the equivalent of 1000 EM. Okay. You know what, I should someone remind me. Someone remind me. After we're done here, I'm assuming we're very close to done. After we're done here, see if I can configure my Citlali signature weapon build to get to slightly over 1,000 EM with their signature weapon with around 190 ER and 30 crit rate, 90 crit damage. Just so we can see what those artifacts have to kind of look like. Right? I forgot about the 125 EM from C2. But anyways, this is an unrealistic build to say the least.
Whoa, we passed straight through. What was that?
Agenda is the poll and Citlali 1k EM. Yes, and Nilu Citlali team things. If you get any C6 for free, would you be able to revert it any time? Which one would you choose? Take your best guess. Like, again, recency bias a little bit. But take your best guess. R3 gives a shitload of EM. I think R3 only gives like 50 more EM. Oh yeah, no questions. If I could disable Citlali's C6, I would absolutely take Citlali's C6 for free.
Still,
if I could disable it.
Archaeological find.
Enough chit chat. We should keep going.
Farina C6 would be an interesting one too, because like there's some fun things to do with Farina C6 potentially, but it also is just like so extremely unnecessary. We have so many tools for being able to just like not have to use a dead. If you have Farina C2, there's so many ways of not necessarily needing a dedicated healer, that or you know, them releasing healers that are definitely good enough in conjunction, like Citlali and Prototype Member or Shalonen, like all these strong units to be paired with Farina. It means like, I don't know, I just think there's like so much less reason than there was before to even consider getting Farina C6. Like, it's still a very strong constellation, but there's less reason than before. I don't know. And Citlali C6. On C2. C4 would allow me to get a lot more damage, and it would just be fun for a damage build, and it would reduce her energy needs enough that I could build her much more for crit, even on a really, really heavy EM build like I have on her right now. So it could allow me for like a really universal build on her. Whereas basically right now I will never have a universal build out. I'll have to change her build all the damn time for whatever I want to do with her. And then C6 is just well, actually, I don't know. C6 is weird. I would definitely want the ability to turn this off because it drains your, when you cast your skill, it drains all your Night Soul immediately. For giving some of some damage bonus. This is a weird one. It's definitely a weird one. But anyways, how many for each Night Soul point gives 1 point of 40 points? How much damage bonus does this even give her? I know it makes her things stay active and whatever. Yeah, I know it's good for Mawika. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. I just... Whoop-de-doo. And that does not matter. I also have C1 Mawika, so it doubly does not matter to me. 2.5%. I can math 80. That's 100%. Yeah, I don't know why that took me so long to do that. 100% damage bonus for Citlali. Yeah, that seems pretty decent. For seeing some really big numbers from her. Yeah. If I had C6 Citlali, Mawika is a support for Citlali. I would not be. I mean, look, with my C1 Citlali, I've already been using Mawika as a support for Citlali. So.
If we step here, we might fall through.
Okay.
There are traps in here?
Remember how we were able to pass through the wall just now? It must have been because on our person, we were carrying the same color as the wall. Let's put the spear down and see what happens.
Whoa, you're right. We can keep going
With C6 and Lolly, your enemies won't survive for your pyro carry. I don't know if you should overestimate C6 and Lolly that much. But maybe, I don't know. Hybrid scroll Mawika. What do you think about Mawika's on right now? She ain't going back to Codex unless I'm doing infusion shenanigans with her. Moika stays on scroll. She's on a scroll build. Like, basically permanently.
Wait, what was that? What is this place?
Look, a maze made of colors.
I didn't expect this big of a cave that we were actually going into.
It's real. I can't believe it.
Hold on. The quality of this space.
Ah.
This
It's
isn't
fake.
reality.
We've
It's
been
a
tricked.
realm of memory.
To be clear, in some teams you could definitely make an argument for using 4-piece Gilded Dreams over 4-piece Scroll on Moika, but hopefully I'll remember to later talk about this Nilou team, and how I like Scroll on this Nilou team, even though I have Shalonen on Scroll as well.
Huh?
No. This is a space constructed using memories as a medium. The principle is similar, but the two are not the same.
Yeah, no, the domain colors here is pretty... Why is it turning purple? What's happening with that?
Correct?
Is there a puzzle? Oh,
Wheat ceiling?
I knew it. I knew we'd meet her in some form.
No. It's just a trace of her consciousness left behind after
Told ya.
creating this.
Friends,
That was
this
pretty.
is
That
my
was a pretty
question to
obvious
you.
setup in the very beginning
What
of this
is
place.
our
But, yeah.
strongest weapon against the abyss?
As soon as
In my
Paimon mentioned the
opinion,
closure thing, it was
memory.
like, oh, yeah.
After all, is it not after losing the capacity for memory, love, and compassion that our enemies fell to the abyss? That is why, with our memories, we possess a power the abyss cannot hope to match.
Yeah, Shalonen is why people consider Petra now.
I have discovered the perfect medium for us to wield that weapon. You know it as color. The more cherished the memory, the more vivid its color.
Okay.
As
That explains the
disappear,
colors here. Yeah.
Their color fades first. Guided by vibrant colors, your capacity for memory is what will allow you to navigate this maze.
Okay.
Without that capacity, enemies will fail to cross the barrier in front of them. And so, be brave, my friends, and march forward.
Any ideas, Citlali?
If Kachina had released before the Natlan artifact set came out, Kachina with her C1 could have been interesting for Petra, because Kachina's C1 lets you pick up the crystallized shards just by jumping on the thing. So like, yeah, but yes. So yes. Anyways, Ollie, your point with any good Geo would have made Petra good. Yes, is like Petra on its own doesn't make Geo relevant as a support element, but Petra in conjunction with something else the character kit does make a character kind of interesting. So there's an alternate reality where like Kachina was released before Natlan, and you use Petra on her, and then her kit was better in her baseline kit. But instead they just did power creep artifact set, and Kachina's kit is the artifact
did
set.
have to handhold her talentless students. Follow.
Do I feel like Soul is predicting too much into the story? Creepy and kind of impressive. I don't know, because I've experienced a lot of stories, and your brain catches on to patterns sometimes. What's the point of this one changing color? It's just intersections. It's probably a hint for a puzzle, I presume. We'll have some. Have some intersection of colors that we have to utilize for some simple puzzle. Aren't we late on artifacts? Yep, it seems to be their strategy is just do a power creep artifact. I wouldn't even be surprised if we don't get any new artifacts this year, but we'll see. There's no new artifacts in 5.4 either, so.
Looks like a few monsters made it out of the battle all those years ago. Get him! Here.
Alright. Yep. Maybe we will not have a puzzle. Wait, is this? Okay. Whoop.
What's with these color-changing blocks? You and Citlali
Yeah, this is very pretty.
all of a sudden. You scared Paimon half to death.
Must be one of the mechanics of the maze. I'm guessing the purpose is to help allies navigate this place.
And what crit value is VV Chaska worth it? Finally got good artifacts. I think it depends on your weapon more than anything.
Let's get rid of them.
Thank you. Stupid. Oop, whoa, that not what I want.
You two, time to end them. Burn it down. All eyes on me.
Get ready. You have her weapon? Well, then you need a lot of crit rate. Then you need to have a lot of crit rate. But like, I can tell you the build that I have on Chaska, it was noticeably better. So I have a similar-ish weapon, same crit damage, right? Situation. You just get more damage percent passives, and this is the artifacts I'm running. You don't have to have 93 crit rate to be clear, but my point is like a pretty good artifacts to say the least. And yeah. I can't believe I got this, like, literally... Like, I didn't think I was going to be able to do VV Chaska on my main account. And then I literally got both this and this with, like, within 2 days. Of just, like, farming the domain a couple times and then strongboxing. Like, what? Like, this is literally one of the best timepieces of my account because it just has a fat crit damage stat. Like, how? How did that happen? I still can't believe that happened. Like, the stars aligned for Mihoyo wanted me to, like, prove that Chaska made sense on VV. Because it was a theory I had based on my brother's account, and then that theory was basically confirmed on my account. Is VV better than Chaska than Codex? At high enough investment, yes. That is my finding. At lower investment levels, probably not. But it also depends on the enemy situation and the exact team you're running, to be clear. Ah!
The showmanship's not bad. I'll give her that.
Wait, we can get back up. Maybe we can't. Frick. If I did it sooner, I could have gotten back up. Wait, oh, frick, I could have flown up with Muika. Crap. Frick. Can I recover this? I don't think I can recover this. I'm slowly falling. I'm not gonna give up. Don't. Alright. Oh no! I hit the barrier.
A bridge made of colors?
Don't sound so surprised. We just need to cross and we should reach the end.
Wait, did it just put me across? Where's that? No, this is the spot before. Okay. Okay. Oh, it did put me across. Okay. I'm just like, alright, you're this bad at walking. Fine, we'll do it for you. Okay. I could have gotten back up if I realized sooner with Muika.
This is
a classic Hoyover's spinny thing with a ball of power inside.
So pretty! The thing
It's like a miniature blueprint made from a special dye.
That color.
The dye was modified using a secret technique to harness the power of memories and create. Without that power, it's just a normal dye. But the color it produces is still quite rare. I would say this is the most direct evidence that the Battle of Seven Colors actually took place.
Okay.
The expert has spoken.
If you're playing Chaska as a Pyro DPS, go Codex. I mean, what are you talking about as a Pyro DPS? Are you meaning like if you're doing double Pyro, like Bennett Muika or Bennett Xiangling? I guess I didn't test that specific context that much, so you might be right. I don't know. I don't particularly know why you would be right, but not infuse normal attacks with the bow character? I wish.
Perhaps I could take a closer look? It's an important piece of physical evidence, after all.
No, you may not.
Yep. Can we just kill them? I just want to cut off this dude's head.
What are you doing?
Ah, you noticed my signal. Not bad, traveler. We make a good team.
Helps that we can hear each other's thoughts. Actually, I don't think we can anymore. Can we? Or no. It's still like who hears whose thoughts right now? I don't remember.
Huh. So you've been watching me.
A self-proclaimed book merchant who's never heard of Shogun Almighty reborn as Ryan with unlimited power? Please.
I didn't even catch that. I didn't even catch that detail. I just thought the dude was trash at his being a... I just hated the dude so much I believed that he was just garbage at his job.
I knew you
it was another obvious hint
you to pull
that I didn't
like
catch.
This.
See, I don't catch everything, believe it or not.
Monsieur Montluçon, we just need a few pictures for our research, not the artifact itself. What if it gets damaged or destroyed?
Shut it. I couldn't care less about preserving this piece of
Wow.
trash. I would destroy it right now if I could.
But then there would be no evidence to prove the battle took place.
You know, we know Nuvelette, dude, and he will try you, and he will not be generous. He is not an impartial judge. He pretends he is, but I'm pretty sure he ain't.
What if that was my goal all along?
What?
Just travel, just mention Nuvelette. He'll probably run away.
Pretending to be a book merchant, pretending to promote the history of Natlan and its heroes was the only way to get information out of the people in this. But make no mistake, I'm no lowly merchant. I am
The largest printing company in Teyvat.
company in all of Teyvat.
He bought the rights to the printing press.
Die in that sphere ruined all my plans before they could even get off the ground.
Okay.
We've received a report that your advertisement in the paper makes false claims. Fontaine Law demands it be taken down immediately.
Wow.
False claims? The dye I advertised is
Okay,
an unprecedented innovation.
Interesting note there.
Colors of unmatched radiance.
That means that the Fontaine government does not allow they do not employ freedom of speech. The government will tell the media what you can or cannot say. Because that's the noble thing that people seem to misremember about freedom of speech. Like, Americans all the time like to be like, freedom of speech means I can be a dick. No. Whether or not you are a dick is not, like, something that is prescribed by freedom of speech. What is freedom of speech is that the government will not tell you you cannot say something. That's different from, like, whether or not I can throw you out of my house, where I could request the police to remove you from my property because you are being an asshole, right? Same thing, businesses can throw you out if you're trying to give a speech at Walmart for some reason because you're disrupting their business. They have that right. That is not suppressing your freedom of speech. It is not censorship to block someone on social media. It is not censorship to do community moderation. Freedom of speech is specifically the government doing those things. That's where it is. So, anyways, point is, that was a specific demonstration. Fontaine does not have freedom of speech. Anyways, the government can and will apparently prosecute you for being a piece of shit.
Unfortunately, its qualities are neither unprecedented.
Is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing?
According to the
That's
lady
up to
who made
you.
the report,
That's
she
just
saw
the way
a
the law
woven
works in
scroll
Fontaine.
Natlan, made with a similar dye. Even more miraculous, that substance dates back hundreds of years.
How? Creating this dye is the culmination of my entire life's work. You're telling me I'm hundreds of years too late?
Get wrecked.
Calm down, sir.
Sorry, it's just... I know this product will be a hit. The economic boost of Fontaine's publishing industry is one of the best in the world. We don't need to worry about more reports.
I mean,
Fontaine
to
is
be...
far more advanced than Natlan. No one will believe such
I think it's taking the wrong
innovative product
perspective
could come from
here.
a place like that.
I don't think he needs to be like first. Just expanding access to this is good, right? Like, why doesn't he just take that premise? Like, yeah, it seems like, yeah, he did well, but he's stupid in how he's going about it. It's just add anti-fraudulent laws. Yeah, I mean that's yeah.
That goes against all of Fontaine's advertisement regulations.
Yeah, that's
We
true.
can't do that.
I guess yeah, this is advertising regulations, not freedom of speech. I was operating on a media perspective. I'm sorry, from my original point here, not on an advertising a product perspective.
What if
There's a difference between
I
advertising
give
a
you
product
portion of
and
the
media,
profits?
right?
All you have to do is let the advertisement stay.
You're trying to bribe me? Careful. I'm dangerously close to reporting this to Monsieur Nuvelette.
I knew if I was just allowed to market my product, it would be a hit. A bestseller even. I would be a giant
mean-
in the printing industry.
Again, why can't you just market it differently? I don't think the whatever name it was has a copyright, presumably. I don't think she has a patent. Or if she does have a patent, I would hope it expired after 200 years. Like, yeah, he's a man with delusions of grandeur. Like, dude, you're in the wrong here because you're just being a dick. You just had to go about this. So, I don't know, this dude was well written, but this is a little bit, yeah, like, into the, like, he's a bit silly evil. Right?
But now, no one will see it as anything more than
He's trying to publish that the Natlan claim to the die as a lie. I understand that, but, like, why?
the product actually is, not a
Like, if he
single
actually
one
cared
will
about, he
sell.
could have just gone about his product and how it was advertised in a different way, right? Right? What do you think would it be better, saying I have created a die that is second to something 200 years old? Does everyone have access? It's a product he's trying to sell. Does everyone have access to the 200-year-old die? That's my point. He doesn't have to compare to the 200-year-old die. They just be like, hey, here we have this Fontaine die for printing things. And like the expanded access to said product would sell it. Right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, this does feel like his character is falling apart a little bit here, which is unfortunate, but
I will never accept that someone from this backwoods, ignorant nation could come up with that die. Not 200 years before me.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, perfect, Roy. Excellent die, inspired by unique and rare ancient technology. Could have sold well. Yeah. Fontainians are all about prestige and being the first. Their culture is really built around it. I guess I've never really noticed that with Fontainians, but I'll choose to believe you because that does help make. I don't know. He feels a bit comically evil that he's obsessed with being first. But if they're, I don't know. I don't recall that much. But I haven't done like enough of the story quest, maybe, right? But I don't recall that much specific characterization that showed Fontaine culturally being obsessed with being first to things. But if that is the case, then that does justify his mindset a bit more.
Even when the truth is right in front of you.
He's the YouTube comment first, yeah.
Ha! Truth is in the eye of the beholder.
Chiori's
I'm already in the
story
printing
quest? Alright.
industry. I can go into publishing, no problem. All I have to do is destroy this sphere, write a detailed report
Okay.
about my findings, and publish it around the world. Then, the so-called truth becomes
Also,
your
we're ignoring the
word against mine.
wishy-washiness of, like, the die being stories is a little loose, but
Once my
fantasy
report is accepted as fact,
things, it's
no
fine.
one can accuse me of making false claims.
Then just don't make the false claim.
That's awful.
Yeah, give him some generational trauma, Citlali, please.
That plan hasn't changed. I will continue
Okay.
to spread.
Yes.
You mean a hero of Natlan who's not
Mhm.
actually from Natlan? And a great shaman who, from a practical perspective, there's no reason for either of you to stand against.
I mean, other than you being a dick, there is, but, you know.
Since you like rumors so much, have you heard the one about what happens to people who get on my bad side?
Ah, the wrath of Granny Itzley. Like I said, I knew from the beginning that you would accept my invitation, considering Whitzelin was your rival. You've lived longer than her, you're far stronger than her, and yet, she has always been more revered than
Now
you.
that can
With the
change.
backing of the printing industry,
How is it going to change if you want to
book and
delete
send
it?
it to all four corners of Teyvat. This part of Natlan's history will be mine to tell.
Except you want it to be your history, not whatever.
And in my version, I can erase the Battle of Seven Colors.
Oh, that's what he's trying to sell to her. He's trying to sell the greed of you can be better in
That's
history.
not real history.
That's a no then? Your history means nothing to me. But it's not allowed to stand in the way of my moral.
Done running your mouth? Good.
Yeah.
Before handing.
If this comes to a fight, per my contract,
I'm
you're gonna have
pretty
to
sure we can deal with some Fatui trash mobs.
That's right. I didn't pay all that Mora for nothing.
Wait, aren't you subordinates of the captain? Why are you?
Captain gone.
The captain, united in the pursuit of Mora, we travel the land
Regrader.
to collect debts. Our loyalty is to Regrader, his interests, and his wealth.
Regrader?
The captain means nothing to them. They serve a different harbinger all—
This man has the potential to become a giant in the printing industry
Okay.
and disrupt Fontaine's economic system. This
So Regrader wants to
aligns
take
with
over the
Regrader's
world
interests.
economically. Yeah, okay.
I don't care who you.
Regrader's the dude that
When
looks
it
like
comes to
Baiju, right?
punishment, I don't discriminate.
Alright, I'm sure this will be really hard.
Let's ride.
Oh, get out of the motorcycle! You have no idea how many times I had to press. Oh.
Get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eastling.
Why did I do that? Wow.
That's what you get for messing with the hero of Natlan and Granny.
One Punch Granny. Yeah.
Give Regrader a run.
I mean, look, as far as lore accuracy Lolly goes, yeah.
When did this person get so strong? Looks like the men following the captain fail. Not good.
Once you accidentally get on the bike, it just passes switch character. Yeah, yeah.
You're on your own.
I had to press E though to activate her skill, but.
Hey.
Bye.
Our boss never signs a contract without loopholes. Even a veteran businessman like yourself fell into his trap. That's what
get
makes him
wrecked.
the best.
There's a loophole. The funny thing is, like, there might not even be a loophole. Just the Fatui threatening that there is a loophole kind of dooms this dude.
Go home and read the fine print. All I did was trigger the exculpatory clause. You. The other stipulations have been.
No, there is. Oh yeah, there probably
I
is.
set up
I assume.
explosives around the cave.
What?
To destroy this place.
Bro.
And for security purposes, all explosives have been rigged to blow.
What was your plan if you were like stuck down here a little bit longer?
We're supposed to wait until I made it out.
That depends on how fast you can
All
run.
for some ink, yeah, I know, right? My God, they really like fountain pens.
You think you can just waltz out of here? Traveler, stop them, and then we'll make.
If I'm caught, I implicate my boss.
Did Child used to work for Regrader? Because this seems to be a similar to like Child mindset.
Wait, don't!
Things don't go to plan? Alright. Let's annihilate everything. Huh. They gasp. But magic ink though. Yeah, my bad. Is magic. Look, if I could have some magic ink for writing with my Lamy 2000, I would take it. Probably not if it had cultural significance, but I wouldn't say no.
Good point. She'll know how to get out of here. Let's see. Citlali!
Yeah. Can we just look rather than listening to Paimon?
It's not gonna be that easy. What should we do?
I saw a color.
The special color? You're right.
Let's go. No Child works under Pulcinella. I was questioning, just pointed the comparison, but I was just questioning whether he ever worked, not just does he always. Child himself is a harbinger, so technically I would assume he works for himself.
If the technique isn't activated correctly.
Instead of a realm of memory.
But if he does work under Pulcinella, then I guess, yeah, sure.
If you cannot escape in time,
Pulcinella's probably similar to Regrader then, clearly.
But
I knew it. Someone of your skill wouldn't.
With him,
leave
it's
behind
complicated,
memory
yeah.
fragments just to parrot instructions.
I appreciate the compliment.
Hmm?
It's been a long time, my friend.
This is no time for a reunion. The cave outside is about to collapse. I know time flows differently in this place, but that still doesn't leave us much time.
Gives you Hexen Circle witch vibes.
Can you help
That
me
would be
get
interesting.
out?
You misunderstand, Citlali. I'm nothing more than a fragment of memory. There's not much I can do.
But I can talk to you for some reason.
What do you mean? This space can be manipulated, right? The exit
You
of
like
your
Child
maze,
the most? I do
remember
not.
its structure. If I create an exit here, I can leave.
If Child's story quest didn't exist, I would like him perfectly fine as a villain character. The problem is that they try to like humanize him in a way that I think just doesn't work for what he did in the story. I'm sure it'll be fine that I resummoned an ancient god, because I know it'll be fine because the Geo Archon's going to defend the city, worst case scenario, so I'm not actually threatening to kill anyone. And why am I doing this? It's because I love my family. Like, okay. 10 out of 10 character writing. Like, he was a better character before his story quest.
You just need to tell me how to manipulate this space.
The maze you saw earlier was constructed using the memories of many warriors of Natlan.
Yeah, because like he just wanted a good fight. Yeah, exactly. He was a better character just on the premise of like he's a batshit crazy dude that just wants to fight.
When people leave deep impressions on each other, their memories form connections. These connections are particularly strong between comrades in arms. That is how I created my maze. The connections between the memories were my need. But if that color is crudely combined with an isolated memory, one with this space is a combination of my color and your memories.
Okay.
There is no way to alter or construct anything within it, because there are no connections at your disposal.
Over 200 years, and not a single lasting connection. This is my punishment, huh?
Well, at the very least, you have a connection to me.
Aw.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to appear in this space.
That's only because you never gave me a moment's peace. Still, it's a shame you're not around. You said it yourself. A
Way to
memory
get called
fragment
lonely.
can't be used to create the connections I need.
Citlali.
There are people like Child. I beat up my classmate because he was bullying me. The next day he wanted to be my friend. Okay. Do you think there's a difference between you beating up your bully? We're not going to argue whether or not that was right. But like, do you think there's a difference between beating up your bully and summoning an ancient, powerful being to destroy a city? Because I think there is.
But now that I have the chance to talk to you again, I need you to give me an answer. Your special technique. You didn't pass it on to your students.
Yeah.
You passed it on to the rival you
Wow,
could
I didn't
never
even
beat.
I didn't predict. See, so whoever said like, oh, I was literally predicting all the things.
Why?
See, I don't make as much predictions when the story is engaging me. Even as distracted as I've been with yapping between things, I have been paying attention. I didn't catch that for some reason. That's like an obvious twist. I feel like that I easily could have thought, but I for some reason didn't, because I latched onto the wrong path, the wrong distracted red herring of like, oh, she like split up the technique between the families, and that's where it got lost. But no, it was just given to Citlali, and which is like, oh, yeah, like okay, that's completely acceptable, makes sense. All right.
After what I saw in the maze and everything you just told me, I'm certain the technique at the center of all this is the same one you taught me all those years ago. But you never brought up the fact that you used it to win a battle. From your description, it might as well have been a simple color trick. I'm getting the feeling you always meant for me to come here. But if this is a foreshadowed event, I'm not happy with the narrative setup.
Yeah, terrible writing.
Citlali, ever since you learned that technique, you've been able to see a special
I feel like Citlali would be very critical of the Genshin story. Am I wrong? She would really criticize the Genshin story. Like, what piece of shit isekai is this?
You mean...
That color is the core of the technique. But it isn't my invention. It's something I discovered in the work of our ancestors. More specifically, you could call it
Color of memories.
Color of memories. In truth, passing on the technique is a process of using that color to tint another person's memories. Yes.
Okay.
The technique has the power to decide victory.
And now we're onto the
But in
vague
my
things
opinion,
about colors.
The capacity
Part of
to
the story.
add color to someone's memories is where the true value lies. You are fated to live a far longer life than me, Citlali.
For reasons.
I couldn't bear the thought of all those years existing as a blank canvas in your memory. So I wanted to leave a little color behind.
Your color, you mean?
One day, you too will want to leave behind your color in someone else's memory. When that day comes, you will understand my decision.
I have
Yep,
to
that's
get
a good
out of
tie-in.
here. That's the only way to rescue them.
Citlali, what are you?
Praying you
I
out of
understand the
existence.
true principle of this technique now. If I can't construct an exit, then I will separate this color from my memories by force.
Okay, she literally is, I think.
Lose a portion of your memories that way.
I know, but my memory is just a blank canvas I've neglected for 200 years. My friends are worth the risk. Traveler?
Oh yeah, she can hear her thoughts.
When you entered the realm of memory I constructed, I used your memories to learn about your recent experiences.
A Citlali isekai would be great. Yeah, that's why we're not getting Snezhnaya next year. It's because they're pivoting the Genshin story to be a Citlali isekai.
After 200
Surely.
years, someone has appeared by your side. The kind of person I could have never...
Traveler and Citlali get married, and they go on the journey together to another world. There we go. The start of Genshin 2 is next year, guys.
The Night Kingdom harbors Natlan's memories.
Oh no, I just shipped crap.
Strong.
I just shipped them together.
Even the shamans who
Crap.
worship the Lord of the Night.
I said I hadn't shipped any like Traveler seriously with anyone before. I just accidentally did it.
This means that even without your tutelage, she can see the color of memories.
Okay.
What did you say?
Although she doesn't know how to wield it, she unknowingly left behind a trace of color in your memories. That was enough to guide her to this space. You now have a
Yeah,
connection. Well,
she's basically just saying we're friends. Yeah, okay.
Looks like part of this was foreshadowed.
Or we're married.
The rest
One
is
of the
a
two.
surprise.
Same difference, right?
Traveler? Traveler!
That's Citlali's voice. She's just...
This is goodbye, my friend. Your memories over the past 200 years are much more than
To the
a
main
blank
character, Tavat
canvas.
is an isekai? Yeah, that's why I brought it up with Citlali.
Cherish them.
Wheat ceiling.
Bye.
Citlali! Paimon! Traveler!
I found you.
Hold my hand.
I got married from a Traveler Beyond the Stars. Yeah. I watch it.
Teleport out? Man, that place was so...
What happened to the other people? Are they dead?
Just in time.
Other than the one dude? and then she's gonna lock them in.
Wonder what happened to the Fatui guy and the others.
Like they're probably not dead. Oh no, they were. Okay.
Just
And you.
The external structure
10 out of 10. Like it's like they probably were already dead, right?
He would have been crushed.
But like closing the door behind them is hilarious.
He still preferred that to being caught, huh? They were standing a bit further away, right? They probably
No consideration to try to like just in case they lived. No consideration. Nah.
Hello.
Hello.
It's one of Maluson's employees! Quick, restrain him!
Oh, I can explain. I had no idea
Yep.
Malu-san was such a terrible person.
Not too
I
surprising.
couldn't stop him from running, so I stayed
You're
behind and tried to find
you're a
people
very
to help
innocent
rescue
little puppy
you.
dog. You believe when people just spout silly ideals at you.
I'm so glad you managed to get out of there.
His inclusion in the quest is a little weird, but I don't hate him.
Either way, the guards will take you back to the tribe.
I understand.
Anyway, I'm not here to harp on you.
It's just I was just see a sad puppy dog look.
Which way did he run?
I know I did something wrong.
He went that way, but I'm not sure
Oh,
if you can
okay.
catch up.
That way? Huh. Unless he suddenly grows a pair of wings, traveler. Paimon, come.
The guy named Ally is an ally? What? I mean, I wouldn't have caught on to it that much if I wouldn't have thought about it if someone hadn't pointed it out. It makes sense with his name and like, yeah. Presumably, ally is a French word. In origin. Hello.
Something felt off about him yesterday.
Too bad you weren't stuck
So
back there.
I set a few things in motion.
My bank balance. No! No!
What's wrong
Okay.
That's one of the tricks Claw uses to scare people. He makes people hallucinate the thing that scares them most.
Just seeing his bank balance go to 0. I mean.
It's particularly
Yeah, he got
effective on
he
weak-minded people
was
like
forced to
him.
play Honkai Star Rail. And he fell victim to the power creep, and he felt the need to pull for every character.
Serves him right.
I know. It was a lot to ask, making you come all the way out here.
Was that a declaration?
Forget about him for now. The Ectomisaurs will make sure Montluçon doesn't escape before the guards arrive.
They're running 4 banners in Star
In the
Rail?
meantime,
Christ.
we have unfinished business, remember?
Right, the special scroll. But the die is buried underneath a bunch of rubble now.
Don't worry, Witzeline's technique hasn't been lost at all. Come with me, I'll explain everything at my house. Oh, and Traveler? Everything you said about memory, I finally figured out my answer. I knew
8
you
banners
wanted
total?
to tag along.
Jesus.
Let's go.
That's insane. That's insane. Like, to be clear, it's good that they're like rerunning characters, presumably, but that's also God. Like, imagine starting Star Rail, right, today, and being slapped in the face with that. Like, how do you figure out what choices to make as a new player, right? Alright. I assume we're basically done here. This is a lot longer quest than I expected, although, you know, I'm pretty sure I added at least an extra hour onto it by, you know, my own things to discuss between the happenings. But no point did I feel like it was wasting my time. I felt like I was wasting time.
Now, when it comes to weaving the scroll itself, you don't actually need to lift a finger. But if we're going to pass on Witzeline's technique, your participation is critical.
Okay.
What are you saying, Citlali?
Follow me.
It needs a friend, presumably. So I was probably right about some part of my theory, where it needs multiple people to be performed. Or maybe she just wants us there. I don't know.
Whoa, look at this place. Do you weave scrolls too?
Scrolls.
Scrolls.
I thought you were going to show me your masterpiece.
Scrolls.
That I am, old friend. The technique I'm about to show you directly relates to woven scrolls.
Fine. What is it? Something that can turn the tide of war or prevent a great disaster? You probably want to challenge me, right? I know you don't have the strength for a real fight, so I'll let you beat me with words.
Old friend, my life is nearing its end. I'm afraid.
I would have liked some kind of insinuation or implication as to why Citlali is immortal, other than just fate has decreed that she must be immortal. But maybe that is all the explanation that this game needs, because fate is more of a overarching power in this world, I guess.
Don't worry. I trust in the belief of our tribe that death is not the end, but the beginning of a new existence in the Night Kingdom, where everything is made of memories.
This is ultimately a fairly simple story, right? With the meaning of the story, but still, so much better of a story than, you know, other things in the game recently.
Because history is the memory.
I don't think it's been said that she's immortal, just that she has a really long lifespan for some reason. I mean, same difference right now to me, quite frankly. She has something making her functionally ageless-ish.
So the dead can still feel the warmth of the setting sun.
Simple stories can still be good if you have compelling characters. Crazy. And like even the antagonist dude, while there was some like ness at the end with the dude, was still a good character.
Of our harvests.
I know that, but something this important? Why entrust it to me and not one of your students?
As your friend, I admit, I'm being a bit selfish.
I mean, it's also probably a smarter play to give it to one person that's going to live longer, that you have more faith in, than the faith in many, many generations of people handling it.
For now.
Just this once. I understand now, Wheatsealing. Just like you said I would. Claw, help me move this outside. I'm going to color it.
Just some super special shaman technique? Maybe, yeah.
Come with me.
Does that mean that if some super special shaman technique is keeping Citlali alive, she has to actively decide to start aging at some point? And like she has to decide, all right, I lived long enough, now I want to die? Is that just suicide? She has to decide to kill herself? That is what that would imply, if she is actively keeping herself alive. That means she has to actively decide to stop at some point. Or get killed by, you know, an accident or cataclysm or something.
We are like birds, soaring through the horizons.
Traveler gets hover hand, NPC gets the touch. Yeah. I mean, the truth is that I actually think Citlali and her friend, I can't try to, my brain forgot how to pronounce it already, is actually the ones that were married, right?
I linger between brushes of memory.
Shut up here.
Seeking the color of my final journey.
See, they're holding hands.
When I get there, may there be feathers to paint the sky, shades of rose. And fields of green to beckon adventurous souls. And azure oceans with which to sail into the unknown. And volcanoes too, where, despite the danger, hidden treasure waits to be found. And graffiti art, of course. Without that color, just imagine the dullness of night.
Anything else?
In the end, I hope everyone remembers my color too.
In the end, I hope everyone remembers your color too. All in all, it was just a technique for coloring a scroll.
The task I'm entrusting to you is much more than that. Farewell, my friend.
Bye. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I think that makes the whole quest better, personally. Yeah, we can't escape the Traveler Glaze even in the end. Has to be the stupid weekend, whatever poster.
I knew you would understand.
Yeah, the 2D animations are always great. That was very good. Also, 2D animation, let's be real, is just better than 3D animation. Not always, to be clear. Like, there's some really good 3D animation out there, but it's much fewer and far between, in my opinion, than some of the things that 2D animation. I don't know. Call me a traditionalist or whatever, but 2D animation I think is better.
This is the special scroll. How did you know how to read
3D is way too hard and really expensive to make better, basically.
Hold on. You've lived for more than 200 years. You know how to weave the special scroll. That must mean...
Yeah, thanks, my mom.
Well, it's not like I wanted to interact with the appointed. So whenever I delivered the scroll, I used illusions to confuse them.
Of course. What kind of 3D animation? Yeah, Arcane, as mentioned in the chat. Spider-Verse, I would say. I mean, there's other, like, interesting... I think How to Train Your Dragon, I think a lot of DreamWorks stuff, actually, is really good. But they've gotten a little bit in some ways. But I think still DreamWorks does a good job. How to Train Your Dragon, like the most recent Puss in Boots movie was inspired by some things with Spider-Verse, right? Into the Spider-Verse is 3D animation. Okay, I guess it's probably more appropriate to say it's a blending, but it is 3D. Like it's fundamentally made in 3D, but with like a very 2D animation technique emphasis to go with like the comics style or whatever, right? So, yeah, Studio Orange is decent, like, right? Yeah, like Studio Orange makes some good stuff. Like there's occasional animes that do okay 3D stuff, but yeah, I don't know. It seems to be a lot harder to make really compelling, like, expressive 3D animation, whereas like 2D just manages to be better at allowing for artistic expression. I don't know.
The fact that it turned into some kind of divine intervention is because no one was skilled enough to see through my tricks.
You've carried the duty alone for all these years? Even if you don't like it...
Traveler, you
Yes.
can see the essence of that color is memory. That means completing the special scroll is a process of searching for color within your memories.
Okay.
Passing the technique on to someone means sharing your memories with them. You need to leave traces of your color in their memory.
Yeah,
And
this
they
was
must
already
do the
said to us.
same.
They're getting a little bit repetitive with saying some of the things, but I understand why she's saying this to the Traveler's moment, so it's fine. 3D is supposed to be a mix of realism and animation, and you feel like, yeah, I get what 3D animation is going for. I just think 2D tends to be more appealing.
Even though
Yeah, why does it have to be Muika? I get where they're going with Muika there, but yeah.
for a long time.
Why is Muika here? Get this Muika out of my good story quest. That's kind of what it feels like, but it's fine. It makes sense for the things that happened and whatever. But yeah.
And, well, ever since Sweet Celine died, I haven't wanted to form that kind of connection with people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
It was her final wish.
We gotta stop the Muika heat. She isn't that
I
bad.
kind of resigned myself to taking on the burden forever. After all, I have all the time in the world.
Yep. Which you still won't explain why, but it's fine. Look, I just think it's funny to hate on Muika, quite frankly, at this point. I do not like her characterization because she basically has little to no characterization. Like, I'm sorry. She is not that bad because she is nothing. She is nothing. That's my vibe. Anyways. And then putting a focus on her, it feels like they're trying to make us feel like she's something, but she does not feel anything. She feels nothing.
But Claw never stopped appointing new candidates to weave the scroll, despite knowing exactly
Good,
how
bad.
I felt about
Good,
the
bad.
situation. I knew exactly
He always
what he
found
was
friends,
doing.
yeah.
And yeah, if I ever did share my memories with someone,
Did the bat know we were
would
immortal?
be a friend.
Or
never got to that
Traveler's not immortal, they're just very long-lived. Did the bat know we were very long-lived? Will I do Muika's story quest on stream? Nope. I already did
This
it.
time though, you win, Claw.
I wanted the Lanya materials. So I did it on my phone last week.
Take this. I guess it's my response to what you told me the other night.
A handkerchief.
What is it?
If I had to choose my color, it would be the color of this handkerchief. Countless people exist in my memories, and I know one day that will be my fate too. A memory living on in someone else's head. Since you have a long lifespan, you're the perfect candidate to bear
all this and we're just friends.
and carry my color in your mind.
I think there's a little bit, to be clear, I get what the meaning was. But, yeah.
Just keep it safe. And you better not forget my color when I'm gone.
Whoa.
Or unforgotten.
It's a little early to talk about death, don't you think?
We've been talking about death this whole quest, lady. Can you F off for a second?
Isn't that what friends are for?
Okay.
Talking about death? Yeah. I mean, they are. Look, I like friends who talk about death.
If the traveler's going to leave their color in your mind too, it'll probably be gold, right?
Actually, their mark is already there. Remember the mind reading effect I couldn't fix? Well, I finally got to the sharing senses allows communication to occur between the consciousness of different people. Naturally, memories are also involved in that process. Although I didn't know it at the time, we both have the ability to see the color of memory, which means that when I shared my senses with you, a connection was created between our memories. And that connection is what caused my original spell to go haywire.
Okay.
So, you can hear the traveler's thoughts because you left traces of color in each other's
Alright, so we literally, like, have a permanent mental link.
That's why the traveler could hear your thoughts.
This is what you're saying?
Quick thinking, but only those trained in the mystic arts can maintain that level of connection.
Okay.
That's why I can still hear the traveler's thoughts, but not the other way around.
Sure, yep.
There's no need to worry, though. Now that I've figured out how it works, I'll get rid of it in no time.
Oh.
Just say you don't need to get rid of it.
Hearing each other's thoughts actually depends on the
Oh,
strength of
I
the
see.
connection between our memories. So, after everything
It
we
was
just
just to get
went through,
Paimon to shut up.
I bet you can hear me again. I knew it.
Really? Really? You're gonna ask this question? Excuse me? Okay, like, King Ons, if what is different in Aether is that this line is different, then I agree with you. Otherwise, I don't really know what you're referencing with what matters with Aether other than, boy and girl better together or whatever. Anyways,
since the connection between
why do we need to stop it?
Already there, the only way to get rid of
Forget
the
about each
effect
other.
is
Okay,
for one of us
good.
to forget about the other.
Good. We have a soul link or mind link, whatever, forever.
Just
Oh, of
messing
course.
with you. I'm a legendary shaman of
Why
my
does it need to be
tribe.
fixed?
Now that I know the cause, of course I can figure out
It's
how to
an
fix it.
interesting plot point that, like, if Citlali was ever, like, in an event randomly, right? Paimon going over there is amusing. If Citlali ever shows up in an event randomly, we have her randomly talking to us through a mental link. Like, it's actually a good thing to keep.
It'll probably take some time.
Yeah,
though,
they're just eyeing each
so
other
bear with me for
creepily. It's such a good gimmick for this story to make Paimon interesting as this bystander that doesn't get to see what is happening or get to hear what's
I'm an
happening.
open book. It's not like you're
Especially
gonna
at the
hear
end
anything
here.
Embarrassing. Oh, unless I've had a few drinks.
Oh, good. We can choose a good dialogue option here. It probably doesn't really affect anything, obviously, but
A shame? I mean, if you ever miss this whole telepathy mess, I could always share my senses with you again. No promises, though. Some thoughts are better kept to yourself.
Huh?
no. You guys are married now. Clearly, that's what this whole quest was. It was a marriage quest. I have joined the traveler shipping club, I guess, and you're married, so you should just trust each other with all your thoughts. I think, like, look, if I was gonna get married to someone, and I'm talking like real world, not fictional characters, in case it's not obvious. If I was gonna get married to a real person, I would be, I would like symbolically, I imagine like yes, I like my privacy. I'm a pretty private individual. I like being alone. But at the same time, if I'm actually going to consider marrying someone, they have to be someone where I would be comfortable literally having thoughts linked to them, right? Like the idea of like if this hypothetical individual asked me the question of like, hey, would you care if we like were able to just have our thoughts shared between each other 100% of the time? I'd be like, yeah, of course. I think that'd be great for us in a lot of ways. Right? Like, and if I couldn't trust them enough to, anyways, whatever. So they're married, and that's my point. Imagine intrusive thoughts, but it doesn't matter. Like, if it's someone you trust enough that you're gonna marry them, like, I feel like you should be fine with that. They should be fine with your intrusive thoughts. I don't know. Anyways, that's my vibe. Would you love me if you were a worm? Would I love Citlali if she were a worm? No, soul binding. Yeah, anyways. I don't know. Is a nice plot detail. Anyways. You're not married. Noted. Oh boy. Oh boy. What time did it say? Wait, it's 11 to, or 8 to 12. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't make sense. Plot hole. Oh yeah. The more I sit and watch your streams, the more I like you. Thanks. I would only share thoughts with someone you meet occasionally. What does that mean? You would only share thoughts with someone you meet on occasion. Yeah, what's different with? Hello.
You did it? Your investigation into the Battle of Seven Colors
what's
must
different
have been
with?
fruitful indeed. I do hope you share
I'm having a
what
stroke.
you learned.
Aether then. Is it just? Oh, Aether boy.
Wow, the scroll is finished already.
Or is there actually different lines? I kind of agree with Citlali here. I mean, no, it's completely fine if like the other person wouldn't want to maintain that connection. It's completely fine to have that privacy perspective. I just also have a I was just talking from the marriage perspective specifically, and I was joking. I am joking. I am doing humorous things at this point with the, travelers married to Citlali.
Elder Talapo's wisdom
That's
is
all.
never wrong.
Yeah, we should explain. Take it away, traveler.
I also feel like if you could share thoughts with people, it wouldn't be.
I see.
As from my own experience trying to write down my thoughts, I oftentimes realize in the process of trying to write down my thoughts, you struggle to put your thoughts into writing, right? And I think that means that the way we think isn't necessarily in a way that's coherent to others, right? Is what that represents. So if you could actually share your thoughts with someone else, it wouldn't even necessarily be that significant, I think, sometimes, because you wouldn't even be able to interpret what they're thinking. You would hear things that are language, probably, but it would be combinations of words in ways that, aren't sensible until they actually potentially say them or write them down or whatever, right? But some people would probably think in different ways. Some people's thought processes might be more properly language structured than others. I don't know. Right?
You don't look surprised at all.
Only difference is a few minor animation adjustments with Aether. Citlali face is a bit different, biting her lips. Okay, interesting.
It makes perfect sense. History is the memory of a people. If we want to depict it, a dye derived from people's memories is, of course, the best choice.
Mm-hmm. People really be down bad for the Aether and Citlali ship because they want to be in a relationship with fictional characters. Yeah, that is my vibe. So, anyways, no. Look at my perspective, as far as even jokingly or non-jokingly, of Traveler being shipped with Citlali, is, wow, Traveler became more of an actual character in this story quest. That's where that feeling came from. It is. Hopefully people are not taking this as me projecting myself as if I am a Traveler.
Now,
I do recognize that I do not have the ability to be in a relationship with Citlali. And again, I feel like I don't even think we would be good for each other, but whatever.
From
if
your
she was
description,
real,
it sounds like learning the technique requires the previous.
Yeah, it's not going to happen anyway. That's true, because they got to leave things vague for people to project on, obviously. Anyways.
Well, yeah.
Hoyo did it on purpose, even though they don't normally do that. Yeah, I don't know.
In that case, I must work with our priests.
I think they do all that on purpose all the time.
Based on the principles you described.
You are meant to project yourself onto the Traveler a bit. I do not.
After all, memories are
this quest did the best at making it so Traveler was actually their own character a bit. Not insanely, but a bit.
You completed your task admirably. Finding a way to carry on that legacy is now. Oh, and please pass along my thanks to Granny. We interrogated the Fontanian merchant she apprehended, and it turns out he's the reason
he started the disagreement in the first place. Dude would do really well in the modern day. Just he can just be a misinformation agent on the internet. He's a grifter that starts the culture war, that fuels the culture war.
He hired people to spread misinformation about the Battle of Seven Colors.
Mm-hmm.
The recent
yeah, I
friction
understand. You
within
just
the
said
tribe.
that.
We now have a record of his crimes, and will begin working with Fontaine authorities in a few days.
Nuvelette's gonna have a field day with his boy.
So he was behind the controversy in the first place. Guess it's easier to investigate when people are art. Anyway, that clears it up. People don't just question their history.
Until we meet again.
Mm-hmm. And we gotta go talk to her. Alright, which is probably... Oh, she's here. Crazy. Wait. No, she's upstairs. Up there. Hello. What are you doing here?
You told him
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You left out the part about your contribution. but it kind of seemed like Chief Biram saw through it.
You could have just said it was a gift from the spirits. I guess he is different from the previous chiefs. But if he figures out it was me all these years...
There you are.
Hello,
I've been looking
puppy.
everywhere for you.
Oh, it's the other Fontanian researcher. He wasn't taken away with it.
Please, call me Allier. After questioning,
You know,
the tribe absolved me of any serious wrongdoing. So
well,
here I
that's
am.
lucky for you.
I'll be heading back to Fontaine soon. No employer means no funding, after all. But I wanted to finish my investigation first. I'd like to ask some questions about Citlali.
Okay.
I want people outside of Natland to hear her story. But my understanding
I feel
still
like
has some
Charlotte would
holes.
hire you. Go get hired by Charlotte.
Questions? Huh! Why should I let an Outlander tell our stories?
Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of twisting your history or using it to make... I believe amazing stories deserve to be shared with the world. Culture thrives through dialogue and exchange.
Okay, so this stuff at the end is literally the only reason he was part of this whole plot. Was like, so they could be like, here's the person that was fake preaching ideals, and here's the person that has real, like, commitment to said ideals. I get the point. I get it. Yeah.
All right, you can ask your
I
questions,
understand his
but
inclusion.
be
No.
quick.
Fair.
I have important plans after this.
Important plan.
Oh, thank you very much.
Like, there aren't just shitty people in the world. There are genuinely people who want to do good reporting. Crazy. Crazy. It's just hard to find them.
Another day.
Good French
another
versus bad
drained
French.
Social battery. Hold on. You owe me a pair of books.
Oh,
We do? Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, crap.
like novels, your memory is like a steel trap, huh?
You're telling me. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. You might need to go to Yai Publishing House in person.
Are they really? They're really gonna tease the you know?
But I don't need them right away. Of course.
So clearly, there's gonna be a. It's gonna be a Citlali Story Quest 2 and Yai Story Quest Part 2 together in one, and yep. All right.
Sent to me? Nuh-uh. I don't want a stranger knocking on my door when I'm hungover. Here. Just
You're implying you. Wait. What does that mean? I feel like you normally do get deliveries. Okay.
And
Oh, a key to the house?
the key
Oh.
to my house. Don't bother knocking.
Go get the
next
books.
time.
We can go get the
You'll
books.
disturb
Oh.
my sleep.
Oh, we can go get the books? Oh, goddamn. All right. Bro, she literally gives a key. I don't know how much more direct they can do. They can do things like... This one stands out. So this one needs to have a special mark to stand out. We can't enter the house? What? They give you a key and you can't enter the house? Oh my god, Mahoya, but it's fine. It still has the same meaning, but like, anyways. So yeah, I know you can go buy the books. I thought there might be like special dialogue for buying the books, but I forgot where it is. Was it not on the map? No, I think it's this building. You can go in her house? Oh, okay. Congrats on your marriage. It's not my marriage. It's Traveler's marriage. Clearly. Anyways, what I was saying about Moika's quest. Moika's quest, it was a boring, generic date quest. Let's go talk to a bunch of Natland characters. And, like, it had some funny moments, but that really only were funny because it was a setup for the punchline at the end. Like, or not punchline at the end. Punchline when you might meet Shabalanka. And, like he fell in the trap for Oron and whatever. But that was extremely whatever. The actual stuff with Shabalanka was kind of fun and interesting, but it was not the Moika things that were interesting. Anyways. Someone sent me to find a couple books. First edition. So, okay, this doesn't even make sense. Why would the publisher have the first editions? Okay, oh, okay. Yeah. Good. You have them? Why do you have them? What, you're just gonna give them to us? But like you just gave them, like they're your personal collection. What? Do I have the other one, the normal editions? Yes, I do. Wait, no. No, this is not the first edition. No, those are the normal ones. Yeah, okay. I bought them. And did I read them? I probably did. I probably did read them already. I do remember. You just bought those? Are you sure? Or I thought there was definitely some I thought I bought and read in the past. Unless those were just the new ones specifically, but I don't know. Anyways, maybe it was just the one I read. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering my own memories. Anyways, we'll check back there again if maybe I can buy them again and read them after we get rid of them and give them to her. No, I meant that out of all the other books you bought those two. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So that is this more proof that I'm like Citlali, that I bought the only books that I bought from Yai Publishing House were the two that she wanted. and then the one that was required for a quest, I think. Oh God. I wonder why she's so relatable to me. I recall buying some of them and reading some, but I don't know. Maybe I am misremembering memories. Your brain does fabricate memories sometimes. All right, so can you not go in here again after this then or something? Also, she's not even here. That's unfortunate. I thought we get some dialogue. Don't care about shipping characters. Meanwhile, Saluna buying books for Citlali. Look. And she wanted us to get the books for him. It would be extremely rude to not get the books. You can come back whenever you want? Oh, good. Okay. So whoever said you can't enter is just lying. Alright. Found the books you're looking for. You were sleeping when we got here and didn't want to wake you. Alright. Maybe drink a little less next time. Wait. If you know what tonight, I'm assuming you just don't get to come back. Okay, I did come in the middle of the night, to be fair. When you pull C6, you could. So, anyway, come back the next day? Alright, we'll do. Next IRL day? Oh, Christ. Alright, well. Now I'm gonna add a reminder. Check Citlali. I'll probably. I don't even have to. Let's be real. I don't have to add a reminder. I'll remember. I'll probably remember. Let's be real. Anyways, all right. One real live day. I guess that's fine. It's fine. I can wait. So yeah, do I have those books? Yeah, it's these. Yeah. That was the normal versions of them. Yeah. I remember, yeah. I specifically bought these two. Not the first editions, because those didn't technically exist. You couldn't buy those. But anyways. There are 2 interactions. Enter again for the first one. Oh. Okay. Where's the other interaction? Faint sound of Citlali snoring comes from within. Is that it? Can't go there. Is that it? The desk. What about her desk? What did you want me to look at? I don't know what you're wanting me to look at. Alright. Here? No. Just the next day. Okay, yeah. Well, someone said there was a different thing. Anyways. Alright, what was on the list for things to talk about? The story quest actually, I did. Hopefully, whoever was keeping track was remembering. I know one of them was this team. I'll talk about this team. Oh yeah, the build. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So the build, looking at some little glance through the poll, and then yeah. So my current build, for reference, by the way, is not 4-piece Cinder City because I have 2 other units on this team that have Cinder City, and I think there's a lot of times where I will end up having someone else with Citlali on the team that has scroll. Therefore, I think this is likely a build I will use fairly often when it comes to trying to min-max the value of C1. So I have 1269 EM with 177.7 ER. I can actually get a little bit more if I need. I can sacrifice some EM. I can go up to this. And this is why, like, I thought that build was absurd before. Because this was about what the EM was on the other one, but it was on 4-piece scroll, not on 2-piece. And it had this amount of EM, but it also had 30% crit rate, 90 crit damage, 186 ER, right? But C2 Citlali functionally made that higher than I thought it was. So it was actually like 1000 EM build. So let's see, can I reach 180 ER-ish on signature weapon with 1000 EM and 30 crit rate, 90-ish crit damage with 4-piece scroll? I think maybe. I think I use. All right. Well, first of all, let's default to the higher crit pieces. We'll keep that on for the ER, and then we'll go this. All right, 18 ER. No ER on that, but we might have to switch to an ER piece. All right. First of all, let's switch to this first, though, because this does have some crit and also has more EM. Okay, that's way more EM than I would have expected. All right, wait, I forgot ER timepiece. I'm stupid. I am stupid. At a baseline, though, this is a better build than they had, ignoring the ER problem. Like, this is similar crit to that trial build, but way less ER, right? But more EM. If I switch to an ER timepiece, the problem is I have where is it? I have, I believe, not that. I do have this, but so what is this with no EM? 1023 EM, 35, 82, 190. Oh, I do have as good of a build. Okay. Yeah, this is about the same. This is about the same as what that trial build was. The main difference was the trial build had C2, so it had 125 more EM, right? 190 ER, 35, 82. Mine's a little bit better because crit rate is a bit more valuable than the crit damage. Yeah, there we go. So I guess this is my equivalent to their trial build. This might be a build I actually use. I didn't even consider using this before because I think someone else is using it, so I wasn't seriously considering it. But yeah, this is almost identical to what that build was. So if you're curious what that trial build's stats look like, if you were aiming for something similar, something like this. And it can be distributed slightly differently, right? You could have, more crit rate in these and more EM substats here, kind of thing, right? Obviously, I have no crit rate on the flower and feather, but yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna switch back to the min-max build for now. Blap. And blap. There we go. The min-maxed EM build. Which isn't perfect, but yeah, this is my min-max value from C1's Citlali build. When I don't need her on scroll, on 4-piece scroll. 2-piece scroll is still kind of a no-brainer, but she does not need that much ER, though. She does sometimes. She really does sometimes. I already know this. I don't feel like yapping about it. You can go watch my previous streams. You want to see me go in-depth and directly demonstrate a case where I needed to build over 190 ER on her. This is not necessarily even enough ER in some circumstances. but I have the ability to get a little bit more, but not much more. So, anyways. This team she does not need. Well, okay. This team I think she is... Yeah, I know. This team with 3 Natlan units, you're triggering Night Soul Burst 2 times per rotation, I believe. So therefore you're getting 12 energy, flat energy refund. So she has meaningfully lower energy needs in this team. Favs obviously change your energy needs quite significantly. Energy needs will vary. This is how Genshin works. So, anyways. She is not the main DPS here or anything, though. Who have I not done? Why is the Yons on here? I don't think I've done Shilonen. Yeah, Shilonen's not here. I do the new event? No, not yet. Oh yeah, that was on the list too.
We should take a break after all.
All right. Well, I've been streaming for long. Okay. You know what? I need to do book. Oh yeah, claim the rewards. I need to finish reading for book club. So.
Yeah. Let's rest here for a bit.
I think we'll save the new event for tomorrow. New event tomorrow, and the other event too, because I have to finish that. We might do those events on my on formerly weapons. I'm literally right at pity on formerly weapons only. I went up to pity trying to get C5 Bennett on formerly weapons only, and have not gotten C5 Bennett. So now I need to decide, like, do I risk getting a 5-star on formerly weapons only, like either Citlali or Moika, or not? Like, I have Auron and Chevreuse for Moika in the worst case scenario. But at the same time, I feel like Citlali, if my plan for formerly weapons only is to diversify the options for supports in the account, I don't know. You know what? You know what? Here. Okay. This is probably not gonna happen, but as like a, we'll probably have to log back on that shortly. And I'm also gonna do. Also, I'm gonna sorry for making you guys wait. I'll talk about the Nilou team tomorrow as well. Nilou, it's an all-A team. But let's log out here. Getting Bennett cons is suffering. Yeah, I got 1 Diona and 2 copies of Gachina and 1 copy of Bennett. I needed 2 copies of Bennett to be able to get C5 Bennett on formerly weapons only, and the game has trolled me. Not at 4-star pity either. So Moika, cause stupid F2P who hypes the Archons. Yeah, I mean, Moika, like, this account is lacking in DPS options, right? So like getting the power creep lady is cool and all that, maybe, I guess, but I kind of just hate her. I kind of just really, like, I was not lying in my Moika video, I want to be clear. I did like her. I grew to like her when I was playing with her on the creator server for making that video, and then now I've grown to dislike her kit more. So I'm sorry. My opinion, I went from disliking her during beta for her on-field playstyle, that is. Her supportive utility I still kind of like, actually. And then liking her after playing her for a little bit, but then the whole creator server experience happened, which negatively tainted my opinion of a lot of things. And then I got her on my main account, and I just had like 0 desire. I've had 0 desire to do stuff with the motorcycle. Like, so, anyways, point being, frick her. I don't care about Moika. She might be the smarter play to go for. I think we can get another wish from dailies in the event though, and we're at 74 pity if I recall, like, or 73. So the next wish is 74 at the start of soft pity, which is only a 6% chance, to be clear. It's only a 6% chance, but It would be a funny way to end it, to get Citlali on 4 melee weapons only. And the only problem is, like, she'd probably only truly show value and once I get, like, a compelling pyro DPS as far as, like, her C0 kit goes. Like, I don't know, maybe, well, actually, I don't even have a Gaming C0. Anyways, 60, oh, wait, no, I did not do that right. No, sorry, 60 is here. 65, 70, 71, 72. Oh, I lied. Oh, frick. The next wish is not pity. Well, we'll do it anyways. Yeah, whatever. I like the character, so. We'll get 70 there, 70 there. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll be able to do at least one wish. Actually, wait, we can do, I guess I can do, oh boy. What is this like? If I can get 2 wishes and get into pity, that would be the goal. Because it would be a nice end to get us Citlali at the end of the stream. How do you count pity? I mean, I was just counting the numbers of pages until I found the 5 stars, so it's 14 times 5, and then add the 2. Anyways, oh, you can teleport straight here. Oops. Is this a guarantee? Oh, no. Like, if I lose the 50-50, again, my goal is to, like, keep this, like, in case I didn't know, I had, like, level 3 in the battle pass. I haven't been logging in. Like, I've logged in to this account for, like, 2 or 3 days since this patch started. And that has basically been it. Okay, yeah. I just want to... Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, I love how it's this boss to start. The literal, maybe worst boss I think they maybe have ever designed in this game. Sick. Well. Okay. What's that sound effect? Anyways, challenge rewards, silver rating. Can you get a silver rating at the lowest difficulty? Oh no, you have to do hard. Okay, that's fine. Wait, do you let me choose my party? I'll try to remember to talk to the kids for their dialogue options later. Do I switch it here? No. Do I have to talk to you to switch it? Okay. Only adjusted on fearless difficulty. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So it's just the modifiers to make it a lot. Okay, yeah. Can I change my team? There we go. Okay. So we need a Natlan character here. Let's just do. Auron is not really. Yeah, Auron's not leveled up. Oh, kill me. Do I just try Raiden Shiver's team anyways? I don't know. With Auron? Or do I do Kachina? I think I just throw in Kachina. I think I just try using Kachina. Okay, I will just try the Hyperloom team using Kachina. I think that's the smart idea. Unfortunately. Hopefully I don't let her die. We'll just yoink. Thank you. We'll just yoink Auron's artifacts. Okay, actually, here, just do this. Plant. Plant. Wow, that rolled so terribly. Look at this piece. Anyways. And we don't really need to do anything other than force the 4-piece bonus, so just do that. Alright. Title answer is yes. Oh yeah, that's true. The title answer is indeed kind of just yes. I don't know. I'd have to more seriously reflect on. Also, you know what? We're gonna reflect. We're gonna look at the Natlan story poll stuff because I want to like actually read through the individual replies on stream. So that's the plan for tomorrow's stream. Event, Nuvelette and Citlali team, Natlan story poll, whatever other stuff. I was gonna do a unit review stream tomorrow, but I guess it's waiting. Yeah, I'd have to more clearly reflect on like some other story quests and try to remember like what my experiences were doing some of the other ones, but I do kind of think it might be the best character story in the game. Let's go.
Committed to memory, sharing my knowledge. The bond is strong. Know my soul. Let me read you first.
Ow.
My name.
Why? I literally just wanted to switch to you to put her stupid. Natlan's auto switch mechanics, man. I just.
Out of my way. Right here.
Stop.
No.
Stop. It's fine. I thought it was going to go into its phase, like its locked mode earlier, so I didn't even need to bring Chichina there. But, like, the stupid Natlan auto switch, like... Ugh, okay, it's fine. It doesn't matter. We can get the rewards, and that's all that we cared about here for this instance. Yeah, anyways. Go do this. It's gonna take longer than I planned. I don't even have enough for one wish right now. Alright, let's go do dailies, I guess. Oh, well, we can get that, I guess. We can craft our resin. I didn't even get this waypoint. Oh boy. Alright. Wink. Did I get the shock wishes? I think I did. I'm like 99% sure I did. Yeah, okay. But, oh, you know what? I just realized. Okay, I'm gonna go. I knew we're doing Citlali, but I had thought about this before. I don't have C4 shotlining on this account, which means even for off-field utility, Muwika would be a pretty important unit potentially for this account. So, like again, Muwika would be the better unit probably to go for realistically as far as the value now for this account. But no, I'm gonna protest her existence and how they designed some aspects to her kit. I don't think she's a bad character. I think there's plenty of valuable things to her kit, but yeah, you get the point. Like the fact that I don't have C4 shotlining on this account though definitely meaningfully increases the value of Muwika, right? God dang it. Yes, this is my weapons only free-to-play / casual, free-to-play casual account. Like the point is to simulate what the experience is. Can you like try to progress an account? Oh, is doing this event even going to get us 2 wishes? 70, 70, 140? It will. Okay. Alright, the goal of this account is to very, very casually maintain it from a perspective of like how casually can you play and still like semi-succeed if you're motivated to like try to succeed. The video for this account will already be coming out soon. But I do want to continue like slowly getting new characters on the account in the future too. But and this could be one of them and could be very valuable. Might not be the smartest thing to go for, but you know, do a wish, you may trigger it. I mean, that's true. This is 73 pity, so not the start us off pity. Nope. Would have been nice if that was Bennett. That's fine. Alright. Next wish is start us off pity. Surely. Alright, yeah, it's just gonna take a while. Hold, please. There's specific rules for this account? No, not anymore. The rules for this account are that I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it, so like I'm very casually playing it. Like I'm doing stuff like the events, but I'm not logging in daily. I'm not whatever, right? I'm logging in to claim the Fremo gems, whatever. I didn't even remember. I didn't even consider like doing this. I didn't even claim the free 5-star in version 5.0 because I didn't start actually seriously considering trying to keep this account semi-developed until relatively recently, a few months ago. So, anyways, Oop, wrong button. Well, alright. Yeah, no. There's no spending on this account, but yeah, this used to be weapons only, where I only wished in the weapon banner. One whole year straight, I'd wished only in the weapon banner, basically. And, that was a bad idea. And I, as a middle finger to end the account, I threw all the 5-star weapons away. Every single one. So basically all the things that most people perceive of value that I got from a year's worth of wishes in the account and a lot of grinding, I threw in the trash. And it felt great. It felt great doing that. And then the video that will be coming out soon will show that no, that did not actually kill the account. In fact, it only took a few weeks to recover it. Well, not just a few weeks. It took a lot of like I would log in every month or every patch or whatever to claim the Freemo gems from like logging in. But like literally for like 9 months straight, all I did on this account was log in and claim the Freemo gems. And with getting lucky, that was enough to get me Raiden and Nahida. I built Raiden and Nahida, and then made some smart decisions and was able to 36-star Abyss. Spoilers. Like, it took time and effort to do that. But, you know, all the people are like, why would you destroy the account? They're literally wrong. Yeah, Raiden being the... Yeah. That was by far the funniest thing that's ever happened, I think. I don't think that I will ever have a funnier circumstance happen with wishing in this game than having an account where I only wished on weapon banner for a year, and the literal first pull on character banner is the featured 5-star character. The funniest thing possible, realistically. Okay, is it faster to go? I think it is faster to go this pathway. Might as well get the waypoints and then go along the main pathway, because otherwise it'll be a pain in the arse. I don't know. There might be a way of like navigating faster this way, I guess, but like, yeah, I think we'll just get the waypoints. Saw someone starting a weapon-only account with a non-wishing account. That's probably a bit more interesting. It'll probably be not fundamentally different from. What do you mean? What does weapon only? Actually, no, never mind. What the heck does weapon only mean with a account that doesn't wish? That's just a non-wishing account. It's no different than normal. Well. I thought it was here, right? Yeah. Dev sweating, seeing no banner wishes on an account, giving hard pity on start. Yeah. Alright. So now the question is, where do we go from here? I guess we get this first. I think if we go on that spot is where we trigger the quest, so hopefully we can just avoid the quest. That is my goal. Can I exit the bird in midair? I don't think you can. Yeah, frick. Okay. Well, then my goal is to get to this. I think we're fine. Okay. Just make sure we land on here. Alright. We're good. We good. Alright, perfect. May as well get this. Oh, okay. I thought you could avoid that, but I guess that makes sense. They put the trigger there. Okay, no, the bird is out of stamina. Get out of the bird. Get out, please. Get out, please. Thank you. Jesus. Why is the bird even jank to exit? Anyways. What is the challenge behind this account? I just talked about it. It's not really a challenge account anymore. It's just an account I want to maintain for like a free-to-play casual perspective. Like, and by that I mean like not logging in very regularly. That's literally it. It's not an account I'm putting a meaningful time commitment into. You have to go up from above, hopefully. Yes. Okay. Oh, come on. Please, I just want the map. This quest is good and all that, but like, I just want the map, please. Thank you, sir. For content, I guess the dude had 150,000 primos. Turned his no wish into weapons only. I see. That makes more sense. Please. I understand. I've done this quest. Also, yeah. Did you see what? You see what I named Rock in this game? I named him Frigoff Hoya. Because I was annoyed. Because I needed to come to Natlan when... just for like... I don't remember what... It was part of the whole trying to develop this account. I just needed to come to Natlan to like... get waypoints unlocked and come to the area, right? For whatever stuff I had to do. And then they forced me to like, you know... do that. So I named him Frigoff Hoya. Anyways, I'm glad that's in Hoyo versus database somewhere. We should go. No. Yeah, let's go this way. How many accounts do you have? Or I only regularly log on to Polearm's only MMN account. This account, again, don't regularly log on to. So 2. I should probably go in the bird, but yeah. You can rename him later. Anyways, he's not being renamed. No. No. It is likely I will like, I don't know. We'll see. Like, there's a lot of content that hasn't been done on this account, right? Like, if it's not obvious. You know, like, there's a lot of content not done on this account. So if I do end up getting Citlali on this account, one, that will significantly increase my desire to maybe consider going for Arlecchino. Like, the smartest path for this account, getting some additional 5 stars to help give me more options to deal with different abysses, would be like, we get C2 Xingqiu from Lantern, right? We get, if we get Citlali here, right, we get C2 Xingqiu, maybe we get Arlecchino, and then we go for Farina when she reruns. So that might be the smartest path for this account. And there's enough content here that I know I can guarantee, like, if I get Citlali here, I'm pretty sure there's enough content I could grind for Arlecchino, right? If need be. So I don't know. Maybe we'll do more content in this account soon. Yeah, we'll just fly our butts over here. I probably should have grabbed a bird. I didn't. Did I miss a bird? I don't think I missed a bird, but maybe I did. I'm just kind of counting on there being a bird over here, but I don't see one. Uh-oh. Love and enjoy your videos. Happy to catch you on stream. Thanks, Shadow. Appreciate you joining. Starting 4 stars, clear all this game's story content. Yes, I believe so. all the free characters can. I guess I shouldn't say the starting 4 stars can. I don't know the starting 4 stars can, but usually they give you, like, as far as the story content goes. Can I get a bird? You put a portal here, but no bird. Like, why are you just assuming I'm flying around everywhere? Ugh. How far of a climb is it? It's not that far. Alright. Oh yeah, actually, this new... Yeah, you're right. This new... the new boss is going to be really annoying to farm for Citlali, but whatever. I'll have her to freeze the thing, but... Roy, the point of maintaining this account is, one, that it's not that high maintenance. To have that perspective of, like this is the average player account. That you realistically, the average player does not play and log in, fully dedicate everything to Genshin and play 30 minutes a day at minimum, right? I don't think the average player does. So there's that. But it's not a fun thing. It's just, I think it's important to have this perspective somewhat as a reference frame. Is it necessary? No, but it also isn't that much time for me. Like, I'm only doing anything on this when I want to do anything on this. Like, in the last 3 weeks, the only time you've seen me do anything on this account is... Like, the time that I spent on this account that you haven't seen, sorry. I use words properly, brain. Is when I logged in for a couple days and did, like, the really simple events that didn't take much time, like the Beetle event and the other parts of this event that I'm doing right now. That's what I did this patch so far. It's not like I spent a bunch of time on it. So, it's not that it's specifically something I feel like I need to do for myself. It's because of my position as a content creator. I think it's an important thing to have. That was... The bird is weird. I have to attack the drone? What? Okay. Pyro Traveler isn't horrible with Citlali. It's still not good. That's true. I could probably do Pyro Traveler. Actually, I haven't done any of the... On top of having to do the Natlan story quest on Pyro Traveler, which is annoying already at baseline. I haven't done any of the tribal things on this account. So, it would take a while to get C6 Pyro Traveler. Like, if I focused on it now, that would be an annoying thing to do. But if I focus on it now, I would probably be able to get C6 Pyro Traveler by the time C6 Pyro Traveler is actually available. Right? Like, I can get the 5 copies. I just don't know if I want to do that. That seems like a lot of time of having to log in every week and do the whatever. But yeah, we need to get Citlali, clearly. Well, I don't know. Well, I'm committed to trying to get a 5-star. Anyways. Where's this one? That one's also in a very annoying spot. Where am I? You took me all the way over here? This is a waypoint here. Jesus. Alright. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. Wow. Level 5. And a fragile resin. How many do I have? 8. Alright. That was enough. Alright, this is soft pity, technically. It's only a 6% chance for a 5-star. But a 6% chance is a lot higher than 0.6. So... sad. Well. Okay. I don't know. Someone's... I'll probably at least finish out the events and whatever. To try to get stuff. But... whatever like Prima Gems left from the combat event for this patch. Beyond. Not happening in this stream. Not happening in the stream. Oh well. Brick to go. Yeah, true. I feel like this might be the better play. Go here. Get a bunch of height. And okay. Just go this way. Alright. See, zero gomming isn't that interesting. Yeah. I agree. I don't think I would be doing C0 gomming on this account with Citlali. Because... yeah. I do admit the lack of compelling on-field pyro DPS, it does reduce the value of Citlali on this account. But...
Benny's adventure team!
I think she still would be valuable. And you know what, if we got her, it would be motivation to do more content. We could do more Arlecchino farming live streams. So that's my excuse, and I like her. You know what? I can. We need to somewhat simulate at least, you know, because like, if my goal is to simulate casual player perspective, the casual player is gonna pull for characters they like. So, you know, I should at least pull for one character that I really like. Nope. Opening chests for pyro sigils is better for farming primos in Natland. I mean, I'm not farming primos by exploration right now. I'm doing the quest. The goal was not to get primo gems for the waypoints. The goal was to do the that's a quest. Do the event. That was the goal here. Be done with this event. Which we'll be doing more of this tomorrow, by the way, because I haven't done this on the other accounts. I've only done this on this account. On-field Benny was it Lolly? Yeah, I mean, if I get C6 Bennett. It seems unlikely, though, considering I have C4 right now. Do I need to hit that? It's not... No, I don't think I need it. No, okay, it just shows up. I wasn't sure if I had to trigger something. Yeah, Citlali for physical DPS. I mean, I could try something. Realistically, you know, why wouldn't I try Citlali on-field DPS in this account? No, that would be a bit silly. Probably. I don't know. I'd have to see what the artifact situation looks like. I don't know. I don't like most events in Genshin. This one isn't like an annoying event, other than it just takes a longer amount of time than I would prefer most events to take. Events, generally speaking, just feel like chores you have to do to like keep your resource situation not like you want resources to do things, right? So this is very much one of those events that like it's not like offensive gameplay wise, but I would prefer if I just didn't have to spend as much time as you have to for it. Anyways, it takes like a not insignificant amount of time to finish that event. But anyways, yep. Anyways, that's where we're at. C6 Bennett, like his skill. Oh, it does a double hit. Okay, I was gonna say if you do his hold skill, like, what's the multiplier on that? But the multiplier isn't even that much. It's not even that good. You just do his tap skill. I mean, you get the explosion. I'm assuming what you could have happen, but I don't think you would get 2 melts, probably. You probably wouldn't have the cryo application for that. I'm just trying to think, like, C6 Bennett with Citlali and, like, trying to max the value of his skill. If you can melt Bennett's skill on a Bennett DPS build, and then do whatever damage elsewise, like, I don't know, realistically without plunge. Like, Citlali Bennett plunge with Shan Yun, obviously, with C6 Bennett. Could be a real thing. But, anyways. Yeah, it's kind of annoying to be a C4 Bennett. C6 Bennett would be nice, or C5 Bennett would be nice for the count. C6 Bennett wouldn't be bad, but anyways. Yep. We'll have to wait to see what happens. Oh well. Sad ending to Citlali stream, or is it? No, I think it is. I was gonna consider like doing a 10 pull on my main account, but like I want to leave some room for pity for Longyan copies, and I need to save my pulls for Shenhe. And I also don't even know if I actually would want to activate Citlali C2 even if I got it. It wouldn't be a question if I could toggle constellations. Like Mihoyo could actually have like gotten me to be, you know, a little bit irresponsible because of how much I like Citlali as a character. But because I can't toggle constellations and I don't want to deal with like if as soon as I like get to C2 or afterwards, like with C1, I'm pretty sure the circumstance is going to be like, if I use Citlali C1 in videos, people are going to be like, oh, it's like, because they won't have a perception. The larger community won't have a perception of it being that strong. I will, when I feel like it's making a meaningful difference, I will point it out why it's making a difference and how. Did I just log on a poll? I did. Yeah, I didn't even mean to do that. Did I do my stuff already here? I can't remember if I did this before streaming. Yes, I did. Okay. Yeah, I spent all my... Well, I didn't spend these. Okay, you know what? Fine. What was I saying? So, like, I don't know. You're considering C3 Citlali because you like her in co-op? That's a interesting consideration. I assume C3 is her shield, which is not a very valuable talent level. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. Like, I just don't want to have C2 Citlali, and because of the fact that the community at large perceives it relatively fairly as a very strong constellation, like, it basically just makes her straight up better than Kazuha for Pyro and Hydro teams, right? Like, not straight up better, because Swirl has its own nuances for its value, but, like, you get the point. So I don't know. Anyways, where am I going? We're going here. Like, I would like to just do some YOLO pulls, but with needing wishes for Shenhe and not really wanting to spend a bunch of money for Shenhe, because I've already spent enough money. I don't really have the inclination to spend more. I'd be down to if I could toggle constellations. But I rationalized myself out of it. I'm sorry. I've already done a high investment enough thing, I think, for her. I got her weapon. I got her C1. That's where I wanted to be at. And I think that's the healthy balance that I want to stay at as on a creator perspective. I don't want to. I already have the problem of too many high investment things going on my main account. I don't want to have another thing that is impossible to turn off, right? Is kind of all it is. Otherwise, like, it wouldn't even be a question if that wasn't a factor for my videos. Like, I'd probably no questions, just F it, go to pity. If I have to spend money for Shenhe, that's fine. I can justify it on a cost money to make money, business cost, right? But I think I would think getting Citlali C2 would actively detract from my videos. And that's unfortunate, because I don't know. Yeah. Anyways. If for some reason the community, by the time, if when Citlali reruns, the community has the perspective that she's a bad character, which I do not suspect will be the case. Because the reason I don't suspect that is because every single Pyro and Hydro character that comes out in the future will have to be talked about with some amount of context, particularly Pyros. But I think they'll have to be talked about with it from a context of, like, does Citlali benefit them or not? So people, the community at large, even if there's people right now that think Citlali is not that good, will probably realize, based on how people talk about team buildings and team recommendations, how Citlali is now oftentimes going to be a recommendation. Well, they'll realize she's good, right? So, if they're gonna realize she's good at a baseline, and then I have C2, right? That's where that problem I think comes in. Because funnily enough, if people thought she was bad, like if people thought she was Sijuin tier, for example, which I don't think people think she is right now, that'd be a bit absurd. But if people thought she was Sijuin tier, I could get C2, and people wouldn't care. They'd just be like, wow, you're so dedicated to playing the garbage character. Right? So I don't know. On her rerun, my point is like, yes, kind of same thing. Maybe could pull her on her rerun. Her C2. But I don't know. Again, I really want to have the ability. If I could toggle it, it wouldn't be a question. Because I would have some fun with it, right? And I like her enough that I wouldn't mind trying to get constellations more over time for her. But the perceptual effect that it has on what she can do. You know, the way people think Citlali is bad? No. I'm saying hypotheticals. On like, if people did perceive her as bad, and not that many people do, there are some people that are vastly underestimating her right now, in my opinion. But as time goes on, I'm quite confident they will learn that they were wrong to underestimate her. Unless they release another cryo support that can replace some of the things she does. But my point is, if she was like Sijuin tier, as far as, regardless of how good Sijuin or Citlali is. Sorry, I have phlegm in my throat. I need it. Good lord, what's wrong? If she was perceived as Sijuin tier, nobody would care that I had C2, right? And use C2 in my videos. That's my general experience that I've had, right? Like, people should care. Like, if people should have cared, for example, what is wrong? What, how did, my throat was fine the whole freaking stream, and now suddenly crap in my throat. If, like look at Emily, right? People perceive Emily as bad. She is not a bad character. And I think I did a pretty good job at showing, like, how many different styles of teams you could conceive of putting her in, where she is valuable. And I think she's a really cool and valuable addition to the game. I think she's got one of the more interesting kits that they've designed. And people perceive her as bad, though, right? Or not necessarily bad, but underwhelming, right? This bias against the character that people have means that when I use her in my videos, even though I have her signature weapon, and her signature weapon does a lot for her, guess how many complaints I've seen of people like saying, oh, your Emily is unrelatable, she's too high investment, her signature weapon makes her unrelatable, or whatever. Zero. I've not seen a single person that has complained about me using Emily and like how the effect of Emily's signature weapon on the Emily gameplay. Even though there has been inclusions of Emily in videos where, like, I can tell you Emily's signature weapon made a meaningful difference, like, to enough of a degree that it might have been harder to clear if I didn't have her signature weapon. Like, it does significant things for how she can be used as a character, and can result in different clear times because of, like, how you can just cast her burst consistently much easier over and over. So I don't know, right? Like, but I've not seen anyone complain about it. Not a single person has complained about me having a very high investment Emily and using her in teams. Like, instead I've seen compliments like, wow, Salute is so great for using a character that isn't used as much. Right? And I'm just like, thanks. Like, I'm glad. But, like, Emily's actually a strong character. Like, it's this overall vibe I get from comments in that, like, you know, wow, it's amazing that I'm doing, like, you know, using the garbage characters. But it's like, no, they're actually not that garbage. It's not that hard to make them useful. And they can, in fact, make some teams much stronger than they otherwise would be. So, Anyways, that's the overall impression I've got, having created Genshin content for like 2 years, almost 2 years. Like people, if you have a really strong character with constellations, they'll say that like, oh, you know, you were only able to clear because you had constellations on the really strong character. If you have what is perceived as a less popular, weaker character that you have constellations or weapon on or whatever, they'll be like, oh, you're amazing for using that character. right. So it's the same thing. Like I've seen nobody complain about me using R4 Aqua Simulacra on Siege Queen. I usually pointed out that like I have R4 Aqua on Siege Queen. This is a little bit unrelatable of Siege Queen damage, but also you can get not much worse damage by using a 3-star weapon. Like worse damage, yes, but not insanely worse. So I don't know, right? Like that's my point. Yeah, they're not thinking about that stuff. Exactly. Like, so it's all just like weird perception stuff when it comes to like something like constellations and whether or not I feel comfortable utilizing them in my videos is that kind of like sentiment people have. And because of the fact that I think Citlali is going to wind up in the category of, even if there's some people that don't consider her really strong right now in her C0 kit, I think she will eventually fairly universally wind up in the, this is a very strong character who is important for enabling some characters' best teams. And I think it's unlikely she's going to be replaced anytime soon. So I think she's going to end up in the category of a character that people perceive of as very strong. And because of that, having a very strong constellation for her on top of the perception of her being very strong will inevitably wind up in that circumstance where if I had C2, people would be like, this only works because you have Citlali C2. Right? And that's what I want to avoid. Very long-winded way of that. That's my experience with dealing with people's perceptions of things in Genshin and how I make videos. And because what I want to show with videos, right, is that like, yes, there are things you can do that are high investment that are much worse. But if you don't have certain constellations, like I will obviously point out when I Citlali C1 is making a difference, like for DPS Kachina. But when I don't point it out, it's because I'm quite confident it doesn't really make that much of a difference, right? And I want to encourage people to just like understand the workings of the game so that they can have more fun. That's my fundamental goal. Is like me showcasing some of the things that I find fun about Genshin's combat, so that other people can try to simulate that to some form and have fun too. Right? That's my goal. For videos, you also disable some constellations for characters. Yeah, but like disabling a constellation that gives 20% additional res shred and 250 EM, not only 125 EM to Citlali, that could be balanced around. But then 250 EM to the on-field character, removing 250 EM is not an easy task, and especially in the context of like the character has 0 EM at a baseline. How do I balance removing 250 EM from a character when I'm starting at 0? I can't put negative EM on a character to balance out a 250 EM buff. So, like, it will do too much sometimes, as far as, like, the number that appears on screen. Like, it will have too much of a perceptual effect. So, anyways, my point, Mihoyo, if you're listening, I would give you money's potential. Like, I would potentially go hard for Citlali. I'm not kidding. Like, I like her. It's the first time I've liked a character this much for their kit design and also, like, their presentation and the story this strongly. Like, I would probably get C4. I'm not kidding. Like, is Genshin my job? This character is one of my favorite characters in the game at this point, like, just holistically. Like, Yai, I really enjoy, but, like, I glommed on to her from, like, just early on in my experience into Genshin, and she released at the right time for my gameplay experience. And I've gotten meaningful value out of her over time. But, like, is she the strongest characterization in the game? No. Like, at this point, let's be real, I think Citlali is my favorite character. So, like, she's the first character, quite frankly, that I've had an actual... since I've, like, normalized myself, to be clear. Since I've normalized myself to not really caring about getting constellations or whatever past just for the fun of it, or if they happen, like Arlecchino, this is polearms only right now, but Arlecchino C1 on my main account just happened as a funny celebratory early, literally a 10 pity C1 Arlecchino showed up with a 50-50 win during the Candace Arlecchino video. I was like, oh, okay, sure, I'll take it, right? But anyways, you get the point. Like, I'm generally speaking not very baited by constellations anymore, and I really like Arlecchino. She's also one of my favorite characters in the game, both on the characterization level and kit design level. But the difference with Citlali is I see more meaningful gameplay relevance on top of my enjoyment of the character. That would make me consider going for the constellations. But my place as a content creator means I don't want it anyways, because I can't toggle them. So I don't know. That's all I can say. Mihoyo, I spend less money because you don't let me toggle your dang constellations. I would make worse decisions, Mihoyo, that benefit you as a company if I could toggle things. But I can't. So you're losing yourself money, Hoyoverse. Just saying. That's my point. Anyways, that was a long yap. Yeah. That's the end of the Citlali stream. Probably the best story quest in the game. It makes me want to pull even more for her, but I'm not going to because I can't toggle constellations. There you go. There you go. No, I don't think they're going to toggle. They're going to ever do a toggle either, because if they do a toggle, it would let people realize how much they wasted their wishes many times, right? Because like if people could toggle their constellations, they would realize, oh, all this constellation did for me is it allowed me to farm this domain 2 seconds faster, or it allows me to clear Abyss 5 seconds faster, right? Like they would, like if people could toggle constellations, they would have a method of realizing how terrible it is to go for constellations, generally speaking, right? That's why I don't think they will, because they don't want to give players the power to realize on their own, like just by their experience in the game testing it themselves, right? They need to they want it to remain in the nebulous. Oh, you do the math. If you understand the math of it, you realize it, right? Like 90% of like people pulling for constellations never try to comparatively test things between constellations, right? They never try to actually see what the value is. They just like go for them because they have a perception that it's worth it, and then they activate it immediately, and then yeah. Anyways, that's my theory is why they will never do toggleable. But yeah, toggleable constellations, both for content perspective I want, but then also yes, for like stuff like C6 Bennett. I don't regret C6 Bennett, but at the same time, there might be circumstances where I'd prefer to be able to turn it off just because, like, I don't know, I want to use Bennett with C6 Lynette, right? So, anyways, or whatever there's other cases of constellations that screw up things too, but, you know. Anyways, it's never gonna happen, but I think I will never shut up about telling Mihoyo that they could make more money from me if they did do it. They genuinely could. So, anyways. Citlali story quest, great. We'll see if we get Citlali on formerly weapons only. That's what I'll commit to. I will commit to getting a 5-star on Citlali banner on formerly weapons only. That is my commitment for how much I like this character, even though it might not be the smartest thing for that account. I think she's good enough and could be valuable enough in the long term, and I like her enough. That's my end feeling. I will go for Citlali on formerly weapons only. That's it. Constellations are fun when they come in by accident early or in a double pull. Yeah, exactly. Yep. It's a pretty big commitment to go for intentionally. Yep. Now you are sacrificing a whole ass another character by going for a constellation. So, and like if you make that decision, I made that decision recently in Zenless. That's actually part of the reason, like, I actually think the long banner thing might actually be a good business strategy for Mihoyo, because I don't think I would have done it if the banner hadn't lasted as long. I'm like 95% sure. I have Miyabi M2. Was it worth it? No. I'm 100% certain it was not worth what it took, but I didn't have to spend money for it. Okay, well, okay, I bought the battle pass, to be fair. and I buy the daily login thing. So technically I spend money, but I didn't have to top up for it, right? I did not have to spend $300 getting Miyabi M2. But I'm not gonna explain the full reason. I don't regret it. I do not regret going for Miyabi M2. But it's just one of those things. Like, as long as you understand what it does and you understand what you're sacrificing, which I did. I understood what I'm sacrificing. I am potentially making it harder for me to get Astra, although I'm pretty sure I will still be able to get Astra. That's part of the reason that I did it. I'm like 95% certain I can still get Astra without spending a bunch of money. And I'm not even sure I want to go for Astra. That was also another factor. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to decide once I see the next Zenless characters. And then, you know, whatever. But, like, I don't know. You get the point. I understood what I was sacrificing and going for it, and I understood some of the benefits of why I wanted it. There was specific things I was seeing in Miyabi's gameplay that made me want to go for her M2 because of how it was just like a quality of life constellation. And it wasn't the damage increase, it was the quality of life of getting an extra stack. Anyways, I think after Miyabi banner ends, I'm not pulling again until Yanagi rerun. Yeah, I don't know if I will pull Yanagi on rerun. Like, you think I would because of how much I like Miyabi. And Yanagi, the most notable thing is Yanagi opens up team options for Miyabi a lot because she fulfills the faction requirement option. Or, sorry, faction requirement. She does fulfill the faction requirement because it's faction or support. Yeah. She fulfills the faction requirement for Miyabi's passive, which means you can, like, put Caesar in the team or whatever. Like her team options open up meaningfully with Yanagi. But I really, really like the team I'm currently playing with Miyabi. So the main reason I'd want more Miyabi teams and like Yanagi for a Miyabi team is because I need the characters I'm playing, Lucy and Bernice. I need the characters I'm playing with her, with like Jane or with Soldier 11 or whatever, which I do kind of right now. But I can also solve that problem by pulling like other supports like Astra and using Astra with Miyabi instead of Lucy or whatever. Or Astra with Soldier 11, maybe. Anyways. What I really need in Zenless, I honestly think I want more off-field anomalies. I want more versions of Bernice in different elements. That's what I want in Zenless right now. That might not be a popular opinion because I know a lot of people were complaining about Anomaly Zone 0 for a while. All the anomaly units releasing. But Miyabi's a fake anomaly. They've only released 2. Yeah, they did 2 in a row, but like, Miyabi is not an anomaly. She's a fake anomaly. She's an attack unit that synergizes with anomaly, and very significant with anomaly. But she herself is a fake anomaly, and I don't know. Anyways, point being, I want more anomaly units. I'm sorry. I want more anomaly units in Zenless. That's my desire. Maybe I'll go for Yanagi. I don't know on a rerun, but I think I have time to decide. We'll see. But yeah, Zenless is in a weird state for me right now. I mean, this is a big part of the reason why I decided to go for M2. In that, like, Zenless has not gotten to a point like Genshin is, where I like pulling for new characters to experiment with new kinds of teams. For Zenless, like, my vibe right now, like, I haven't gotten bored of playing Jane. I haven't gotten bored of playing Miyabi. I haven't gotten bored of playing Soldier 11. Like, it's just a fundamental difference in how the game is designed. I think that rewards just like it's much more rewarding for Zenless is much more rewarding if you're unfamiliar with it. For if you just really like a character, it's not like it's super easy to DPS everyone or anything. But like if you just really like a character for their main role they're intended to be used, you can probably continue to use them in many forms of the game's content. And it's because the game has done such a good job with its baseline design and how the combat feels to play with using different characters, but also because there's a bunch of different content. There's not just like Genshin has the Abyss and theater exists, yay. And you know, the Abyss is like, oh, let's do cringe 500 restrictions, right? Anyways, haven't been bored playing Yae Miko? Yeah, I agree. But like, that's a relative rarity. And I also still, even then, I don't play Yae a crazy amount. I still tend to be playing whatever new ideas I have in Genshin. So I don't know. Zenless feels to me right now, it's like I'm very much in a state of specifically pulling for characters based on if they have obvious synergy with direct characters I like right now, or ability to, you know, improve characters in the future. But like right now, I don't know if I don't really care about another DPS unit, basically. Like I don't care about Evelyn, like at all. Like yeah, she's a strong fire DPS and she has an interesting kit, but I'd unironically rather have Ching Yi to make Harumasa slightly better. So I don't know. That's the state Zenless is in for me. We're like, there's enough forms of content to just play the characters you like and have currently that I don't feel that much need to just pull a bunch of different DPS units or even pull all the supports. Like I have enough supports to cover like most utility. I don't know. Zenless is in an interesting state where like they have been power creeping the on-field DPSs. We'll see how much they continue to power creep. But there's enough content to do things with the different characters in the game that it just doesn't matter. Like it's the same problem like Genshin's power creep that's happening lately. Feels like it feels a lot worse, I honestly think. I think Genshin's power creep feels a lot worse than Zenless's power creep. Even though like I would say Genshin is power creeping to a much less actual degree than Zenless. Like Zenless is power creeping more than Genshin. But Genshin's feels worse because Abyss is the only freaking thing you can do in this game for combat, right? So it just feels bad. You pulled for Arlecchino weapon because you like her? I pulled for Arlecchino weapon because it's polearms only. I didn't pull Arlecchino weapon on my main account, and I won't. It's a trash weapon. If I had known about the minor downsides of this weapon, which is not really that much of a downside on polearms only, but if I had known about the downsides of this weapon before pulling for it, I already had 2 homos. Like, I'm pretty certain I would have been perfectly fine just leaving a homo on this character. I might have not pulled for it if I had known the downside, but anyways. The downside that you sometimes do charge attack canceling on Arlecchino. And if you charge attack cancel, you don't get the additional bond of life. Which means, like, you're getting less value from this passive. It's still a good weapon, even if you charge attack cancel. You're just getting notably less value. Particularly when it comes to sustained rotations. And you can work around that technically by, like, spending extra time doing a charge attack before you do her E. But that's, like, so stupid to have to do that. I think it's a terribly designed weapon. One, because it's just not that strong relative to its most comparable counterpart. It's not that much better than Jade Spear. And then secondly, because of that charge attack problem. Like MiHoYo themselves not realizing that people were going to have to charge attack cancel sometimes for Arlecchino's like gameplay. Just, yeah, I don't know. Anyways. But Scythe, I don't care. I have the Scythe already. You can see it. I have it right here. Why do I need this on my main account? I have no reason to go for it. Like, I don't know. Anyways. Would I have still gone for it on polearms only? Even if I had known about the problem? Probably. Just because, again, polearms only. But it probably wouldn't have been the priority. Like, I made it my priority to get this after getting C0 Arlecchino. So, anyways. Yeah. You told us in the video, at least, that you pulled it because you liked her? Yeah, because it was polearms only. It was polearms only. I liked the character. And it's polearms only. Like, I told you I liked her from the context of pulling on polearms only. But I did not pull it on my main account. Like, yeah. Like, yeah. I don't know. Like, I can justify being more wasteful with wishes on this account. Like, I have a guarantee right now and 35,000 Primo Gems. By the time a 5-star polearm goes up, I'm probably going to have like 60k. Anyways, like, I don't know, if Eon's on, I don't know. Although, like, yeah, like if Eon's on is a polearm unit, do I pull for her signature weapon? Ugh. I really hate the lowly characters. I don't like how they've been characterizing her. Like, weightlifting child is not that compelling of a character to me. So I don't know. Anyways, your thought process is so slow. No, I get you. And it just felt like you were trying to like get me on a gotcha. Like, oh no, you said you liked her. Like yeah, I pulled for it because I liked her. I pulled for it on polearms only because I was like, okay, if I'm gonna pull for this weapon at all, it makes sense to do it on polearms only. Why would I pull for a garbage weapon on my main account when I have Homa on my main account, I have Jade Spear on my main account, I had other weapon options on my main account. So, anyways, and I have the more interesting and more valuable thing to do. I have C1 on my main account, and C1 on my main account is far more valuable than her weapon. Scythe looks cool, but I don't care. I can stare at the scythe all I want if I look up a JPEG on the internet or if I log onto a different account. Thought Eonzon was gonna be the first male child model. Yep, that would have been better. Slightly better, not much better, but slightly better. Anyways, why was I talking about that? I don't remember. I should have ended the stream like an hour ago, but yay for yapping. Oops. Oh well. Here, we'll end the stream with this, actually. Man, so many unnecessary clicks. Like, why when I click on that, does it not just teleport me automatically? Like, I hit go from the event menu. Just teleport me. Why do I have to click to... Yeah, it loads the map. I have to click on it, find the thing to click on, and then click teleport again. Why? Yeah. Alright, let's see... To end off this whole thing of, like, what you sacrifice with constellations. And let's show what you gain with constellations. Let's see what happens with Arlecchino and this boss. I'm assuming you have to do full difficulty. Selected all special topics. Yeah, okay. So, first we'll check if we can do this without a Natlan character. If we do, that makes this a bit hard. Also, you know, Shiver still has her DPS build. Should I put Arlecchino on Tenacity? Oh boy. I might put Arlecchino on Tenacity. Don't remember if that one is necessary or not. I'll try that first. Healing bonus. Oops. I do not remember. Well, okay. I was going to say I don't remember which one it was, but it was clearly this one. 38,000. No, I do need the other one. Okay. Blap. Yeah, 30% HP. That should put me over 40k. There we go. Max out that buff. Alright, we're gonna full on maxing out her. We're gonna put Tenacity on Raiden. I'm sorry, but I'm also not sorry. Blap. Blap. I thought Sinyan had a loadout for someone, but clearly not. Blap. Nope, not that. Okay, keep the goblet then. I think I had a circlet. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. Tenacity Raiden. Let's go. There goes Shiver's DPS. Yep, is what it is. Blap, blap. Alright, what does this do? So, HP inflation to astronomical levels. Jesus Christ. Increases level to 105. Increases the height of the pillars. Well, my hope is to not have to deal with the pillars, but I'm suspecting with 650% HP I'm going to have to deal with the pillars. We'll try it without a Natlan character first. If only Oron is polearm, then we wouldn't have a problem here. Increases secret automaton sort of attack and uses his butt to absorb Phlogiston directly. What? It literally says it uses its ass to absorb Phlogiston. It says rear section. That means ass. It will use its ass to absorb Phlogiston, creating an active Phlogiston ass zone, and creates a cone-shaped sweeper cannon attack. Okay. It does an ass cannon shot. That's literally what I read that as. Well. Alright, end. Is my Arlecchino gonna come back to life? I'm gonna try to Ivern that. Because apparently I can't take it. Yes, good. Alright, thank God I don't have to heal the characters.
Illusion shattered. Check this out. I got you covered. Justice will prevail.
Commendable. This is where I fall. Laid bare.
God.
There is no escape. Fire it up. Here's backup. Final warning.
Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
Illusion shattered.
Yeah. They're so tall. Why are they so tall? I know it said that's what the effect it did, but like see, this is why this boss is so lame, right? Like I could obviously beat this. Maybe I can still beat it if I can food. Oh, I can't heal though. Oh boy. Of course that one shots me. Wonderful. Cool. 10 out of 10. Well, that makes things a bit harder. Maybe I could still beat it, but like with this team. Yeah, losing the losing Shepherd's buff. Not ideal. Also, was there another thing so don't get hit by a certain attack? So don't get hit by the ass cannon shot? Probably. Yeah, let's try it again without Katrina. Can Kachina even last long enough to... No, she should last long enough. I think it'll be fine.
Overruled. Shine down. Here's backup. Justice will prevail. Final warning.
Witness my rise. Transfixed.
God dang it. I tried to dodge that. I just attacked for too long. Oops. Try again. You're not allowed to get hit by the purple cannon? Okay.
There is no escape. Don't get too close. Supporting fire. You asked for it.
This is where you laid bare.
Illusion shot. Check this out. I got you covered. Hands right and see ya. Drop your weapons.
Really? Oh.
Overruled. There is no escape. Final warning.
So I have to sacrifice someone. I'm assuming they just guaranteed die. Looks like we'll go all the way to the edge. It's probably gotta be... The Shivers have to be active for Shivers buff?
Stand down. The arc of justice.
I don't know actually.
Broken.
But anyways.
Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
Fire it up. Here's backup.
Oh, there's a time limit too for the frickin' reward. Okay. don't know why I missed that before. Of course there is. Okay, no, we have to use Kachina. Alright. I mean, we're not that far away from not having to use Kachina, to be fair. We're really not that far away from having to not use Kachina. Also, why I didn't even get 2 gold stars or 2 stars? Why am I not even 2 gold stars? Didn't I only miss the one thing? Anyways, your Arlecchino is OP. I mean, yes, that was the point, to show that my Arlecchino was OP. But let's try. Oh god dang it! No. Gold 2-star rating. That wasn't even a gold 2-star rating, apparently. Okay, you have to do the 90 seconds for the gold 2-star, that's why. Okay, that's all. So the time is 100% required, which is insane. That's insane that 90 seconds is required for this with those modifiers. I know you can turn off one of those modifiers, to be clear, but like that reduces the HP a little bit and whatever. But anyway, no, we'll do it entirely then. Okay, so we're gonna do. That might be my best bet. Prismatic is only a flex. Well, yeah, that's the goal. Can we get Prismatic at least with C6 Arlecchino? Because what else is there to do with C6 Arlecchino that's actually unique? Is there anything in this in the game that C6 Arlecchino specifically would be needed for polearms only to be able to get? And it might be something like this event with the Prismatic reward. But yeah, I would suspect it's much easier with only 2. Yeah, I think this is the best I can do. With the only question being, is Zhongli just better than Xiangling? Because I get Geo Resonance. Get Red Shred for both of them, right? Versus Xiangling's own damage. I think I'm going to put Zhongli in there. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Meant to do Kachina. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, you're doing your. There you go. All it takes is a C6 Arlecchino. Easy. Easy. And also that probably would have been a bit harder without a C2 R1 Emily too. like I probably could have optimized that down with a C0 Emily. But like, oh my god. Alright then. So yeah, there we go. Hey. That's like this is one of the rare circumstances of what you actually gain from constellations, because basically it's pointless otherwise. So, anyways, yeah. Know what you lose from going for constellations, and it's fine. It's fine. There you go. We'll see if we can. I mean, Tulpa should be trivial, I suspect. Should clear, unless I do some special mechanic. This one would be awkward to get platinum. This one, I think Chevreuse can wreck the shields. So, like, the Arlecchino Chevreuse team will absolutely trivialize it. Tulpa will also get smacked by Chevreuse. So, and then this one, it might be... This one is probably the hardest one to get platinum on polearms only. But, anyways, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. That's the stream. I've been streaming for way too long. Story was great. Thanks for watching. I'll probably stream tomorrow, unless I feel not worthwhile to do because of, I don't know, focusing on video or something. Bye.